It's finally time. It's the final day of the South American regional qualifiers for the road to the international. And it's been a doozy. We saw last night that Heroic continues to be undefeated, continues to kick that top spot and represent all of South America with, Peruvian players and Brazilian players. And I think nobody's really surprised at that. But I think what people might be surprised about, Waga, is the fact that Cuyas has been making this run here through the lower bracket. And now they're going to be facing off with some pretty big names here on Boom.
Yeah, you got Curious. They've been growing on us a lot here. We've been following them pretty closely, and they're a very exciting team to watch. Not only for their, unorthodox play and pick. Sometimes they will bring out stuff like the carry pudge. They're not scared to do it. And even in lower bracket elimination matchups, they are a team that will always come in all guns blazing, which is fun to watch. And honestly, I think they're playing really solid. I think all they need to do is really play around the fact that they have Jim Park, who is so phenomenal at his late game decision making. I think that's the really big one, and enable him. But of course, they're gonna go up against Boom here, who have been on a tear as well. They took down Infinity, took down Fusion, took down Leviathan, which is the biggest, most recent takedown here in a pretty riveting series. And now going up against Koreas.
Yeah, Boom's definitely one of those teams that, like, on paper, I feel should be so incredibly strong, but they've definitely had a little bit of a struggle here. You see that they didn't do a clean victory against Infinity. Infinity was able to take one game. And like you said, too, yesterday, game number one of Leviathan versus Boom here was absolutely wild, with Zephyr's Dark Willow just canceling the TP, and then they just won. Leviathan just won. So, can't make any mistakes like that in this semifinal here. But again, very strong players. We've seen, Pakaz, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, they've played forever now. And we've seen them on main stages. But here, Yodomi, a little bit more, less bloodied. But on the flip side of this, you look at Kuyas, they have, MJZ. Parker has stood in on some of these bigger teams. But for me, the big battle is Parker versus Pakaz. These are two kids I've been watching for years, Waga. I've been watching them, as these little mercenaries, growing, getting stronger. Pakaz obviously found success. Parker's on his way, though. And I want to see who's going to come out top for the next King of South America here.
Yeah, Parker already looked stellar last year. I remember I was getting pretty hyped watching him. He did some interesting stuff itemization wise, had some cool decision making. I think he's really, really a talented player. So definitely that matchup is going to be exciting. But also to me, the part where maybe Boom might have an advantage is that they have the experience within the players. And now that we're a little bit into a tournament, how much will that play a factor? Will they have understood now, how they need to get the drafts going? Because that's what they have been doing a little bit different than some of the other teams. Boom have been playing things that we haven't seen much from others. They've been picking Medusa, they've been playing Morphling, they've been playing some things that are just, even anti-mage, stuff that's a little bit slower perhaps than the rest of the region here. And we'll see what their approach is going to be going into Kuyas here.
That is my concern with the Boom drafts that we've been seeing, unfortunately, is that they seem like they move a lot slower. They almost feel like they're, I don't want to say behind a patch, but that they're picking things that are pretty comfortable for Pakaz instead of, and again, I didn't see all the bands and whatnot, I can't think of those right off my top of my head, but you need to be super active, and Pakaz is known as being a super active core. This is one of those guys that, I believe it was Jenkins was telling me he was playing in a pub against him, and he just kept getting murdered over and over, and he figured it was the support, right? Okay, let's get him. It's literally Pakaz the entire time, ping, 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 let's get him, let's kill him. So I'm not sure exactly what happened with this shift. I would like to see him be very aggressive. I think he has the capability. Again, yeah. Just not sure. But then, you look at some of the supports that they paired up with him, and then also the fact that, is a Dusa or a Morph. You're not going to be super aggressive in those lanes with a Warlock, really.
I feel this patch is still so early, though, since the facets. We are quick to say that they're playing different than the other teams are doing, and maybe they're behind the patch, but maybe they're also exploring things that, other teams aren't as much. And they've had a few series now, so we'll see if they, what they've learned from it and what they can bring with them into this matchup, because I think it will be the biggest test for them. And obviously, this is only the first matchup. After that, the winner is going to have to go and face off against Beast Coast as well.
Yeah, and Beast Coast is very, very active. So, definitely have to kind of amp up here over on the side of Boom. Make sure that you're getting very aggressive. Um, but on the flip side of that, Kuyas, they're bringing in some different stuff. They went and opted for different facets than normal on some of their cores, and then they've brought in the Brood. Like they're trying different things. But the one thing I think that both you and I, the only like real criticism that we have of Parker is that when it gets a little late game, sometimes he kind of wanders off by himself, thinking that he can get these picks, and the game that he did that, it was not the solution at all.
Yeah. In fairness, though, the game where he was doing that, I was also struggling to see what he could have done. Like it was always him getting picked off. The entire highlight reel after that game was just him dying in random locations. But that was also because they were playing a weird draft with like Brood offlane, and they found themselves not really having team fight, and they were playing into stuff like Pango Ulti, Underlord with his control, and even stuff like Witch Doctor and Techie. So they just couldn't take team fights 5v5. And that's where you got to get real creative. How do you break the 5-man death ball? He was trying. It didn't work. He sometimes did stuff that seemed kind of pointless, but it's different when you're, without the God vision that we have as observers.
And the pressure too, right? Like, this is the chance to go to the international. Like, you don't want to drop a single game. It is lower bracket, so it is, you're done when you just lose out here. So there's so much pressure on these guys, even here in the regionals.
That's why I feel like it's so important, though. This draft is going to matter a lot because they can't allow themselves to find themselves in that situation on the side of Curious. They want to be always capable of taking fights, always capable of doing things. Because if you draft only for skirmish and the opponents draft too much team fights, then that could become a very, very tricky spot to play out of. Similarly, though, for Boom, they need to watch out to not play a little bit too slow and too safe with their draft. Play those carry heroes that want the late game, because Curious might just go for triple aggro core like we have seen them do before. They pick stuff like the Pango Slardar plus Pudge carry, and just run at the opponents. They were the ones that had a 13-minute game against Fantasy, absolutely destroying them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, do we know who drafts for Boom? I know that probably MJZ is the one drafting on Kuyas. Is it?
I'm not
is it
sure.
Natio Yadomi? Because it's usually like one of the supports I find.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a group effort, but
it's usually supports, and I don't know if they do they have a coach on their side as well with them, because usually the coach is helping quite a lot. I'm not sure
I don't
who
know
they
for
have.
Boom. I don't think Kuyas does.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Boom isn't fully.
I wouldn't be surprised if Boom had a coach.
I feel like they should have. It's not listed on their official info, but this is a lot of times.
I mean, the roster's not correct on their official info either.
Yeah, a lot of times for the qualifiers, you just grab players last second. You grab maybe a coach last second, and then you go. So, like you said, it's not fully updated even for players. Then who knows? Maybe we'll see on the player camps when they're in the draft.
That's true. That's true. But very anticipated match. I'm excited to see how they face off with these guys again. We have that crazy post-TI shuffle that always happens as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an org maybe swoop in, take a look at Kuyas this time around.
Yeah. By the way, little update here. We had Steam connection thing recently, and the lobby is, struggling to start. So I think it's because some Steam stuff going on right now. That's why the lobby isn't kicked up just yet. Just for viewers wondering why we're holding the hostage here, start the game already. But it'll get started as soon as possible. No, the players get in the lobby, but then when they try and start, they get kicked. The players are here. It's not their fault either. It's the Steam.
It's the fun of having the coordinator do some funny stuff. So you're stuck with us for now.
Yeah. So which one of these two teams, Moxie, do you feel would stand the best chance going up against Beast Coast? Who do you think matches the best against what Beast Coast bring?
I would say right now Kuyas, just because they are playing so aggressively, and also the fact that didn't Boom and Beast Coast have one match that was was it during the Riyadh Masters, where they just got obliterated? I think that was a 13-minute game, right? That was
yeah. I mean, it's quite possible that you're right. I feel like Kuyas are also on the up and up more and more as we watch them here. I feel like they're evolving. Midas Club, their most recent takeout, was a pretty hard-fought game. but definitely a higher level overall than any of their previous series. So I feel like
What
they've got it in them. Somehow I've found myself like really impressed with these guys.
I feel like a lot of it has to do with the evolution and how dynamic you are as a team. Because as you get further and further into any sort of tournament, right, you start to develop these mini metas. You start to realize, like, hey, I'm playing against this team. This tournament is starting to face up, like, come together this way. So we have to start pivoting. We have to start adjusting. And I would say that Quiyas has been very evolutionary throughout this tournament, because they are going against harder and harder and harder opponents, and you cannot stay the same. You have to change. Boom, on the other hand, like excellent players, but they have had the chance to face off with a lot of these like bigger teams, like more bloodied, so to speak, and it still feels like they're very similar in the way that they play.
Yeah.
And so that's like the one reason why I say that, because we have the data, we've seen them go up. And again, this is a totally different patch. This is totally different, facets. You've got innates, you've got all this stuff. You got 2 new players over on Boom too, because they swapped out their other players. So, it's still definitely a high possibility that they too will be able to evolve and bring the pain. But from a data standpoint right now, they're a little bit more, we see where they sit. And then Quiyas, we haven't had that data. That's a little bit, and again, that could work against them. They haven't had that chance. They haven't had that pressure.
Yeah, but this is the chance for them. Korea's, all of them are showing that they have the confidence in them, but they're gonna get more tested here as they go up against these experienced organizations, experienced players. For me, I think what I want to see from Korea's though is probably that they keep finding each other more on the map than they do. Some games, I feel like they do kind of slip into this kind of a lull of just not doing too much across the map. I want to see them have heroes that can always be active, look towards each other, and find place. And hopefully that's what we're going to get, because I believe our lobby finally is going as well. So active Dota and Dota being active. Good stuff.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so we don't see the draft yet. What do you want to bet which doctor's banned?
I feel like it's a 50-50, honestly, for Witch Doctor in the first phase.
You think so? I feel like it just was too good. Like, we saw King RD play. We saw it played a couple times, and it's just nasty. I think Quiyas did find a way to work against it, though, right? From what you were saying. But yeah, you can see 66.7% ban rate.
Yeah.
Like, this guy does not get to see play. Clockwork, like, also. You very rarely get to see him have any play. But he has slipped through a couple times.
He definitely has. And we still don't see TA being banned out here as well, who has an 84% ban rate. So I'm expecting to see, either a TA ban here or maybe a Viper ban and a TA pick or something like that from Boom. We'll see what they want to go with. Obviously, they have
no
the
one's
option.
cared about Viper, though. Like, even when there was a TA, they really just haven't. They're like, okay, like, Vipers doesn't feel particular, like, again, typically a counter, but doesn't feel that strong in the patch, aside from, being a bit of a counter.
I mean, he's still quite good. We've seen other teams do the Viper ban when they pick the TA to protect it as well. It's still a nasty lane. They ban out the Doom instead. Another hero that can be quite obnoxious, and they do grab the TA first pick here for Boom.
So there is a Witch Doctor available, which is something that usually is not on the table. What else that's there? That's really, really good. Weaver, again, super popular, very, very strong, also very flexible. Tiny is a huge Parker hero right now.
He was
could
banned.
be potentially great.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Tiny was banned. And they banned it themselves. Okay.
But
what else?
I'm thinking that they're probably going to open with something pretty safe. You could still go for
Weaver, you think?
Yeah, you can go Weaver. You can also still take the Venomancer. It's not a bad hero against TA. A little bit better now as well after level 20 talent was nerfed. She now has Refraction Dispels instead of Meld Dispel, which is way weaker because it's way longer cooldown. You basically have, 1/3 as many Dispels now. So a hero like Veno who struggles against Dispels will be much happier against TA now.
Jakiro. Okay, that's another hero that's it was shown very, very strong. What did they pair that with? It was a Jakiro plus...
Oh, we've seen it run with a few different
Weaver?
combos, but Troll Jakiro is probably the one you're thinking of. Yeah, that was a very, very strong safe lane. I'm thinking this could be played on the off lane here as well. If you're expecting a TA safe lane, playing Jakiro into it, pair it up with some nice offlaner who can frontline for you, and that's pretty nasty. A lot of attack slow for the TA to deal with.
was about to ask, like, do you still go for the Liquid Frost? Because I feel like every Jakiro we've been seeing recently has been going for the Frost, despite the fact that it still works very well with the Fire.
Yeah, I think Frost is the builds pretty much. I'm pretty locked in on that. I think Liquid Fire is fine, but mostly if you need some more tower push in your team. Otherwise, the kill potential is higher with Frost in laning stage, and laning stage is so important.
And we saw that the Night Stalker's been incredibly popular in that off lane. So has the Pangolier. So those are all both potentially quite strong that we could see.
Yeah, I think Pango would be a big option here for Curious because it does pretty well against TA overall. Obviously, the lane can be tricky, but if you pair it with a support like Jakiro, I think it's pretty potent. And it's good to have a team fighter who's very clear cut. That's what I want to see from Curious, really, for them to have a hero like Pango or similar who can just jump in and not be so scared.
No Crystal Maiden.
Maybe Nice Talker, maybe
the
that.
Slardar. Okay, negative armor. That gets that little bit of extra vision. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a scary lane if they decide to pair the two together.
Yeah, it's really good. You have low cooldown on your nukes. You have a lot of stun and slow between the two of them. Boom. Gotta think about what they get. But I mean, Witch Doctor's still available here. And Witch Doctor could do a great job protecting TA. I think that lane just sounds very hard to deal with. No matter what you put with the Slardar, I think you lose against the Witch Doctor plus TA, to be honest. So I don't really see why you wouldn't take it, but maybe there's something else they have their eyes on. Weaver is a little bit disincentivized when you're against Slardar.
Yadomi's played a lot of Warlock in the last series. I think he played exclusively Warlock, and so did Matthew played Hoodwink. But I don't know if that was just they were most comfortable on it, or if it was fitting within the plans, or if so much was banned. I will say that Slardar definitely feels like one of those heroes that it gets a little spooky if you start to fall behind, because then all of a sudden, you know, you're just kind of a meat shield and not even a very good one if you're trying to face off with someone like, you know, TA or whatnot.
Yeah, he thrives on being even or ahead for sure, really hard. And when you are, he can also aggressively ramp up things. Like he enables you taking the Tormentors way faster. So yeah, it's really good.
Do we have the names? Do we have the names backwards here? Yeah, this is not K1. This is not heroic, but he looks very cozy. He looks happy for sure. Yeah, I think we need to switch these over.
He's cosplaying Moxie.
He is. He's channeling his inner K1 for sure. For sure. The TA, honestly though, the Pakaz TA is very, very strong. So I'm pretty excited to be able to see what he can do with this, especially because now I feel like this draft that we're looking at currently is very much in the meta, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of IO, but like the Pango pickup, the Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
This looks much better than some of the drafts I was seeing the other day. And granted, yeah, they still ended up, you know, getting that victory, but I definitely have more confidence in this iteration of Boom with these picks.
I like what they're doing here. I think the TA and IO is going to pair up pretty well. You have some safety as well. Can get her out of dodge if you get jumped by Slardar in the mid to late game. IO with a relocate is always convenient to have, and it enables you to play across the map as well. You can always be split pushing a lot and then have your carry join in, or you pair him up with the Pango and bring the Pango in, whichever. Similarly though, Kuya is gonna do something else and get their own
double roots
TP in. This means that that's a mid Slardar most likely, unless they want to do a carry Slardar. Like this looked like an offlane Slardar, but not anymore.
Yeah, I like the pivot. I mean, you still have flexibility with the Pangolier over on the side of Boom, right? Because you can have Mago play it. I've seen him play it. But Sacred also an excellent Pango. So I'll be curious to see if they also decide to pivot on the side of Boom now that you have the Underlord. And we saw the Underlord work really, really well yesterday. Again, I'm usually not a huge fan of this hero because he's just kind of a big slug that plops around in his lane. But with the way that they changed it now with these gates, proves very, very strong, honestly.
Yeah, it's the same combination as well that we saw yesterday coming out. It's the Underlord plus the Willow combination, right? They played this exactly against Midas.
So Boom gonna have PTSD seeing seeing the Dark Willow after that game against Leviathan.
I mean, hopefully not the same thing happening in this game for them as well. But it's going to be very obnoxious to try and maneuver here with the Pit of Malice and the Bramble Mace as well. And then Macropyre coming down. Like, there's going to be so much stuff on the ground that you have to run around. So TA Pango, they will have a hard time maneuvering.
I mean, that's the one nice thing about having your Leshrac, though. Like, Leshrak's just gonna have all this, like, damage bursting around him. Even if he is caught in the middle of it. But then the problem is, like, they can just disengage. You've got so many ways to disengage here or fight on the side of Kuya. So this draft is looking really powerful, I think. But on the plus side of that, you've got your team fight, you've got your tower pusher, you've got, how many IOs are we seeing IO go more towards Medigun now, or? Because I know Chris Creek was like the big one for like the longest, but then they tinkered around with some numbers.
No, I've been seeing mostly Medigun, and Medigun has looked broken when I looked at it. So yeah, I don't know. The Kritzkrieg I think is a bait. I think that's attack speed and spell amp. You don't really need to give more of that to your teammates, And the thing is, it gives that to the teammate and to IO. So that's why the Medigun is so strong. It gives you 13 armor, 30% magic resistance when you activate Overcharge on the IO as well. So good luck trying to kill the IO. Basically, instead of using Overcharge to make your carry kill the enemy faster, you just hold Overcharge for when the enemy try and burst the Wisp, and then he presses it, and he's super tanky. With even just a mech, he will be near unkillable. It's really hard to bring down.
So who do you pick now to? So they need us. They actually, unless they're doing something weird with Matthew, which is highly possible because I know Matthew has played some very interesting heroes as a support. But it does look like they need a support over on the side of Boom, and then on the side of Kuya's, they need something that can get into the back lines and go after that IO.
Yeah, they do. They need some hero that can go in and hunt. They're banning out CK, banning out Void, heroes that they would struggle with. They don't have the best control on the side of Boom as well. Looking at Kuyas, they have a million stuns and disables, right? Boom, They have the Split Earth, they have the Pango rolling through, and like TA with the traps to silence people, but really not the best lockdown. So some of these heroes that could get in there can be dangerous. I would even not mind seeing something like a Juggernaut for Kuyas here.
So you're thinking this is a Mizlardar, that they're gonna move it there instead of having a position 1? Okay.
Yeah, that's what what I would enjoy from their lineup here. Is the Ogre. Get some Bloodlust going as well here.
Lots of ways to buff up this TA.
Yeah, I mean, that's a super steroid for sure gonna happen here. They're kind of playing an old classic, like buff up your +1 a lot and then have some controlling +3 and +2 heroes. Now they have some stun combinations as well. They can lead with Ogre, follow up with Leshrac. Pretty good way to round out their drafts, I have to say. And the Ignite is going to be very good against Slardar too, since he wants to blink a lot, and the Ignite is great for just keeping him at bay.
So I'm trying to figure out what they want to pick up then, if that's, indeed going to be the Slardar in that middle lane.
Well, they don't have to throw it like that.
They go for the Dusa. Ooh, I don't know if I like this.
Yeah, so that's Jim Park on Dusa. It's going to be Sladam on the Slardar. Yeah, I'm not sure Medusa is a hero that I like that much in this patch, especially against Pango, who very happily builds a Diffu. As far as Diffu buyers go, Pango is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's anything a little bit weird or anything with the facets, anything non-traditional. Went for the Mana Pact on the Dusa.
Yeah.
Brian Guard, Liquid Frost as expected. The Abyssal Horde for Underlord, not going to be going for the other one.
Yeah, so...
Oh, Kritzkrieg. Matthew's keeping Kritzkrieg. He's not going Medigun.
That's interesting they went for the Mana Pact, because that is the less used one that I've seen. Usually it's the Engorge. That one has like no drawback really. The one that makes you stronger when you send a Mystic Snake, but Mana Pact is the one that gains attack speed at the cost of mana. So very tricky to use. You can activate your Mana Shield to drain your max mana and get extra attack speed per second. It's a dangerous one.
If anyone's going to go high risk, high reward, it's going to be Parker, right? Parker has consistently, gone for some of these.
He changed it.
He went back? Okay.
Yeah. He's baiting
Maybe
us.
He was thinking about it, though. I don't know.
I think it's pretty grief, that facet. So I'm happy they didn't go for it for his sake. Okay. I have to look up Medusa and see. Yeah, the Mana Pact is like a -3.5% win rate to take that one compared to the other one.
Oof.
Yeah, so
Alright.
it's 47, and the other one is 51% win rates
Oh, okay.
over a lot of games. But I mean, that's yeah, I would definitely say that the mana pact is a bait.
Okay. What about the crit screen getting picked up on the IO?
It kind of makes sense if you want to be able to bring down the Dusa quick enough. If your focus is to, you know, really ramp up and speedily dispose of her, it can make sense because you're not going to out-sustain a Medusa, so might as well just try and kill them fast.
All right. Well, it looks like we are into the game. We're seeing some friendly all chat, which I love to see. These guys obviously know one another quite well, and they smoked out just to get their vision down. Probably not going to be looking to go super aggressive right off the bat, not with some of these heroes.
Yeah, we'll see some high ground holding here, checking for smoke moves around. So far, both teams not really crossing the river all that much. Did you see Illik coming back from being up top there? So maybe they think that he was in and warded. They're actually pinging now some stuff. Looks like they're just going to try and fight for the top runes.
I'm curious if Matthew's thinking about trying to go for this and just tethering away, but...
Yeah, I think they want to try and yoink the bottom rune with the IO. The way Pango is hovering.
Yeah, I was about to say.
They're playing for 3 runes, yeah, on Dire. IO. Checking.
He's like, I don't know about this.
Bit too many auto attacks. At the same time, they might re-engage and go on Jim Park here, but respecting Jakiro, his nukes are a little bit too strong here for brawling, so just gonna back out.
Oh, he went back for Liquid Fire. I thought he went for Liquid Ice, or Liquid Frost, rather.
Okay, so went fire.
Switched.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
Well,
mean,
that's good
the
against
attack slow is
TA.
really great here. Yeah, attack slow is great against the TA. Will really help. Nice block for the Leshrac, getting a good position here.
It's going to be a rough lane for Slatums, right?
Yeah,
Having
it
to
should
deal with
be.
the amount of harass.
Yeah, it's so annoying to lane against Leshrac now because his auto attacks also give him back mana. Every time he hits you, he's getting a little bit mana back. It's not much, but, you know, it adds up over time.
Good old chronoptic nourishment. Bottom lane, Sacred is forced to teleport away. Does have an IO, so we'll be able to heal back up. It's got some stick charges already. Can munch away on some of those tangos, but...
A fantastic start here for Jim Park. Gonna have a nice lane.
Yeah.
And that's the threat of Jakiro, right? His laning stage is super strong. That's one of the best things why you pick this hero and what you want from him. So now he's gonna go and make sure he gets the D-ward. Quickly D-warding his pull camp.
Sodom's doing a decent job though here in the mid lane with his CS, sitting 8-3, 5-0 over on Mago. But definitely you can see that the Slider is taking punishment to get these clicks off.
I mean, he's laning fantastically right now, taking the damage, but gets his bottle before 2 minutes, so he's gonna get a lot of that HP back just by going and taking a rune. And he's continuously running at the Leshrac, threatening him, shoving him away, and his CS is just amazing right now. So yeah, he's dominating this lane.
Did Yadomi rebrand to Tiger?
I don't know. Guess
Looks
he's a
like
tiger
it.
now.
I guess. I mean, I'm here for it. I like cats.
Yeah, that's a big cat.
Every cat's just a house cat. The top lane pressure being placed onto Pakas. He does have the meld though, so he's buy himself a little bit of time. Just uses the strike, has the refraction. I tried to run away. It's close as they have the final shadow
Hiding,
around here, but they need the
hiding.
vision. Look at that body block. That's a big old beefy tiger boy there.
Yeah, trusty tree as well. Tiger with some nice body blocks and that one tree saving the TA's life. That's good patience by him, using the meld and waiting for the fraction to come off.
It's just very lucky that they didn't have the detection.
It's hard to buy extra sentries in the lanes, and so many get used for blocking camps and you know, controlling the pulse. But still, TA not doing fantastic here in the top lane. 14 and 6 on the Slardar, or on the Unlord, sorry. They look similar. He's just smacking away at the creeps. They're both
Are you
slugs.
saying the fish man looks like a slug man? We gotta talk about some of these Wog. I don't know. This is looking very scary for Pakas, but looks like they're not gonna go for the dive underneath the tower. Does not, doesn't have any of his spells up at that point. It's gonna get some tangos here from Tiger. Illic, a little bit low here on mana too, so can't harass the way he might like.
Yeah, he's mostly just a slow, immobile threat, right? The TA can't really get too close to Landlord, but he's also not gonna dive her. But the CSing is pretty painful here. T at 9 and 1. Meanwhile, you know, up to 17 on that Underlord.
So some aggression coming out though against Knight here, because the IO
With
is
the
here. That
IO.
Kritzkrieg overload will make sure that they get the first blood. And that's gonna feel really good. Well, use a Pit of Malice, might turn around, potentially try to get Tiger here. He's taking a lot of tower shots, but again, he is an ogre, fairly tanky. That miss chance also helps a little bit.
Yeah, trying to chase him, but of course Unlord doesn't really have the way to lock him down here. No mana for his Firestorm, otherwise maybe would have gotten that kill. Just gonna go back to CSing on the tower, so he did lose his support, but not the worst. Meanwhile, Pango's being left alone for a while down here bottom. Io just
like
making things happen on the side lanes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just feel like it's fine though. Sacred, in a lot of the games that I watch Sacred in, he just gets left alone and it's just like, all right, Sacred, try not to die. We'll make the space for you. So
I feel like
kind of makes sense to me that he's wandering, but it doesn't make. I don't know. The
I feel like
IO
he's gonna be fine. The problem is more that Dusa was getting
Dusa.
pretty shut down, and now she's
you.
allowed to farm a lot.
He's got 10 stick charges. He's gonna try to bait Knight here. He's got some of that mana regen. We'll have the Fire Blast in a second. He also has the Ignite. Let's go for that slow. There's the Courier to make sure that that guy stays safe. They've got a Blood Grenade
no,
now
another
on
one.
the IO. Oh man. Knight the Assassin, but does end up dying for it.
I mean, he's very happy about that. That's more gold for his team, actually. Killed 2 couriers, 70 gold for every single player. Pretty good.
It's also less harassment for Illic here. Like, he's allowed to approach this wave. He doesn't have to worry about, you know, an overcharged TA or the harassment coming out from Ogre.
That was a very sloppy courier micro, though. They were chasing him for so long, and the courier just, like, came in. Surely someone could save their courier there.
Okay, a little bit of a slow over on Illic. And the Dark Willow could teleport up, but they're going to send the Jakiro and see if they can punish it. JZ, throwing out a little bit of that fire here, trying to slow him down. They'll end up getting the kill on the Underlord. I'm a little surprised that Willow didn't teleport up.
Yeah. Did she...
She has a TP.
She had it ready? Was she
It's
just
not
on the
on
way
cooldown.
running? Yeah.
She's just walking.
That's a bit odd, actually, yeah. I feel like if they
I
double
would've
TP
thought
there,
you
they
gotta-
definitely punished that. That was a
get-
huge dive.
You get 3 kills if you send up the Willow too. Pretty sure.
At least you would get some kills guaranteed, and might even save your offlaner. So I'm not sure why he was
I
holding
think
it.
the
there.
offlaner's dead either way there. He was flirting a little too close with death, but yeah, would have been nice. Not sure what the call was on that. Did they refill?
No,
just
he didn't
teleport at
refill
all.
because he didn't TP.
Yeah. All right, 7-minute runes are coming up though. You can see that Ogre making his way downtown. Be curious to see if Knight will intercept him here. He's gonna wander over.
Yeah,
have
looking,
the
hiding in the
Bramble Mage.
bushes.
He's thinking about going for a stack on his way through to this rune.
Yeah, Knight is gonna pull the Ancient Cramp, which, you know, is a double purpose. Partly you're stacking to be efficient, but it also protects if someone wants to sneak up on you and take your Wisdom Rune. The Ancient Fruits will guard you.
This is interesting too because they've left the Dusa alone now against the Pangolier, realizing that probably not going to have any threat if it's just this gentleman's agreement here in the bottom lane. And I feel like I've not seen an IOB this wandering.
He is all over the place. I mean, it is
Yeah.
nice to play around these different heroes as an IO. The Leshrac is definitely a hero you can enable a lot. Top lane now.
Top lane. Bramble Maze getting dropped. They had the Cursed Crown. Just gonna protect each other.
Team's just disengaging. But yeah, all this time that you're leaving bottom lane, though, I feel like Medusa is getting complete free farm. And with what we said before the game, like Jim Park is the, you know, star player of this team. I think it's no secret, really. And giving him a good start on a hero like Medusa, I would be concerned.
Yeah, I think they're really allowing to activate him. Although you are seeing this rotation down to the bottom with the Leshrac and the Io. And I don't know if they have the... I mean, they see that he's gone. And they've got the Slardar...
Yeah, he was
Corrosive
amped.
Haze, is that what it's called now?
Exactly,
I'm so
yeah.
used to amp damage. Like,
It's amp damage. Keep it simple. Yeah, he
it
had the
simple.
little
Ooh,
lantern on
Matthew.
him.
Should be able to just tether over to Sacred. We'll be able to thwart some of these rotations. Urkel this time teleporting down. You can see this Medusa just wants to keep farming, but is gonna just wander over. You can see the TP coming out from Sacred. He doesn't want to have to deal with this. Goes right back to his tower.
Keep it safe, and ultimately that's a Pango ulti used for not really that much value here. So first ulti, pretty low impact. They're just gonna run away from Medusa now, knowing that there shouldn't be anything threatening him. Both teams being pretty diligent about stacking up here. We have a triple stack on the Ancients for Dire, so a lot of creeps for TA to swing over and take when she gets a chance. But at the same time, Radiant also have a triple and a double stack on their respective Ancient camps here.
I will say though, because he has had a lot of harassment in his lane. Oh, hold that thought, Tiger. Potentially getting caught here on the side. That Corrosive Haze will be able to take down the Ogre. A little bit more of a chase coming down after Mago, but they need to be careful. Paka's on the back line. Slatum's going to pit deep, realizes he's got to teleport out. And can he make it in time? It's going to be very, very close. Oh, he actually ends up just dying.
Yeah, he has no chance there. Just kind of a panic TP even. There was no way out. He overcommitted a little bit. Maybe they could have been happy with the one kill there and then back off. But yeah, good move by Pakas to actually join his team for that one.
That's the Pakas I like to see. I like to see him super aggressive, wanting to join fights early. But like I was saying, this guy has had how many heroes in his lane on and off, and he's currently top of the net worth compared to this Dusa who, you know, again, maybe not quite as strong as like the side blades and whatnot, but definitely spooky stuff.
Yeah, nice TP out mid by Willow. Gonna stay alive here, trying to burst him with the Lash ulti. I feel like TA being top net worth is kind of expected though, when the IO swung top so early to try and shut down the Underlord. There were repeated efforts to secure this this free farm on TA. And they probably need it. They need to play around Medusa's or the TA's tempo to shut down Medusa. If they get early Blink Dagger, then they can really start chasing across the map. And go and clear the Ancients now.
Getting the free farm, and I'm like, considering the amount of people in the other line.
Yeah.
Got a full Dragon Lance completed for Pakas.
Yeah, he's starting to clear up here, using the traps as well. Actually, a new thing on TA where you can stack with the trap even before it's fully charged. I don't think a lot of TA players know that, but he hasn't done it yet. I'll keep an eye out, see if he knows about this mechanic or not. Just a minor thing. Normally you need to wait till they're charged and deal damage, but since this patch, you can actually do it instantly.
This is a big stack over here for Gym Park. Do get a pause. Looks like somebody's mic's a little bit acting up. But should get a nice golden fusion. We do have the Yasha completed for the Medusa. Also, towards that Manta.
One thing to mention as well is this game, Gym Park did not go for the mana boots. Almost always we see mana boots on Medusa safe lane because you become unkillable. But since they left the bottom lane, he said, why would I buy mana boots if I don't have anyone in my lane anyway? So he went with power treads, the more, you know, carry appropriate item to have. And this was again a smart decision that a lot of people would probably just have autopiloted to mana boots in this game as well.
Alright. Another step closer here to the Manta style. Got the Diadem.
Yeah, I feel like once he gets to Manta style, Dragonlance, and then a Butterfly, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with him because it will take a while before TA gets a chance to get a True Strike in this game.
There's so many stacks available. Like, there's another stack
everywhere.
Down here. Pango just walks right past it. The opportunities. Nice seeing Matthew trying to put a little bit of pressure with that Bedlam. The Rolling Thunder comes through. It's still going to be a dead Matthew. And Illic is here. They've got a lot of roots for the ground. Paka's joining in the fight then. There it is, that Atos we've seen multiple times. A lot of damage getting dished out here. Knight trying to run away, trying to buy himself again. A little bit more space. Has the Curse Crown available. Slatums jumps in here. Starts smacking away over onto Pakas, but they're trying to keep this Willow alive. And she's baiting a bit as she dives underneath the tower. You can see Dusa trying to just hug the tower, finding more information here. They need to finish off Mago, but they'll get Slatums before they're able to do that. Parker giving off a couple of these clicks. Does use that Mystic Snake over onto Sacred. A couple more clicks. They should be able to get a kill. Yeah,
diving a little bit deep there. I'm not sure why he didn't opt to try and retreat a little bit earlier. But on the way out, they're going to clear out this double stack you mentioned at the start. Leshrac going to get himself some gold. And again, they managed to fend off Boom here and hold their safe lane tier 1 tower. Looks like they immediately smoke up after, too.
Interesting. Well, they're going to have the Slardar in about a second, so...
They want the TA, but she's on the other side. She's in a different castle right now.
They'll wrap around and potentially find themselves an IO.
IO and a mid tower would be big for them.
Yeah. Throwing down that Pit of Malice, so Matthew will be the sacrifice to the smoke.
Some obnoxious control from their team coming out. I mean, you just can't move around the way you want when you fight against Kuyas here. They're coming online early with the Dusa, you know? Not just farming here, but actually looking for these towers.
Yeah, I was very skeptical, I'm not gonna lie, seeing this Medusa get picked up. But again, it's Parker. This guy, he likes to be active. He's very similar to Pakaz in that way, that he wants to be moving around, make things happen. And I think that with this particular lineup with the team, it enables him to do that.
Yeah. Just thinking about the Medusa here in this game as well, that engorged facet could potentially do a lot of damage in a game against Leshrac, who has such a huge mana pool, because it makes the next 3 attacks do more damage based on how much mana they restored, and you restore mana based on the opponent's mana. So we could see a massive amount of damage later on those 3 hits.
Pakaz has completed the Deso now, so we'll be seeing a lot more damage coming out from him, and possibly some more power push with the Blink Dagger queued up for the next item. So you can already see they're pushing down here, but they're smoked up over on the side of Kuyas. Slardar does have his Blink Dagger, jumps in. There's going to be the follow-up here from the Underlord, dropping down the root. The rolling come through. Slardar, he's taking so much damage, but is he going to be able to finish up Akasi? Oh my god, he tried! They tried to get in there, but they weren't able to. They lose the Pangolier. Now Tiger, Maga, Matthew, they're on the run, and I don't think they're going to stop. Not when they can tank this tower like that. I thought the IO might have been able to go and get that drag out at the last second, but... They
didn't realize that they ran over where the IO relocated from, so he's actually gonna live here for some reason. They didn't see the spot that he reload from was very far up. But 3 kills, Sladem bravely jumping in there and just securing this fight for his team. And there, again, I mean, I'm starting to become more and more sold on Underlord this patch. I hate this hero. I think, you know, if there was one hero I would not miss if he was out of Dota, it would be Underlord. But looking at this, it's pretty amazing, you know, the catches that we see.
You just watch them all melt because they can't move.
Yeah. Even the little aura coming in from the Necro book as well, it's not to be underrated. When he portals in like that, everybody gets buffed up. It's like the mini drums going on.
That's a good point.
Get some movement speed, get some attack speed.
So much on the screen.
Yeah.
But, and again, we see that, you know, all the tier 1s have been taken except for the top for the side of Kuyas here. And Jim Park is already in the position. And he says, all right, let's go. Makes you wonder who's the shot caller, who's the one that's like driving everybody forward, because typically, you know, it's a support player. But I'm always curious if, you know, these really active position 1s are the ones that are like, all right, let's go. I want to farm here. We're going here.
Yeah, usually the more and more late game you get and the more items you have, the more you call as a boss 1. But already having the Manta and Diffu now on the Medusa, he might be, you know, feeling confident to make a lot of calls.
God, he has a Diffu too.
That's an early diffusal. So he's going for the Disperser, gonna be nice against the Ignite. He can dispel that, can dispel the TA Silence and the Trap. It's pretty damn good here.
I swear, he like just got that Manta too, so that's like huge. Over into the mid lane, again, they find their target, and it's just not going to... Oh, Matthew, he was trying to help out. He wanted to go and protect his TA, but it's gonna be forced away. Yeah, they just have so many ways of locking them down. You're never gonna be allowed to move against this team.
That's
they find,
crazy.
Find target. Pop a smoke here. I'm a little surprised. Maybe just to get away.
Yeah, they're scared.
Avoid some projectiles, but like, look at this squad, Waga. They're already pushing these tier 2s.
Yeah, and Medusa can frontline pretty well here. I really love the way they're activating around their Slardar with the Underlord. They're finding their combinations here and, you know, have enough heroes nearby. That's twice now that TA thought that she was safe, but gets brought down, and all that delays her blink timing. And she needed to shut down Dusa by having a strong early game. Now, Dusa is having more impact early game than the TA is.
I have a question for you because things have changed quite a bit since TA has made the move over towards that more safe lane instead of mid. Is it still one of those heroes that if she dies too many times, it's just almost impossible to come back from? Or do you think that the way that she's changed in the meta is a little bit more forgiving?
She can be decent. I think she might be a little bit better late game now with new facet. The refractor gives you more aggressive refraction charges when you lose the defensive ones. That scales really well with level 25 talent. But even so, she is not a late game carry. She doesn't want to be, the ultra late game carry. She wants to be strong, wants to get her power spike early, and wants to fight. She is an assassin after all. She does find herself the Grove Bow. Same for Medusa, so nobody can complain they got unlucky. Both of them get very, very nice tier 2 drops here.
Remember when there were only like so many neutral items too?
Give me the
Mom
me the Grove
says
Bow.
it's my turn with
When
the,
you had, like,
with the Grove Bow.
Yeah, like Sniper and TA in the same matchup or something. Same team is like, give me, I deserve it. And then Huskar shows up, he's like, no, give me all the neutral items and I become unkillable.
Yep, those were dark days.
They were really dark days. Oh, they're portaling through into Gym Park
This
here.
is, oh boy, all right, there is a find and a half, but
Oh, God.
this is just looking absolutely wild because they're all stuck, they're bottlenecked. What looked good for the Pango is looking horrible now for the side of Boom. Tiger's gonna go down, Math is gonna go down. Gym Park somehow still alive after he walks into everyone. Okay, eventually ends up dying. Sacred sitting very, very low. They get Pakaz. This is gonna be a team wipe, I think, for the side of Boom. They got themselves a Medusa, but at what cost? Holy shit.
There's a saying that I've heard before, which is going through the gate never works. The Radiant team, they were setting up to take Roche. Dire decided to all go through the portal, and they got more wombo combo than any team I've seen in the qualifiers right now. They were stacked up in a Macropyre, in the Snorter Crush, in the Dusa ulti. They were just getting absolutely cooked by the Firestorm.
Look at this.
I mean,
Coming
yeah.
through the gate. And you think like Pango, okay, he can roll around like really nicely here, but
They didn't
there's
expect
just-
Slardar and Pittor
there's just too
or
much
Aldor to
stuff.
be there.
there's just too much nasty stuff when you have no protection.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, they did bring down the Medusa, but that was just awful for them. Anytime you think about contesting Roche by 5 men gating through it, you should really consider it one more time. It's not really worth it. I think they had to give away Roche even. Now, of
It's
course,
just gotta-
Roche didn't even get taken at the end of the day.
No. They've got a disperser completed now for Dusa. It looks like Ilik is the lucky winner of a shiny new Agnum shard. It's gonna have the Firestorm upgraded. So like we talked about all this like nasty, on the ground targeted damage and roots, and we're gonna have even more damage added in here now.
Yeah, it's only scaling up, and we'll see when Radiant really want to turn up the pace as well in this game. Like you said, the Disperser is a nice item to get here for the Dusa. Actually went with the Disassemble for that one on the Dragonlance. I
I
think
feel
it's
like Parker feels so strong that he can do just about whatever he wants at this point.
yeah, he's pretty free across the map, and he's farming insanely fast as well. So it's not like he has to go and force tier 2 fights right now. He can just keep scaling, and the pressure is very much on Boom to find a good engagement. Right now, lanes are, decent, but not very pushed in. I think Boom are playing a bit too complacent now after getting caught there. Yeah, this is a good take on Roche, and again, they're on the wrong side of the map on Boom. They're all top, so the only way to contest Roche now is to go through that gate, and
They're not
ultimately
even.
though, we just haven't seen them, so I'm not sure they can Roche.
I think they were just looking to see, like, is anybody going to push out this wave? Can we get a pick off? Because that'll make it even safer. But no one, like you said, is available over here. And so this will be a fast Roche.
The moment they saw Pango top, they turned around. They just didn't see any hero on the map anywhere, so they were like, okay, then we smoke up and look for something. But the moment they see Pango showing top, they feel completely secure to go into Roche here, take that, and that's going to be an Aegis over on Medusa. Queuing up the Butterfly next. She is... she's looking threatening right now. 6k lead and building. And this is the problem for Boom here. They don't have the team fight drafts to deal with what Kuyas are doing. They're going as 5 a lot. They're playing together. and they also have the stronger late game threat. So Boom need to work a way to find a way to split up Kuyas or to, you know, find pickoffs without getting a 5-man engagement.
Dusa was so hard to kill in the first place. Like, that one kill that they managed on her, it took forever. It took, like, the entire team. Now she has an Aegis, and, like, look at this confidence. Just walk straight up to the tower.
Yep. He's just standing there. He has the Dragonlance and the Grove Bow, so standing just outside of the tower range, and the poor tower can't fight back, and no friends nearby.
I don't think you want to go anywhere near this if you don't have the whole team, and even if you do have the whole team, I think it's still very difficult. Like, they need BKBs over on the side of Boom so they don't get locked down. That lockdown is insane.
They really do. At least the TA BKB is big. Looks like they're working on different items for the Lesh. He has his Kaya, Bloodstone, and Yule. He's picking up a Shivas right now, which I can only agree with. The Shivas would be very, very good. Take away attack speed from the Slardar, and Medusa is really impactful. But right now, you know, you don't have time to farm your items. You're just losing buildings.
That is indeed the issue here. We're also seeing, again, I believe Crimson Guard is going to be coming out for Illic.
Yeah, he's
what he's working towards. It's become more and more popular, and we did see a little bit of a change with that, like you mentioned before, but...
It has nice synergy with Underlord as well, since he has the Atrophy Aura, you know, taking away the enemy's damage percentage-wise, and then they also do less damage when they actually get to hit. Because I believe the Crimson Guard procs after the damage reduction is already there from the Atrophy Aura, so it makes it all that more effective.
Smoke up over on the side of Quillas, maybe hunting for Pakas, knowing that he's not in his side of the jungle. They'll make their way over.
Medusa just cutting 2 creep waves with a Manta style as well, so really
good
rough.
positioning. They realize something's up. Ooh, uh-oh. Followed up with that round of Atos. So much damage. Pakas just melts, and now Sacred rolling away to safety. That is not how you want to be using that. Not at all. No buyback on this Templar Assassin. Not expecting to get jumped, perhaps. They still have their Aegis over on Parker. They have no reason to leave right now. None at all.
That's tough. He needs to have even faster reaction there. He had the blink ready, but it's so quick. The Underlord sees you, sends out an Atos from very close range, and then you're just locked down. You're not getting out. As I, you know, said again, you really need this BKB for her. They are cutting the next wave, but one creep did get through. That 5 HP on the melee creep. They can trap it. Didn't do it. Okay, so that creep is going to enable backdoor protection again for 15 seconds from when it dies.
There we go. Protect that creep. Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's going to be enough for him to take Rex.
Look at Parker just does not care. Like, knows that his team will back him up. No problem. So we'll take that half Rex here.
Looks like they're just going to swing to top now. They have no intention of stopping here. This train is just going to keep going. Medusa queuing up the Eye of Skadi. I believe she's pretty close to the entire thing, even.
Yeah, that was the completed Crimson Guard for Illic that just got sniped out on the courier, so we'll have to do without for a little bit longer, but they're smoking out of their base on the side of Boom. Don't have the TA with them, which I think is very scary.
Yeah, she needs to be there.
The smoke broke over on Sacred. I don't know if they saw.
Sladam has BKB, so he can react.
Got invis. Look at this. They don't realize that he's here. There's the BKB going after Mago first. Saya drop that down over on the back lines, though. Sacred rolling around, managing to roll into just about everyone currently. But it's looking a little bit scary for him over here on the side. Does not have a BKB. The ice path will connect. And it looks like they're just going to start slapping away at him. He's trying everything to stay alive, but you can't get away for all 5 heroes. He is the sacrifice, and that is one heck of a sacrifice, because the rest of the team definitely just saw it and was like, we don't know, we're out, bye.
He was enjoying a 1v5 team fight right there. He was kind of raid bossing it, though, with a shield crash, giving him a million barrier, but no roll-up.
Not enough barrier.
Yeah, and now he can't be here to defend the tower. They know there's no rolling thunder. Only saving Grace here is that Medusa has low mana, but in 15 seconds, she won't be.
Looks like they've decided to just back off for now, though.
Yeah.
They do have the benefit of having Fiend's Gate, too, so if they all wanted to move someplace and then immediately pour it up, they have that option. But that's going to be the Aegis reclaimed, and our girl Dusa back with full mana.
I did go for the Divine Shell over the Grove Bow. Almost surprised me a bit. He actually sent home his Grobo before he checked the neutral item. Wouldn't be surprised if he swaps it again here. I feel like Grobo is probably better for him.
A little bit of a fine here on the Pangolier. The follow-up from the
respawned.
Slardar. Oh man, Matthew's trying. He's trying to keep him alive. Go roll away. But these roots just holding everybody into place. They jump on after the Medusa, but they're not able to close this gap. It's just not working out as Matthew's already dead. Pakazi has no one to save his life. He's going to go down next. Hunt is on. Can they get Mago? Can they grab themselves this Pangolier? Yes, they can. He is dead. And now Mago running from all these routes, all of these different ways to lock him down. Trying to get himself into the base. It almost feels like they don't care. They do not respect it. Look at it, he's going around the other side. Slottum goes right through.
Oh, Slottum
That
even
opens
waited
the
there.
doors. They
He
call
got-
GG.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Beautiful
Wow.
Dota coming out from Quiyas.
Yeah, Curious just doing exactly what we have, come to expect and love from them here, coming in and, playing fantastic, honestly. Boom, they were not prepared for how strong Curious are. And the more I look at these fights and how the game was going, the more I feel Curious, their draft is insane. It's so irritating to play against. If you don't have a triple BKB core lineup, you can't do anything because there's way too much control. Like, you absolutely cannot move. So I think there was an issue that they didn't go BKB on the Leshrac because he couldn't do what he wanted at all. I think even, consider going for it early on the Pango here as well because they needed triple BKB to do anything.
I mean, these roots are nasty. They're so nasty, right? I don't want to keep harping on them, but the fact that you've got this Bramble Maze that is giant now, thanks to Thorny Thicket. You've got the, the Underlord Pit of Malice. You've got a root coming out from, because it was just that Atos too. Like, this fight was absolutely nuts. Like, I cannot believe that they got stuck in this. It hurts if you're a Boom fan watching this, 100%. But yeah, there's just so much lockdown, and it's so cheap, Waga. Like, that's the other thing that's so hard, right? Is that, you need BKBs to kind of deal with this lockdown, but then, like, they're just going to keep dishing them out over and over and over.
Yeah,
and you're so behind at this point. I'm really loving this draft. I don't like Underlord usually, but Underlord looks so incredibly strong, especially paired with this Willow. And Parker, again, proving that he's just so aggressive early on a hero that I'll 100% say it. I didn't like it. I did not like the Medusa, but it worked so well in this draft.
There are a lot of things in this game, though, that, I really see some weaknesses or, like, mistakes on Boom.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, letting that Dusa completely free farm is a choice that I don't really agree with. Like, swinging to help out TA on top. TA could just pop into jungle and leave the Underlord, and then you shut down Dusa. TA is going to farm fast jungle, and you're getting the advantage. They also, didn't kill that one creep coming to take their barracks mid. If they killed that with a trap, then they would have saved their melee barracks for another 30 seconds. That's pretty big. And then, of course, the gate play. Like, that gate play is... It is definitely very dubious going 5-man through the gate there. You could say that it was a risk they took, but I feel like you basically gambled your entire game on going through there. So ultimately, feels like Boom just not really doing the same level of decision making here as we see from Koyas.
Yeah, and again, like, I really like the draft that Boom brought to the table. I feel like these heroes are very in the meta. I know Pakaz plays one hell of a Templar Assassin, but just the decision making, like you said, they just aren't quite as fluid, I guess, or I'm trying to think of the correct word. Like, they just don't move in the same way that, like, the Kuyas here, like, they figured out, hey, this is what we need to do. This is our gameplay. We're going to activate. And again, that gameplay was just so unfortunate for the side of Boom. One mistake there, and it was just...
Jim Park, our MVP for the game, but also a huge shout out to, I want to say, Slottum, who initiated a lot of these fights. He was at the right place at the right time. When they went through the gate, he was there. When TA pushed bottom tier 1 tower, he was there. And on mid, when TA thought that she was farming in a safe area, again, he was there. And of course, Illic just pressing that ulti, coming on through. They always have that backup. So TA before BKB was a very easy target to bring down. And another thing to mention a little bit is that, the Dusa, while it is a pretty greedy pick, it matches really well against TA since minus armor is ineffective due to mana shield. So in this particular game, it worked, and it could be a reaction to letting through that TA. They say, you know what, we can counter her later on.
Absolutely. And, this is the big time. This is, one step away from going up against Beast Coast and seeing if you're going to be able to make it and represent your region in TI13. So whatever's going to happen, Boom's got to shake this off. They got to come back fresh. They got to feel very confident. Meanwhile, Guyas, though, they've got to be riding this high. This was a 28-minute long game, guys, and they looked so incredibly dominant. So, we're going to have a game number 2. We're going to see both these teams, what they can bring to the table. Is it going to be a Kuya sweep, or is Boom going to come back fighting? We won't know until we come back with game number 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
All right, we're on to game number 2 here for the South American Regional Qualifiers, road to TI13. And this could be the make it or break it point for Kuya Esports because they took the first game in a very fast and very convincing fashion. And Boom has been scrambling to kind of catch up now. Waga, what do you think we're going to see here?
I mean, hopefully we will see Boom coming in with a clearer game plan, something that they can execute upon as well, because they just got taken by what Kuyas were doing. It looked like Kuyas were going to play, kind of late game, kind of slow with that Medusa, but no, it was just activation around the Slardar, play around the Slardar, and the, global presence of that Underlord. And they did a great job of shutting down TA's impact in this game. And hopefully, Boom get their hands on something that will work a little bit better. I think they should prioritize getting, again, team fight control. Be wary of the way Kuya's draft. They picked all those routes. Now they're opening up their draft with a BKB carrier, a very natural BKB hero in Dragon Knight, and they're banning out all the minus armor and picking themselves armor as well. These guys love armor.
Are they going to grab themselves a Sven too at this rate? I mean,
yeah, buff it up.
Just saying. But we see the Jakiro picked up again for the side of Kuyas. Saw it very, very effective in that first game. And I think that's one thing I do want to mention. We talk a lot about how good Parker is, right? Parker being a very strong position 1. But I also want to mention the fact that, like, his team really enables him. They really, like, help unlock the potential. Because I've seen a lot of position 1s that are very, very talented. But if they don't have their team behind them to be able to make the space to provide, that free farm or whatnot, like, they can only go so far. And so, like, this Kuya's roster, I'm really, really impressed with the way that they move.
Yeah, I feel like they're gluing together more and more as a roster as we go through the qualifiers here. Last game, we saw them really just realize that, okay, you know what? If we just stick together, we are winning this game. And they didn't leave each other's sides after like minute 16 or 17 or something. They really started playing close. Whoever went alone would always be close to their tower so they could be reinforced. They are starting to play more off of each other and be less and less solo on the map somewhere, which means Boom, you can't really beat this by just picking pick-off heroes like TA. You need something that is very good for overall team fighting and, being good in those 5v5 engagements. That's why Kuyas, again, went for that Macropyre Jakiro hero first pick here, right? That macro he got on the gate was just beautiful last game.
That gate was an absolute disaster for Boom, and like Waga and I were talking about it off camera, and we're just like, man, you got to send like just one hero, like one support, go stick your toe in and be like, how's the water? Is it okay? Is it not too bad? And then, if you lose the support, like, oh well, that's unfortunate. But to send the whole team, and they like kept coming through, and it was a disaster. It was an absolute disaster.
Yeah. We'll see what they can, do this time. I think they will definitely be more cautious about going through the gate when they don't have any information where their opponents are. They did see the Medusa, who is on the other side, but they don't know if she's alone or not. Yeah, they saw her with the trap even right before they landed, but yeah, we see Kuyas here snag up the Jakiro and the Pango, so going pretty much along the same style that we've seen them do before. Again, Pango, very solid offlaner, and Jakiro, very strong laning stage impact.
Have we seen Slotums playing this, though? I feel like Slotums been playing the Pango more than...
didn't you do like one each, maybe? Yeah, I'll check out who ran it, because I do believe you're right that they played one game of it mid.
The Hoodwing picked up for Matthew. It's the tried and true. They took out Dark Willow, right? No, they left Dark Willow in. Oh, well, that's a little surprising to me.
Yeah, Dark Willow is still available. I mean, Kuyas will happily take it here if they can get it.
Caused a lot of damage with her, yeah. Those roots.
Tons of damage. Pango is a great carrier for it, and, pairs up really nicely here. But maybe there's something they want even more. Boom, though. What are you going to pair up together with this? I wouldn't mind seeing something, like, pretty unassuming, like even just a CM, coming in. Because you get yourself some chain stuns here. You get the Frostbite, which is great against Pango and his mobility. And a little bit of mana on a Hoodwink and a DK. It could be a good hero for them here.
I know that Mago has played the DK in previous matches, too. So possibly that mid DK. They go for the Weaver. Again, really strong support currently. And can also pivot into being that position 1.
Yeah,
If
Weaver also does abuse Jakiro pretty well. With this Shikuchi allows you to very quickly reposition. It's hard to ice path him. You can go invis to disjoint stuff. It's not a bad hero here. And with Weaver picked up, we'll see if they have any particular reaction to it. We also have like Witch Doctor is still in the pool, but not prioritized. I don't think this is the game for it though. I think we already
Did
have
he
a
ever
game.
get banned in the last game either? Or did they just
No,
ignore
I
him
I
completely?
think he was passed up last game.
Wow,
Which is the interesting thing. Like he sometimes looks completely broken, but teams are also picking more. Like Dragon Knight has looked good against him, and Weaver has been really good against him. So for that reason, I don't think that QS will go for it here.
I still think like you go for the Dark Willow.
Yeah,
I think the Dark Willow looks really, really good. Those roots were causing so much trouble and so much chaos, especially when you consider like these heroes want to be moving around. Like a Weaver wants to have freely, you know, not have to path through a bunch of brambles. Neither does a Hoodwink.
yeah, I think it's a nice one.
Dazzle.
They go Dazzle again. That's
Lord.
That's a hero who can match up against the Dragon Knight mid, right? DK wants to be this unharassable, big, chunky boy on the mid lane, but when you pick up a Dazzle, those mid Dazzles do really well against Dragon Knight, and we've seen that done before as well in our games.
I have such PTSD like seeing a Dazzle picked up in South America because Frank used to do that all the time on Thunder Predator. Oh my god. It'd look really good in the lane, and then it would completely fall off because it was a Dazzle. But again, they've changed things around, right? We've talked about the Dazzle. We've seen the Dazzle before run in that. I think it was also the mid position, correct?
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it against Dragon Knight, and it worked really well. And the reason I think Dazzle is good now as well in this meta is because it is less farm heavy. Dazzle doesn't do so well when everyone goes alone, and then randomly you get jumped by like 2 stuns and you just die. But if you want to start grouping up and going as 5, like minute 16 or something like we saw last game, then that heal is invaluable, and he just needs Aghanims to really be online. He already has a huge power spike there. So QS looks solid, looks well adapted to what Boom are drafting, at the same time good synergy. Tusk, I believe, also has some nice interactions here, you know, plays well with the Pango, and I guess they're not going to pair up quite often on the Jakiro and Tusk, but doesn't Jakiro proc the tag team twice as well since it's double attacking? Pretty sure
I'm
he
not
does.
sure, but that would be very good if that is the case. One thing I'm concerned about here, I guess it's pretty decent lockdown, right? Because you've got the Dragon Tail, you've got the Bushwhack, and then of course you've got your Shackle Shot. A little bit of anti-synergistic here with if you're not careful, you're throwing out that Bushwhack and then immediately, you know, throwing out the Power Shot too, breaking down all the trees. Gotta be very mindful.
Gotta be careful not to do what we saw with the Hoodwink and the Timber Saw, where the Timber Chain immediately sets someone free who was bushwhacked. But it also sets up, right? Hoodwink, when he bushwhacks, if he starts by bushwhacking someone, it pulls them to the tree, and then Wind Ranger can get easy shackles from there.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, the Boom lineup, they have a pretty good amount of damage coming out in both physical and magical ways now. Also pretty long range damage from the Hoodwink ulti and the Power Shot now.
So I'm guessing Pakaz is playing this Wind Ranger. Or no, Pakaz maybe not the Wind Ranger, sorry, the Weaver. They're gonna make a shift on that.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you think?
I mean, still very possible he plays Wind Ranger. Either one, honestly. I think it might still even be up depending on the last pick coming in from Koya's here. Both are fine. I don't think it's a bad Weaver carry game, but Weaver support is so absurd in this patch.
There's a CK available.
Yeah, could be a hero. Could also go for that troll that we've seen before with Jakiro.
That's true.
It's not a bad hero against Dragon Knights. Kind of good against Brewmaster, but not so nice when you get lifted later on. Maybe they want a hero with... Actually, is Lifestealer still in the pool? Hold up.
I believe so.
Oh, okay. Lifestealer is a hero they could go with, for sure. They can Infest Bomb in the Pango. They can have Lifestealer Jakiro lane, very strong. And it's a hero that doesn't care so much about Brewmaster. You can even disarm the Wind Ranger during your ulti when you get your Aghanim Scepter, so... To me, it's surprising Lifestealer is still available here.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm here for it. All right, this is another reason why I love this team is that they bring out every hero.
Yeah.
I love it. A little spicy. I dig it.
Okay, so Jim
Parker
Park
Meepo.
bringing the Meepo. Goes for the more Meepo facets, so you get your ulti on level 3, get extra Meepo. And yeah, Meepo is very good against Weaver, pretty damn good against Wind Ranger. and he does do pretty well against Brewmaster since you can't just single target one meeple. The other ones are going to beat you up. Normally what Brewmaster brings is that he can, or he can control the enemy carry, just lift them over and over in the fight. That's not going to work against meeple. There's too many of them.
I want to see a reaction of a boom when this meepo popped out, because I can see ours. We were both like, whoa, like... I want to see, like, are they like, oh god, or like,
probably not happy. Probably not happy. Is
I'm
what
guessing
gonna
probably
say.
not happy, but exciting times. Seeing a different hero. I don't think we've seen Meepo at all in the South American qualifiers yet, so that is something big. So more Meepo. Let's take a look. Poison Blue on the Dazzle. Liquid Frost again on Jakiro. Frost Dragon on Mago. That's a little bit different because usually we'll see the Corrosive, unless he hasn't clicked it yet. That is another possibility.
They can still
Makazu's having a
change,
good time clicking between Whirlwind and Tailwind. I'm guessing probably Tailwind. That's the better one.
Yeah, they have so much to synergize, by the way, on the side of this Tusk here with his tag team. Meepo with his many attacks. You have the double hitting Jakiro. You have the Dazzle, who will get auto attacks out when he has Aghanim Scepter as well. There's a lot of things that will count for his tag team to really get value out of the Tusk pick. And I'm happy. I'm happy, Moxie, not because of that Meepo pick, but because of the Tusk. We see so much emphasis on clock, and I feel like this hero, Tusk, is still looking great every game we see him.
I want to see more drinking buddies, though. I enjoy that animation. I understand it is not as good as tag team, but...
Maybe it's a skill cap thing, when people get good at it, then it's good. Because you can, like, pull people up high ground, I think, with it. If they are stuck on low ground somewhere, you can, like, have them run to a cliff and you pull them up.
Maybe. Oh, Parker has run into multiple heroes here on the side of Boom as they've made a 5-man smoke to walk through the jungle.
Oh, sneaky ward by MJC here on the top lane. So kind of wraps down to put one pretty far down on the lane. Gives vision over the Lotus pool and also on the lane. And then a courier sniping ward.
Has opted to go for the 3 branches and the magic wand on his Wind Ranger here.
Yeah, it's very standard for carry Wind Ranger. You send out Tango with the first bounty runes. Just stat items as much as possible. If you're playing on a universal hero, you want all the stats you can get.
That's true. How are you feeling about these 2 drafts right now?
I think I like Kuyas, honestly, a little bit more here. They're fighting for every single rune right now. Okay, they're giving up the water rune in the top, or the bounty rune top here, but they get 3 runes on Kuyas. Good value out of their strong rune heroes.
I think I'm really gonna want to watch this top lane.
Also, the sentry ward on mid missed the D ward, so Tiger committing 1 sentry mid didn't get anything for it.
It's a bummer for him.
Yeah, top lane should be interesting. Definitely look towards, when the level 3 Meepo comes in and see what they can do with it. Mid, the Dragon Knight trying to just fight against the Dazzle.
Yeah, I think we'll have a little bit of a slower start to these lanes, but once we hit those level 2 and 3s, I think stuff's gonna ramp up quite a bit. As Knight looks like he sees himself a carrier, but immediately you see it turn around.
That's so cute. It's 3 little couriers. It's mini courier.
Yeah, they're like little donkeys, I think.
They're named. Yeah.
Oh, Sky, Salinas, and Leonardo.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's
The
cute.
crew. Oh, DK taking a bit of damage, going on the tower here on Dazzle, but ultimately it's gonna be fine. Actually, it's gonna be the Dazzle who D-wards mid. MJC taking a lot of clicks here, in danger. Going down to the Hoodwink, 1 more hit.
Yeah, I don't know. Can Matthew grab? Yeah, there it is. Oh, he had a moment. I think he's like, "Wait, you're still here? No."
Yeah, just toying with him a little bit and gets the kill in the end. Very good start for a Hoodwink to get first blood. That hero can always become a real nuisance if you get some items on him.
Tiger is really just trying to be annoying as possible. You can see the Knight went for this pull.
Yeah, pulling them all the way back behind the tier 2 and tier 3 tower. But of course, Weaver, good hero for chasing after and at least making sure not too much is lost here. Not allowing him to deny full creep waves.
Another set of tangos coming out now for Dragon Knight, having some difficulty dealing.
Yeah, Illic CS is pretty tragic, by the way. 2 CS on bottom right now against the 12 of the Wind Ranger.
Well, they
Needs
did
to
just
get
grab the
these.
entire wave.
Oh no, he didn't get a single one of them. The despair
Oh,
is the
dear.
only building right now. Illic, you need some last hits,
No.
buddy. We see a stack pull on top right now. So some big stuff there.
Yeah, we've got level 2 on Parker.
Yeah. Dazzle was just chasing down the DK and forcing him to use a
He's got
TP
TP.
back. He TP'd
He
base?
TP's all the way home. Oh, boy.
I think he could have TP'd lane there. That was very safe play to TP all the way to Fountain. He's got a smoke and run, but he doesn't even have boots.
There's a kill on Knight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, good kill there. And, you know, he's trying to do his best to secure this Pango a little bit of farm. He's getting some CS now, finally. But losing your support, not a great feeling as well.
We almost have level 3 online here for Parker. There's maybe 1 or 2 more creeps.
When he finally will start becoming a bit useful to his lane. So far, it's been Matthew mostly taking
There
care
it
of the
is.
lane. Top is going really
Got a
well for them,
meepo.
though. And it's a big power spike. Double Meepo. He does have skill points available as well, so he can skill up the Earthbind if he wants it.
MJZ needs to be a bit careful here. He's kind of in an awkward predicament.
He's
Should
gonna
be able
walk
to get away
away.
to safety as Parker
Meepo,
returns these hits.
unbothered here by the Hoodwink, just in his face farming this camp. And Hoodwink is like, please, no, sir. I worked on those.
My life's work in ruins.
Uses 1 Meepo to block the spawn as well, so no pull for Radiant's gonna be available. Bottom lane, the Pango just being harassed again. 1v2 for a little bit.
Oh, but they have their eyes on Tiger, and he's run out of his Shikuchi. It's a little bit scary, though, to dive underneath that tower, especially because they can turn right back around again. Puck
Oh,
does
no.
with the power shot. Here comes Knights trying to slow him down a little bit using that tag team, but shield crashing back in. I don't know. This is looking a little dodgy for me right now. Can I get out of here? Nice shot. Ah, there it is. There's the pick off.
Yeah, beautiful. They overcommitted there. They were like, can we kill with ice shards? And then
They
hesitation.
got the
something.
kill on Meepo top while we were watching, and they're still chasing after Illic. Does have the swashbuckles. Get out in a pickle. We'll go for that little extra armor using the shield crash.
He's kind of
This
taking
is-
down here to Tiger.
This is too much damage. Yeah. Oh my God. Pakaz just walks over. Blink.
Oh, that's such a painful slow death as well.
Yeah.
A lot of time not spent farming. Wind Ranger, oh, nice high ground, low ground trick by the Tusk there. Gets himself to safety. Was in a bit of danger otherwise. Now it's Sladen
Sladen?
looking to make a move.
He's coming top. They see Matthew. He'll land the net. Well, nice little bushwhack play here, but Slatums has rejoined the fight. Be able to throw out a blood grenade over onto Sacred. He's pretty tanky. It's gonna be hard for them to get the kill on him, I think. But with that one rotation, they will be able to remove Matthew and get a kill for the Meepo.
The big story of the game right now, though, is this bottom lane. Top lane is like trading kills back and forth a bit, but bottom lane, this Pango is having a horrendous start. They're not getting anything out of the lane, really. They're not killing anything. They're not getting CS. Meanwhile, Wind Ranger 3-0 and also tons of CS. So she
Mid
is.
lane. Mago. Use the shards, the slow, all the poison being placed over onto this Dragon Knight, and he will expire. As Tiger has made his way over towards this mid lane. Does have Matthew nearby. They're going to put the pressure over onto MJZ. He's going to turn back around. He does have an ice path. Not an ice path, sorry. A liquid frost in a moment. There's the ice path. So give a bit of chase. They've got the snowball. Connects over onto Matthew. You can see Tiger trying to Shikuchi. That heal, though, coming out from Slatops now. Not enough to save Knight, but they will eventually get Matthew.
Some good kills for them, and good for Tassel to be involved in some stuff. They're teaming top now with DK.
Top, yeah, they went after Sacred. To Sacred, he's only level 4. He does not have the split just yet, so we'll force a rotation.
Yeah.
Smeebo trying to buy himself a little bit more time, but they had the Dragon Tail, so still should be able to escape.
Of course, it doesn't stop the poof at all, canceling it. He's gonna stick around for the Wisdom Rune here. Could stack Ancients while he's here, but not going for it. Quite a bit of time away from lane, though, for Dragon Knights.
Knight rotating towards this mid lane.
We see.
Doesn't have detection on him though, so just
Very active
perhaps think
gameplay.
about the smoke. They do have the smoke on Tusk.
I like this. They're running towards the meepo to try and help him. Is he gonna stay alive long enough though?
Looks like he's alive. Looks like he's a liver. Because in comes Slatums. They'll turn this right back around. They've got their eyes on Matthew and Sacred. At the same time, Sacred, again, he's only level 5. We'll end up losing the Brewmaster, and they'll end up losing Hoodwink, too.
Wind Ranger looking
Look
for a
at
sneaky
Pakas.
kill. He knows that one meepo was low here.
He's already got himself out.
He wants
Does
to
not
focus
want to have
fire
to
him.
deal with this. Does find the other Meepo, though. Power shot. He's going to try to poof away to safety. No problem. But now Pakaz in an awkward situation because there are multiple here. Yeah, look at that. They follow up with the tip because they saw that he... Oh, the mental damage.
Okay, you know what's the silver lining for Wind Ranger here? She landed
trip
the
back to
shackle
the-
shot across the map by the tier 3 tower in the enemy base, connected the two meepos to each other, so it took 1 second longer to run to base. Good gank, good gank.
Little find over onto Knight, but again, whenever they find one, they usually end up finding multiple here, as Matthew now will be the one who ends up dying, and they have their eyes on Tiger. Should be able to potentially Shikuchi away. Can he make enough space? Will they actually chase after him? Yeah, it looks like he's going to be allowed to just waddle away, but...
He's completely fine, just being pesky the way Weavers do. He hasn't died a single time and has been a real thorn in their side so far. So he's doing a great job. And they have sentries everywhere, and yet he's staying
Yep.
alive.
A little bit more pressure placed onto Tiger. That ice path connecting at the last second. They
Ooh, he
might
might
actually
take
be
to
able...
this.
Oh, Mago's here, though. Is he gonna be able to survive?
I actually think...
No.
I think Magos griefed him. Magos pulled the creeps over, so they had high ground vision to hit the Weaver again. I think if they didn't have high ground vision, he wouldn't get hit by the Dazzle there. Unless I'm missing something, I'm pretty sure the Dragonite just got his friend killed there. Of course, he was trying to help him out, but it's funny how it backfired.
Knight making his way bottom. Will run into Pakaz as he uses his little wind run. They're gonna go for the dive underneath the tower. They've got the snowball. They've got the rolling thunder. TPs are coming out in mass, but there is a Meepo here too. He's getting focus fired thanks to that bushwhack. Can they get him out in time? No, he will end up dying. The chase was onto Pakaz, but there's just too many here. Although the rest of the team, now they're here. Now they're ready to fight. They chase after Mago. Slotum seems to be a little bit careful here. Doesn't want to get focused down himself. It's a nice shackle shot over on tonight, but he's got the snowball. They're still looking out for Gus. Can they
Brewmaster
finish off
coming
their
in too?
Mago instead? They will be able to. They get the heal off over on tonight and the shallow, but still will end up dying. Here comes Sacred. Doesn't have the mana, though. Doesn't have himself a stick. Still will be able to get the kill. As now Illich and MJZ decide it is time to go.
Wow, that was a really close call for Picasso and his Wind Ranger. The Pango missed the swashbuckle there, which would have killed him. So a little bit of a misplay by Illich that was pretty costly because now he's still around on this Wind Ranger. And yeah, that gank definitely backfiring hard for them there. I don't know if Meepo had cooldown on Poof as well. Felt like he could have gone in earlier to lock him down there.
Not sure, not sure. I know he was trying to get out and definitely didn't make it. I think they weren't expecting literally the entire team to teleport down. Yeah, here we go. In comes the Meepo. Stunned up against the tree. Still chasing after Pakas.
Yeah, no, I meant initially when he
initial
when he
jump.
had one Meepo there, he didn't poof in the second Meepo immediately. It felt like they could have gone, but yeah, you see the swashbuckle there earlier. If that connected, it would have been a kill on Wind Ranger, but good defense by Radiant, holding under the tower and finally getting the Brewmaster down there, but the work was pretty much done already. His team did a good job fending off most of them.
Sacred, buddy, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Get yourself a stick. You're worth a stick.
I don't get it. I don't get what's with all these Brewmasters not buying one magic stick. Just, you know, seeing them not able to use their ultis because they don't want to spend 200 gold on a stick is... I find it crazy, but, you know, maybe some Brewmaster spammer can enlighten me why, you know, the Radiance timing is worth even that sacrifice. I swear, I've seen so many missed kills or missed opportunities from people being out of mana.
Please call the monkeys forever.
Yeah, I gotta talk to Monkeys about this. Is this? I'm gonna look up his builds right now.
Yeah, does he always go stick, or is he a stickler for not going for the stick? That was
Oh.
a terrible joke, I'm sorry.
I approve it. Very good. Very good.
Top tower should be taken by Boom with that. I'll have Sacred get the final hit.
So they open up a map a little bit. Still looks like Kuyas are moving over here, though. Both the supports thinking about Brewmaster, but there is a Matthew sitting behind him.
I think they're waiting for the meepo.
Yeah.
Ice Path comes in. Gonna get that little bit of a slow. The tag team. Walrus punch into the Macropire. And they do get the split out. Now they have Tiger nearby, so they're gonna end up losing Knight. Slatoms is here. He's thinking about it, but in comes the Rolling Thunder over onto the Pandas.
Looks like
You
they're...
see Illick, he's rolling around. He's not gonna be able to quite connect. Do
Oh,
they
they found
see
him.
Sacred? Yes, they do.
Yeah, that was a hard fight to turn around for Boom since, you know, they brought so many numbers there on Kuyas. Meanwhile, at least, though, they did farm up on Wind Rangers, getting closer to that Maelstrom, and Dragon Knight also very close to the Blink Dagger. So that's going to be the big timing for them. Only 200 more gold to go here. And once he has that, he can start ganking together with a Hoodwink. The classic combo of Hoodwink DK. Just blink on someone, combo them, full DK hits, and Hoodwink ulti. Usually brings them down.
Slatoms is so close to finishing this Agnum Scepter too. That's going to be a very big power spike for the side of Quiyas.
Yeah, it's the one timing that you care a lot about when you dazzle, and then you can actually start farming fast. Because right now we see him having to use the Poison Touch. It's pretty slow for farming. It's not terrible, but you could just be pressing Shadow Wave when you have Agnum Scepter, and creeps just disappear. Another 600 gold to go, it looks like, for him. Does he have staff as well? Let me see. Yeah, he has it.
So when did they start getting really activated on both these? Because I'm looking, there's a lot of tier 1 still up for both sides.
Well, both teams are waiting for some timings, right? Like Radiant should be looking for stuff now with the Dragon Knight. So he wants to pair up with Tiger and Matthew and just go do things. At the same time, they have the Radiance and Brewmaster in 100 gold, so he should be going down the side lane when he has ulti back in 30 seconds. So they could go with that. And meanwhile, Kuyas, they're just waiting for Dazzle to get Aghanims here. And with 40 more gold, he will have it.
Yeah, that'll be go time. Checking in with our Meepos. Got the Diffusal finished now. And has his life planned out in front of him for the Agnum Scepter for the Mega Meepo.
Yeah, that's the common build nowadays. It's so good. Being able to save whichever Meepo is getting low by just pulling them into one Mega Meepo. It's really, really hard to fight into it as well sometimes.
So silly.
It is.
So silly. Be better if they were all in a little trench coat too when they all stacked up. But Agnum Scepter is completed for Slatoms, and we have the Radiance now on Brewmasters. This next fight's gonna be a big one as they have the initiation onto Slatoms, hoping to just burst him down. But that snowball, what a nice save. Gonna buy them some more time, roll right into Mago. Shallow Grave comes out, get that heal like we talked about with that axe. I'm not sure if it's gonna be necessarily enough, but they managed to go take down Mago before Slatoms dies. But they're kiting pretty well on the side. Look at that, beautifully done there from the Hoodwink. Just grabbing up everybody. They turn this around with the lockdown. They still want MJC, who's used his little piggy pole, trying to get away. Power shot again, trying to slow them down, putting some pressure over onto Tiger. Throws out the ice path. It's just so much damage. He's gonna probably tick down. And that's a double kill. Team wipe on Kuyas. Boom's feeling good.
Boom doing a great job in that fight and getting a little bit too stacked up on Kuyas there. They felt confident in the fight, but when you stack up against some of these abilities, you know, you start really taking a lot of damage. Beautiful job by Matthew, as you pointed out there, but the rest of the abilities just adding up as well. And we see the Radiance having big value against the Meepo. All those extra missed chances, the burn, it's very convenient to have. Speaking of the burn and the Brewmaster, I can report back my research on Monkey. He does not skip Magic Stick. And in fact, Sacred doesn't either. He just buys Magic Stick after Radiance Double Bracer.
That's an interesting choice. This is looking like a dead Mago up here. All the Meepos got Meeponed.
Yeah.
Bacchus is here. They didn't have vision on him, did they?
Yeah, they saw him.
They see the Hoodwink. Again, that Bushwhack coming to play, but the Shadow Wave buy some more time. The hop forward coming out from Parker. There is no Matthew available. Tiger on the back lines will finish off MJZ. But now this is not looking good here for this Weaver. This will be the next one to fall.
Everyone getting picked off, and this gives a little bit of momentum here top for Kuyas to do what they want. Looks like they're just gonna keep ramping up the jungle farm speed though, as they see the respawn on DKs coming up. I would have not been too surprised to see them take the tower, as they were pretty close to it. But they're gonna back up and keep farming a little bit more.
I mean, they're getting so close to this Agnum Scepter on the Meepo.
True. They're also 500 gold away from Tusk having his own Blink Dagger, which will be really big for him. So they're actually giving him the bottom lane here. Pango could have farmed it, but they're prioritizing getting Knight's Blink Dagger as soon as possible. I think that's a good call, because against Tusk, or against Dragon Knight, Tusk is very good for saving. You blink in and snowball whoever gets gone on. Combo breaker.
Gleipnir completed now for Pakas. So more lockdown, more damage. And they're smoked up on Boom. They're looking for a jump. They find Slotums. This is a great target if they're able to finish them off, and they have the damage, so not going to be able to go and use that shallow grave as MJZ gets caught next. They use the Gleipnir, they'll follow up with the Shackle Shot and just rip them apart, which opens this mid tower for some tower taken.
Good ward, good patience as well. They had a free kill on the Jakiro they could have taken, but they stayed in their smoke, dropped high ground ward, and because of that saw the dazzle and got the better pick off.
Illic has to be careful. They went for the scan too. They have the Meepo nearby. Again though, yeah, Tiger sees Illic. He's gonna try to get out of there with the swashbuckle. Casual little net tossed out, trying to just buy a little bit more time, but he's like, nah, I'm out of here. You get out of here. We don't want this fight. I'm so close to this Ags. Do not mess this up for me.
Yeah, just gonna roll to safety. Not gonna get involved in this fight, and that means Rolling Thunder is down. We might see them go straight into Roche Pit with this. Boom playing with intent here, just going straight for objectives. Like what I'm seeing from them. Also de-warding a bit here. Getting rid of that ward that got him killed earlier on top.
Just a little bit more gold, and we'll have the Agnum Scepter completed for Parker. Taka's working on the BKB next. Don't have that BKB quite finished yet for Dragon Knight. It'll be coming up soon, though.
Yeah, I think that's the build nowadays. I mean, we used to have the old meta of people going for the Manta and Aghanims and stuff, but I think those days are gone. They nerfed the Aghanims quite a bit, and Illusions not carrying the corrosive effect also really made it, you know, more necessary to go for a BKB build.
Talk to me about Frost Dragon here, because he went Frost Dragon over corrosive.
Yeah, I feel it's the more uncommon choice, but it does give you more lockdown.
Hello, Weaver. Goodbye, Weaver.
Oh, good combo there. The two supports one by one, disabling him really well, and of course the chorus nearby. Even catching the Hoodwink maybe. Jim Park really close to him. Does he see him?
Does. Got the net, got the sharpshooter trying to just buy himself a little bit more space. Knows that the ice path was coming in, but nope, he is not going to survive this. They turn their attention. A couple more hits to that tier 1. Do they go into Roche now is a question. It feels like that's a yes.
Yeah.
Got two supports down on the side of Boom.
They have the minus
Might as
armor.
well.
They have the damage. Tag team is huge here as well, even with just 2 points in it. They're really just shredding through this Roche very easily.
I think it's just so scary, too, to go into a Roche Pit when you have anything like a Pangolier or an Elder Titan, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to fight there, and that cramped area is pretty good for the Macropyre as well, so fighting over there is...
We saw what it could do last time when I went through the gate and
It's
I
still-
got stuck on a
You know, it's
higher perch.
like, this is the better outcome, right? You didn't go over there, but at the same time, you didn't get 5-man caught on a gate, so it's all fine. They're gonna go for Tormentor on both teams. Meepo can solo it, but meanwhile we have Boom doing it as a team-building exercise here.
It's gonna be Pagaza gets himself the Wisdom Rune. Tormentor Shard going over to Matthew, gets that Boomerang. And it's gonna be Jakiro who gets the Shard for that Liquid Frost.
Yeah, pretty good for taking down like Dragon Knight, who has a lot of HP. Yeah, a decent amount of extra damage. It's not a huge shard by any means, though. I feel like on a support Jakiro, it's hard to get massive value from this shard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See, the Dazzle nearly has his entire BKB, actually already has the Ogre Club, so this will be massive for him. If he can get saved by a snowball, like if they blink stun him and then Tusk saves him, then he can pop the BKB when he comes out of snowball, like a turn around the entire fight. So it's a very, very good tool for him to have.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They will have the BKB available on Dragon Knight this time for the next battle as well. He just finished that up. Got a little safety bubble too for extra value.
Looks
See,
like
next Harpoon's gonna be coming for Pangolier in a little bit.
that's good. I mean, you're playing as 3 different heroes who are experts at running away. You have actually kind of 4. Weaver, Wind Ranger, and Hoodwink are all very fast. But even Brewmaster, when he pops into that wind stance, it's nice to be able to pull him back.
We got Blink coming out for Parker now. So this Meepo has Mega Meepo, Aegis, Blink, Diffusal, and the Dragon Lance. Spooky stuff. And they're looking at this Dragon Knight. They're thinking, or at least headed towards his way.
Yeah, they're sniffing him out. They feel like someone should be farming here. They'll see the camps are already cleared, pinging out. I think they saw him for a little bit there.
Cutting out here. There it is. There's the find. Follow with the Ice Path. They just want to burst him down fast enough so he can't get that BKB off. And they'll be able to find it very easily as they'll turn their attention to the tier 1 top.
Yeah,
I don't think they
into
can
tier 1.
really defend this, can they?
No, there's no way to fight if you lose your Dragon
Without their
Knights.
DK, yeah, like he's very needed.
He's an instrumental
just bought a
piece
gem?
of the puzzle for sure. They really do need him to let the Hoodwink combo into. Yeah, do we have a gem coming out for
Oh
Dire?
yeah, Jakiro.
Yeah.
I'm like clicking through all the couriers. I'm like, I know one of you bought it. Who did?
Yeah, should be for
Should be
Jakiro
good
here.
Jakiro, but it's
mean,
big.
They're starting to
Big
take
pick.
over the map and choke out Radiant a little bit here. We did see Boom have some really good fights this game, but with this gem, they're looking to take over. Brewmaster
I thought-
coming out.
Parker was gonna go after the Hoodwink, but he's already out. Oh, the barrel! Snowballing in, does have the Blink Dagger, but the follow-up here from the Weaver, ensuring he's not gonna be able to go and run away, and Tiger will get himself a kill. A little bit further, they see Slatums. They know that they're bolt apart here. There's going to be the BKB getting used on Slatums. Turns back around. Wants to put this damage over onto Bakaz, but it's proving to be very difficult when he has his own BKB used. Buyback coming out from Tusk. They see Mago. You've got these nets being tossed everywhere. Jim Park, he's sitting in the middle of so much, but chasing after Mago. There it is. He just finished up using that BKB. Can they close the gap? Can they get this kill? Nets are flying.
Mega Meepo
MTC
dropping.
will fall. He's trying to get over there. The Aegis is going to get used up. MTC's Courier didn't even get to use that gem yet. But they'll find themselves a kill on the Pangolier. And now Sacred stuck between all the Meepos. Yeah, this is looking a little bit scary for him. Although Parker also sitting too low because he's still alive. Swings in on the back end.
The Vampire Fangs does so much for him there.
Yeah, Knight is gonna be saying night soon.
Oh,
Buy himself
no,
a
he
little bit more
bought
time
back
though,
as
using
well.
that snowball. Yeah, this is not good for him.
That is a really big fight for them. The fact that he tried to kill the Brewmaster. Brewmaster has Vampire Fangs and Radiance, so he just continuously lifestyle off of the Meepo there. You can see the damage he did on Brew. It's because so many Meepos nearby to be burning into. That fight really backfired because they tried to take a fight after losing Tusk to begin with. So the position was compromised. Trying to run away, early BKB used by Dazzle. Just a horrendous start to the fight altogether. And boom, just fantastic. They swing this game around. They were 4,000 gold behind. Now they're 4,000 gold ahead. So huge win. Did they also secure the gem? No.
Yeah, they got the gem.
Oh, did they?
I believe they pinged it out.
I don't see it on any hero. If so,
Did
they
they
took
drop
it.
it?
I think
I don't know.
the gem is on a courier somewhere. I guess.
Clicking through the hero. Well, because I saw. Oh, the courier died, right? I think the courier died carrying the gem. That's what ended up happening. But yeah, you can see this fight being replayed. And just like the amount of damage, like also the fact that Parker just caught constantly, I feel like he's constantly bushwhacked or shackle shot. And look at Bakaz, look at the way he dances around this fight. He's just able to get so much damage, so much done without having to be anywhere near. And again, eventually they do close the gap, but
He
it's
survives this
drawing
too.
Knight away so far from everybody else.
Yeah, barely gets away from the Tusk as well, who, you know, because he was chasing there, wasn't
Yeah.
around to help out to do something else. Not that he could have done that much else to the Brewmaster.
Nicely played by Boom in that fight. There it is, the gem. So I'm guessing, I think the courier ended up getting sniped during that. So they didn't actually lose the gem.
Yeah, they put it in base.
They did, but they didn't.
Yeah, they'll get that back for whoever wants it when they want it to get some dewarding.
I don't think they even managed to use it at the time. So play though. Boom. Feeling very confident and powerful after that last fight. Gonna try to sweep through, and there's nobody on the side of the map. Everybody's over to the other edge, and there is no vision, really, for the Radiant to play off of. Always a little bit of a risk here, but again, you have this instant initiation with Dark Mago. In fact, he's gonna find himself the Meepo immediately. More Meepos joining into the fight, but they have to be careful. There it is. There's that Mega Meepo. They're just gonna try to back their way out, as Illick does have his Rolling Thunder rolling around, but Pakaz on the back end, again, just allowed to do whatever he likes. A lose Knight almost instantly. MJZ, next one to fall, as this Mega Meepo does not feel confident. He's got Slatoms nearby, trying to do whatever he can. Uses his BKB, but these shackle shots have been on point with the bushwhack. The lockdown just is existing so well, and it's being utilized in these fights.
Yeah, that was a beautiful rundown as well by Wind Ranger, just getting that Pango in his ulti. Usually the safe space for a Pango, but, you know, he gets brought down. It looked like it might start out to be a good fight with Meepo getting gone on with Dazzle behind him. But at the end of the day, we don't see any real damage being done by most of the heroes on the side of Koreas. Like, Meepo tries, he fights as hard as he can, but the rest of them, I don't see Dazzle doing any real damage in the fights. He really needs Shard to start locking people down. And yeah, there we see, of course, the damage taken, just getting run down by the Wind Ranger.
I just feel like that fight felt so clunky, like they couldn't decide, are we in, are we out? Because you see him jump into the Mega Meepo to like try to run away, and then people start coming in, and like, I don't know, it just felt not a full committal.
Yeah.
Or a committal too late.
Well, it's more like they just get overrun, and very quickly the fight is decided. It's decided during the BKB of the Wind Ranger and the Dragon Knight. They don't have an easy way to kill any of the cores in the fights, and that's problematic. They need like a Hex on Meepo, or that Shard at least from Dazzle, start getting some of the good lockdowns here. And Illick, you know, not finding the great connection in that fight that he needed.
I just think the aggression coming out of Boom right now is exactly what we need to see from them. I think that the way that they approach these fights works out so well, because they're not allowed to really, you know, figure out what they want to do on the side of Kuya's. And
Observer.
that's kind of like Kuya's whole thing, right?
Yeah, like Observer
Like,
pointing
they wanna
out
be
here,
the
we
ones
have
initiating.
the Shard completed, so
Good.
finally do have that. And
Very
no, I
good.
agree. I think that Boom, they have a draft that does really well at leading the way and killing, and the same is true for Kuyas. But if Kuyas find themselves on the back foot in the fight, it can be difficult to reset, and that's what the last two fights have really been. They start out kind of weird with Boom going on them, and then they can't really stabilize the team fight anymore.
Smoke light coming out of Kuya's. They teleported everyone towards the bottom area of the map. I think they saw the Meepo, but
Yeah, we have a lot of tools at the disposal of Boom now, with all this gold going their way. Got the
They want
Yule's
Roche.
Orchids. What does Weaver have coming out as well? Neutral item for himself.
30. Oh, they're going through the. They're perched up on the top portion. Okay, Podcast will reveal.
Meepo jumping wins.
There's a lot of
Dangerous.
other people here, though. They need to be so careful. Again, there's that Mega Meepo we talked about. So they put down the Gleipnir. Sacred taking a lot of damage. But this Meepo, again, like, he's just taking too much himself. It's very, very scary. So now Slatoms, he's used his BKB. He's just getting punched, though, using that Shadow
Going
Wave,
down.
trying to give himself. Yeah, this is not looking good here for the side of Kuyas. They'll chase after them, get Slatum, still have their eyes on Illick, Pakaz, and Dark Mago clicking away. MJC's already fallen on the back lines. This Roche belongs to Boom, no problem. And they call the GG.
I don't even
Holy
know.
moly.
I don't even know what the idea is with the jump there, to be honest. He sees the Wind Ranger and he blinks her, but I don't really see what the follow-up is supposed to be. I guess maybe forcing the BKB from Wind and then trying to reset. But there's no resetting this fight. Wind will pop ulti during that BKB and she just starts shredding through people. In a very, very convincing fashion. Boom take game number 2 here. And at times it looked like it should have been Kuya's game, but the fights were just super one-sided at minute 20 and onward.
It definitely felt, yeah, like you said, like minute 20 and onward, it felt like Kuya's, like, they didn't know how to take fights anymore. It felt like the Meepo got jumped because they were being very, very active on the side of Boom. And then, like, people couldn't decide, do we fight? Do we not fight? Are we too behind? What do we need? It just felt like completely disjointed on the side of Kuya's. Boom, on the other hand, I love it. I love seeing them, you know, come together. They have a clear objective. They know what they want to do. I definitely want to watch that fight again because my whole screen got pixelated during the final one.
Yeah, there was
But like it just felt like they, you know, you saw the Meepo come out of smoke, but the second that, you know, Pakaz and him locked eyes, all of a sudden you've got Mago there instantly. You've got such good, you know, plays coming out from Matthew on this Hoodwink, having that bushwhack, having, you know, the follow-up shackle shot. Like, this Meepo is just locked down, it feels like, almost all the time. And just absolute chaos in the back lines. But Pakaz just kiting everyone this entire... Just gorgeous play from him.
Wind Ranger just wasn't the hero that he wanted to find. They were smoking around, hoping to find maybe a jump onto the Hoodwink. That would be the ideal target. Or perhaps even getting onto, like, Weaver could also have been a kill. But instead finding this BKB Wind Ranger, who she's literally invulnerable unless you have a good way to lock her down with a Hex or something. But they didn't really get to that stage of the game, didn't have enough items to prevent her. And, you know, maybe that was a coordination thing in the fights, or maybe they feel... Yeah, we see it again. And, you know, they jump on Wind, but she just resets. She's
Look at her dance
happy.
away. Yeah. And this Macropyre looks great, but when they have BKBs like this, it doesn't really matter.
It was a good Macropyre, but alone it can't really deal with everything. And Meepo is not dealing damage. Dazzle is not dealing damage. And Pango is barely dealing damage. So if none of your cores are really dealing and dishing out damage in this team fight, how are you going to win the fights? Meanwhile, on the side of Boom, I mean, they're all clicking away. All of them were just absolutely shredding through Qualifiers there.
Yeah, I don't know. Who would you say that your MVP is? Mine is Pakaz. Like, the way he positions in these fights were just so good. Like, he's able to get so much damage.
I think it's
and
Pakaz.
be so survivable. That was very impressive.
I think it's Pakaz for sure. The Wind Ranger performance, you know, 12, 1, and 15. He had some good moves. He was there when he needed to be. And surviving that gank bottom earlier on was pretty big. I mean, sure, I pointed out, you know, the swashbuckle missed, but that was also him, you know, doing his part in juking the swashbuckle, I guess, and doing what he can to stay alive. I think they also dominated that bottom lane in a really good way. So that's something that a lot of it comes back to, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. The amount of damage that was put out in these fights, I'm sure we'll have a stat on it, is just massive because of the fact that, you know, the positioning was good. He had his dancing shoes on. He didn't allow himself to be in the situations. Yeah, look at that hero damage right there. Had an 81.82% kill participation.
Yeah.
Like, this is Pakaz. This is the Pakaz that I like to see. I like to see him very active. I like to see him murdering everybody and feeling confident. And that definitely felt like a confident performance.
It was really clean, and I think a lot of it comes back to how well the two of them really synergized in the laning stage there between just pulling out the Pango as much as possible. So yeah, they knew their limits, and you know, the Weaver was really useful as well when they did that pullback of the creeps. Tusk really didn't get much value for all the time he invested doing that, so maybe a little bit awkward. The double melee lane coming in with the Pango Tusk, it can work, but it can backfire pretty hard too.
This is such an interesting series because we've had two GGs out before the Ancient has even fallen, where both the teams are just like, we can't do anything. We got to just reset. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact they're like hungry, ready for the next game. This is going to be it though, guys. This is game number 3. This is for all the marbles. This is for the chance to go up against Beast Coast and try to get yourself the second slot for South America. So I'm very, very excited. I don't know what we're going to see coming out here, but I just know it's going to be fantastic Dota. So go grab yourself a drink, grab a snack, come back. We'll have game 3 ready for you.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
It all comes down to one more game. One of these teams is going to be going on to the finals for that second slot here for South America, but they've got to get through this last game. Waga, we've seen some crazy games today. What do you think we're going to see here in this last one?
We really have. I mean, I hope to see one thing at least, Moxie, and that's teams fighting until the bitter end. You know, last game, that GG call when you have both your tier 2 towers still, I feel like that's not really the true lower bracket TI qualifiers mentality. You got to keep trying at least. But, you know, quickly calling in and going into next tier. Hopefully, Curious can get a better grasp of what went wrong in last game and, you know, fix whatever issues there were. Because, boom, they really just found their groove there. They got really, really strong with the Dragon Knight, with this BKB, and Wind Ranger was just an unkillable target as well. And Quis didn't seem like they had a response to it.
I mean, it's game 3 on the road to the International. You don't GG out of this one. You do not GG out unless your Ancient is just in shambles.
Yeah, there's nothing. Even if the chance is extremely slim, you should still keep trying here because, you know, there's nothing to gain by tapping out here. And boom.
Well, I like the Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
Go back for, I'm guessing that's Dark Mago.
Yeah, that was extremely good for him last game. Saying if it ain't broke, why fix it? They go for the same bands, I believe, as well. The SF and TA, and I think it was the Slardar as well last time. It was all minus armor at least.
There's a lot of respect put on the Slardar too after the first game versus Quiz.
Yeah, Slardar did great
here,
there.
Though. A little bit something different. I'm curious why they picked this up so early. Don't feel like this hero gets banned, but perhaps they have a specific way they want to unveil their draft.
Yeah, it could be that they're trying to hide something else. Usually Darkseer, you know, you want to be a little bit careful about showing him too early, but I suppose he's fine laning against anything. They do have a lot of combinations available to them. The Tusk is still there. Spirit Breaker, a hero we haven't seen for a while now, but also pretty useful together with the Darkseer. So they have some things. Boom instead focusing on removing some carries here that do well with the Darkseer, and also something we saw Jim Park play earlier, the gyrocopter that gave us a crazy surprise with this Blink Dagger there.
I feel like the next step is to grab yourself a support on both sides. Again, Dark Willow still available. Weaver also available. We saw that work very successfully. Hoodwink Matthew did fantastic in that previous game, especially when you have so many targets like Amiibo. Makes it really, really fun to get the Bushwhack and then the Acorn bouncing between each one of those.
I feel like it's highly likely that we see the Hoodwink again, just due to how nice the combination is. And like you said, he performed really well on it. On the side of Curious, I'm interested to see what they want to get rid of. Yeah, they're going to get rid of the Hoodwink.
All right.
Take
Dark
that
Willow
out.
picked up.
Get yourself some more control here. So they're really emphasizing the team fights here now from Curious. The Darkseer with the vacuum and the wall. The Dark Willow, who technically has, you know, 2 ultimates. Very nice for the team fighting.
Yeah, that's like just the 2 heroes alone. Like if you get the initiation, you drag them in with a vacuum wall, and then you just put brambles everywhere. That's absolute chaos.
Yeah, and vacuum into terrorize is also fantastic because vacuum's AoE is huge, especially if you take the talent as well. Then you can catch people and set them up. But there are some heroes that are really good against it, like Boom. One hero that does well against the Darkseer that I've seen as well is the Lifestealer that was ignored last game in favor for the Meepo for Curious. Lifestealer is available here.
Do you think that's too early to grab the Lifestealer, though?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take it on this pick here, but you know, it's something that since it's a telegraphed Darkseer, they can definitely get their hands on it before the next ban phase.
A lot of deliberation going on though with this pick.
Yeah, considering what they want.
And there's a Witch Doctor still available. That is a thing that still does very well. They go for Tusk though.
Would be nice to have something that goes through the Shadow Realm, you know, some AoE stuff. They're going to go with Tusk and Weaver, so aggressive. Good fighting heroes, and Weaver, a hero that isn't too bothered by the Darkseer, can usually wrap around. Darkseer kind of thrives on opponents stacking up and clumping up, but Weaver can always run around and scurry the outlines of the fight, and can also be pesky for casting that Blink Dagger on Darkseer potentially.
No Leshreck. And they go for the Phoenix. Okay, I love this hero. This is probably one of my favorite heroes in Dota. Really, really good with the Dying Light, though. We talked about it, how it's like a mini Radiance. It does quite a lot of burn. Does have to be a little bit closer. They go for the Slatum Storms. Okay. Okay.
It's also a combination, right, that we've seen a lot of times. The Phoenix plus Dark Willow is a classic because you drop down the egg. If the enemy commit to it and they don't have BKBs, you just throw a Terrorize on them and suddenly they look like fools. And Storm Spirit picked up with a Dragon Knight matchup is, quite nice matchup for him. The insta-stun is bothersome, but the lane is really nice.
This team fight coming out from the side of Quiyas is terrifying right now.
It is, and they have easier initiation this time than last game. Last game they had this awkward moment of blinking in with Meepo and not sure what they're gonna do. But they already have, Darkseer is great for starting fights. The Storm can also catch the Weaver quite easily or set up. So it's looking better for them for sure.
I feel like they need something that's, I mean, they could go off lane. Classic is to go for Doom, right? For anything that's like heavy spellcasting wants to jump around.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I necessarily like that for their draft, though.
Yeah, I feel like
Pango.
Doom would probably be a little bit too slow. That big ulti cooldown, I don't really love it here. Pango makes a lot of sense as well. You get a hero that can quite quickly hit into the egg, because Doom would be very bad for killing the egg. But Pango, if it builds towards that Echo Saber, you now have Echo Saber Pango, double hits from Geminate Weaver. You can kill the egg decently with this draft. At least if the Willow isn't there to interfere, like mentioned.
Some targeted bans coming out against Pakaz now. No anti-mage, no morphling. Both of these heroes they did play recently.
Yeah. Also, heroes that do really well against Darkseer, so it's, a double whammy. Get rid of them, because once you don't have any mana, Darkseer is a very unhappy boy, and Morphling CS is extremely well against Darkseer.
Is Razor Safe Lane a thing anymore?
I don't think it works that well for Boom here. It's still it's still a hero you can go for. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm looking at for Quiyas with their lineup. Just because it plays very quickly, I look at what they have on the other side of
I wouldn't put it past them,
Boom.
For sure.
Would be really good against the Dragon Knight.
I also wouldn't be surprised to see them pick anything, because they're mad, they're crazy. This
I
is
thought
the
you were
team.
gonna be real cheeky with me, Waga, and be like, because they have to pick something, Moxie. You'd be like, oh.
Nah, they're just a team. They picked the Carry Podge, they picked the Broodmother, they picked the Meeple last game. They show they're very TC team, or very open-minded team, whatever you want to put it in a good light or a negative light, if you're their opponents or not, I guess. We do see a Troll coming out. That's a great response to the Darkseer. If you get Aghanim Scepter later on, you can dispel the Surge off him, and you can also remove Iron Shells. It's really, really nice.
Good for the egg, too.
Yeah, fantastic for killing egg, and also good for dispelling the Cursed Crown from Willow, or even the Brambles. So it's a nice Troll game here.
So what's the Parker hero? Oh, the Terrorblade. Okay.
Yeah, TP is
a lot of damage early with as long as the meta's up.
You're against a lot of somewhat melee heroes, and this is one of his best heroes. So not surprised that he wants to go for a real comfort here when it's do or die. This is the final shot here in the qualifiers. If you lose this, you're out. But the winning team goes to fight just 2 more games away from qualifying at that point.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they still. Some teams will completely go for what's super comfortable, right? In the sort of situation for them, they'll go towards heroes that aren't necessarily the strongest. But in this case here, it feels like both teams, they're still within meta. They still feel comfortable. I think we're in for a really, really good fight here.
Yeah, I think so. Looks to be an exciting game. Boom with a very melee-heavy draft against a Darkseer, and potentially Aghanims later on the Storm could come to bite them a little bit. But otherwise, their lineup is really ready to fight early. They have great tower damage. They have good Roche. I think Boom's draft maybe looks a little bit scarier than Kuya's, but both drafts are really, really good here.
MJC currently has Hotspot picked on the Phoenix.
Yeah, that's actually an underrated facet, because everyone goes for that Dying Light, and Hotspot can melt people, especially these, low mobility heroes. It absolutely just cuts through them, because if you keep them at the very edge, that's what the facet does, right? If it's at the very edge of the laser, then they take a bunch of extra damage. and I've seen it solo kill people. It's absurdly strong.
Do you think it can be utilized though with this particular lineup that well?
I think so. They have the disable in their team. They have the storm to jump first. They have the brambles and stuff to keep people in place. I could definitely see it working here.
I wasn't sure because, you do want to use that egg, so, that's a big part of your team fight. You're going to be diving in pretty face first.
Sure, but you're not always in the egg. It's for whenever you're not in the egg, and even when you're in the egg, you're gonna eventually have that shard and people cast the sunray. It's an underrated facet for sure. 150% of the base damage and heal when they're at the cooking spot or whatever you call it. You know,
Cooking spot.
yeah, the right temperature.
With Condemned pick up for Terrorblade, that's the no minimum health threshold for sundered enemies, and everything else seems pretty normal. We've got back to the Corrosive Dragon facet for DK.
Yep, doesn't look like anyone else is doing something crazy. Of course, the Heart of Battle on Darkseer is the stronger one. We saw earlier in the qualifier someone going for the attack speed facet, but I think this one's just way better. You're essentially hasted in team fights.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Dota really just started leaning more? Because they tried to do like types of elements, right? At one point, there was one patch that started to explore that. Just have Phoenix melting the tag team of Tusk, like. Just make it real Pokemon-esque.
Oh god, it was awful. It was awful when we had the elemental things on Brewmaster. It's like searing arrows don't trigger it, but burning spears do and stuff. It's like what? What? Nothing makes sense. Inconsistencies in Dota are too strong for elementals. Because I feel like if you have elemental types, like Pokemon style, that's the peak consistency, right? This is always good against that. Whereas Dota is more like, you never know.
That is true. In this instance, you're not actually healing, you're gaining health, but then
Yeah, it's like Sniper gets countered by Storm unless we're talking laning, it's all always nuanced.
Lots of contradictions. Tiger and Knight just gonna poke each other a little bit. Oh, that courier. Okay, that was a delayed response.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of sloppy courier usage this series here.
I feel like it's like, all right, Knight, you gotta buy me some tangos.
Yeah, sorry, my tangos didn't arrive, so I guess you're gonna have to buy for 2 now.
Yeah, baby Darkseer needs his tangos. Wham, wham.
Another courier in danger down bottom. Phoenix courier. There's a Weaver hunting you, but it's gonna stay safe for now.
A little bit of a chase going on. Man, Knight's really putting the hurt onto, or rather, Tiger's really putting the hurt onto Knight as he's dragging some of these creeps off to the side.
Yeah, they do not want to have a fair matchup here against the troll. They want to try and avoid having that lane go, just straight to meet the creeps. But Tiger doing a great job being a nuisance, chasing after here and making sure nothing is free. And even this pull is going to just mean more farm for Troll, honestly. He's pretty happy about this, because now he can speedily farm both the creeps and the jungle. He's going to get the last hit on the big creep, and no shared exp. Actually, Knight in trouble.
He's got the brambles down, though. Might be able to survive this, because they are slow just a little bit being held.
Sacred being chased by Jim Park for a long time, but not going to be able to get him. Not the first time we see a Pango in the off lane kind of hunching over and, feeling his wounds.
So that is the meta being used. A little bit of a stun tossed out by Mago, just trying to get himself the water rune, trying to deny it away from Slotham's, but he should be able to get the top one, no problem, so.
Yeah, gets that one.
Pretty quiet start.
Okay, missing one range creep to a tower there. Not using his Breathe Fire for it. Only the mana. And for now, CS-wise, looking pretty good for both safe laners and both mid laners, pretty even. But the off laners are kind of equally struggling, I want to say. Darkseer getting maybe a little bit more than this Pango, though.
I feel like the kill potential is much higher top, whereas bottom, there's mostly just going to be trading hits.
Doesn't seem like there's going to be kills bottom with the way they're manipulating the creeps and blocking pull camps here. Good dive to block by MGC. Use the Icarus dive to fly past and block the creep spawn in time. Dusk again, just asserting his dominance over the Willow here, pushing her
JC
away.
having to teleport out. Notice that he's a little bit too far up here to deal with the swarm and all the damage.
They do use the vacuum to pull Tiger into the Bramble Maze, but he's still gonna be completely fine. He just walks away. Means no point surge though.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody's kind of just poking right now, not willing to really interrupt any farming patterns.
It's not always that easy to find kills in lane, especially when you see these matchups like Darkseer versus Troll is pretty low interaction lane. You just try and pull the creeps all the time.
Who's gonna activate first, do you think?
Probably some support movement, the 6-minute rotations and stuff. Core-wise, I think probably Storm. Hit level 6, he's already level 5. Just needs his ulti and start doing things.
I feel like it's just grabbing these this Tiger trying to get these denials off. Pakaz making his way over. They've got the shards home into place. So it's pretty scary stuff because they just can't stand toe-to-toe with Tiger and Pakaz. And now Knight does not have the mana to be able to use the Shadow Realm. It's going to have 3 charges to pop, potentially, but I don't think he's going to make it out.
And they could hit the creeps here to pull the creeps into. Look at Troll hitting the small camp, parking some of their creeps here to get denied. Then back to lane he goes to farm. So top lane is in shambles right now for this Darkseer. Not having a good time. You know what, Pango? Doing a little bit better at actually recovering and getting back into the game.
I feel like there's only so much that you can do. Like, Phoenix is great, don't get me wrong, but I feel like if you don't have a stun or anything, the possibilities are a bit limited. TP over to the mid lane, though. It's gonna be Tiger. Waiting for,
Yeah, also one thing to mention is that with this facet, you know, it's pretty weak in laning stage, because he would have had Dying Lights if he takes it. It does something now, but since he doesn't have, well, level 4, he puts 1 point in Sun right now. Finally, he gets something out of a facet.
A little bit of pressure placed on Sacred. He's very close to the tower, though.
He's in the melting spot.
Use the meta. He is in the melting spot, but again, they have nothing to hold him in place. Now he's sitting kind of low. You've got to be careful because Matthew will take advantage of. In fact, takes the courier. No excess tangos available now for MJZ.
Thought him in danger mid.
So chase around over on the mid lane. He uses his Fairy Fire. It's going to be the snowball coming in hot, though. We'll be able to connect. And that's like killing the mid lane. So boom, activating and finding some really nice kills early here.
Good rotations, and that also gives, you know, a little bit of time for the other lanes here. We can now swing down together with the 2 supports moving towards this TB. He is sitting a little bit low. Could consider a kill here if they have enough mana on Pango. He only has 1 spell, it looks like. Maybe 2 in a while.
There's no Phoenix here, so this is definitely the opening that they're looking for.
Yeah, quick and easy pick off there as he's left alone. TB does not stand very well against 3 heroes. And we have power crits coming out from Dark Mago on the Dragon Knight already. Whereas Storm, of course, went for double no tasment. A little bit more focused on this mana. I guess the big win for Dire is this top lane as well still, though. The Troll, Pakaz still having a great game.
That's when you have to get worried, is when Pakaz has a very free kind of game.
Oh, he's making a move. He's going bottom. He's coming for a
Yeah.
TB. Okay, so he does
They
have...
have the vision. All they can see is the Phoenix.
Yeah, he should be sensing this. Troll
Oh,
isn't
Dark
farming
Willow,
top.
though. Dark Willow teleporting down.
Storm losing all his HP mid to this harassment as well from the Dragon Knights, and that means the tower is gonna take the fire.
Pakaz going back top, realizing they're not going to be able to get anything out of this. Tiger nearby, so I just use the Watcher. Might try to make moves on Illic. Nah, ship's passing in the night. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, not gonna find anything there. TB now swinging into jungle a little bit as the Troll still farming really well, building towards that Maelstrom. Only 1,400 gold away from a full Maelstrom at this point. Tag team being used to help farm a little bit there. Friendly neighborhood Tusk. Power Rune coming up in 5 seconds. Both teams
Yeah, you can
moving
see
towards it.
Imposter dropping down the brambles just for extra. Case it is a regen rune, and Mag will be able to grab it.
Storm
Been
is going to be
really
unhappy
nice
about
for
that.
the Storm, yeah.
It also means there won't be a regen rune now until the second cycle of runes. So, you know, not only did you miss it, you missed your chance to get it until the next cycle.
Tiger gonna run on through. Couple punches. Oh, steals the last one.
Yeah, just being a nuisance here. This is what Tiger has been doing most of the game, just kind of chasing after, and he does have Weaver nearby, so next, this is gonna be a lot of damage.
This is indeed gonna have to use a surge, but they've got the snowball to be able to follow up. Soddom's here. Drag back, nice vacuum, buys them enough time to escape as they'll finish off one of them with Tiger. Got the Shadow Realm in place, hot spot coming into play here against Mago, plus the Terrorblade joining into the fight. It looks so very low, does eventually end up falling. Now Matthew doesn't have that Chikuchi for another couple seconds, but they did rotate the TB top. Does not have the Metamorphosis, but he's gonna go and start hitting these creeps.
That is a crazy spot to end up with all those heroes. I mean, I understand the two supports kind of going for kill over there, but the fact that Dragon Knight was in there as well and gets killed is a pretty painful loss. I feel like this sets them back a little bit. Very easy to counter gank between your tier 1 and tier 2 towers. So many spots to TP to.
Yeah, I think the stuff starts turning around quite a bit once we get the level 6 on the supports.
Yeah, if they had Egg there as well on MGZ even, Phoenix,
Oh,
he could
that's
have
a
done even
courier.
more.
Hello, Matthew. Finishes off the ward anyways.
Yeah. See stacks being prepared a little bit here. Illusion and Dark Willow together, trying to make stacks, but Matthew just blocking them.
This Vortex back over onto Tiger. Needs to be careful though, because the DK is coming in and he's got himself an amplified damage rune, so Slatums, I think you just want to run. Even pops a dragon farm. Deal with the brambles to buy them a bit more time, push them away. Still no 6 just yet on the stick. Just grabbed it. No 6 on the Dark Willow just yet.
Yeah, we'll
Tiger
see.
still sitting at 5. GZ is in kind of an awkward position. Just being patient though. He's gonna throw out a little bit more harass. Does have that egg like we talked about if they want to try to bait something out.
Guess another courier.
Look, these couriers are falling by the wayside. MJZ on the back lines here has to be careful. Again, does have the egg. Is not opting to use it. Is just gonna end up getting chased down by the supports.
Yeah, it would just die immediately if he clicked it, so may as well hold it there. He got caught out of position, got a little bit too close to the Phoenix, had to, or to the DK, had to dive away, and then it's run down.
Nice little dodge here from Knight. Was going for the Dragon Tail, uses the Shadow Realm. But Pakaz has made his way down to this bottom area, and he's farming exceptionally well. He's top of the net worth currently.
Yeah, going for that Gleipnir rush on Troll, we've seen it before. Worked out
Look.
pretty well.
Found themselves a little friend here. He's kind of caught up in the side. They've got those shards, and comes the Phoenix, though, trying to get the save. As now, looks like Matthew running for his life. The zip in, though, from Slatums. He wants this kill. He'd like to add it to his collections at 4. That's dead Matthew. Now you can see MJZ using his egg, trying to dissuade here, but they end up losing Illic.
Yeah,
Now Sacred.
good punish of
Should
kills
be.
there. They should be just getting out here. Dark Mango kind of staying around, though. Maybe
He wants
thinking...
his tower. He's got the Dragon Form in a second. They don't have egg
They see-
anymore.
They see Storm walking away, is the thing. They have good word spotting Storm not being anywhere near, so then they feel safe enough to just commit for this.
Yeah. Willow's holding on to the Terrorize, though, too, so potentially could use it, although MJZ not going to survive long enough for it, so they'll go drop the Brambles. Use the Bedlam, trying to put the pressure over into Pakazi, because Slatums is here. Can they get off enough damage, though, is the question. It doesn't feel like he can, because he's got very little mana. This is not looking good for him. This is looking like he's going to end up dying. A good Terrorize, though, buy some more time. Followed up with the Snowball. In comes Tiger. They get the kill on Storm. Turning their attention now over to Illic. Another vacuum that looks quite nice, but doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Parker trying to dodge around, get stunned up by the Dragon Knight. There are 5 heroes down here. This is not looking good for TB. He is obliterated.
Man, a lot of these fights are happening in so odd spaces. I didn't think they were going to come back down to defend again, but Radiant going and defending after giving up the position. Well, they're in pursuit.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have a
Drops the
TP.
Brambles.
Yeah, he's walking
Sacred's
away.
like, yeah, whatever. Mago, blink forward. Already has a Shadow Realm, still trying to break some ankles.
Oh, nah. He's not
Nope,
going to get
they
away
see
from
him.
this one. There's no
It's like,
way.
back to the Brambles, back to the safety of the Bramble patch. Oh, no, my Brambles.
Middle tower is under attack.
Finally, you know, gave some space before he died, I suppose. But yeah, just teams taking really eager fights here. We do see Curious falling really far behind, though, after that fight they took bottom. 7,000 gold advantage now towards Boom. I think Curious have to be much more deliberate about which fights they want to take and use the egg and terrorize to win those fights. You don't have the best lineup for the non-stop skirmishing into this Tusk, Weaver, Pango. All of them are so low cooldown, whereas Kuyas are much higher cooldown.
I think this is the first time I've really seen Kuyas like really struggle and feel like they don't have a plan. Like even in the Meepo game, it felt like they kind of had a plan. This time I feel like they're very lost.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks... They need to find their footing again in this game. They're gonna go for their Wisdom Rune and get that. But so many heroes moving. These are like very overcompensating moves all the time that they make. So meanwhile, you see everybody on Boom still keeping their cool, farming a lot. Troll pushing out bottom, Tusk finding time to grab mid farm, and they're even on top lane. So they're building a little bit more on Boom. And yeah, you got to be a little bit worried here. Storm still has no item, by the way. 14 minutes into the game, he's really on the farm for a Storm.
Is it just so many fights happening that haven't been panning off for him?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, his laning stage was nice. He didn't have a tough time, but he's been moving to a lot of these fights and hasn't really gone that much. He's only been in, 3 kills. I guess that's 75% of the team, but, you don't get paid in percentage. You get paid per kill.
Yeah. It feels like he's the one who really needs to be creating this tempo and space, but he has no items. Like, this is rough. Smoke play over from Boom, converging towards the middle lane.
And with Blink Daggers all
MJZ,
over.
they find MJZ, the jump down over onto the Phoenix. No egg going to be around. Tiger, did he see that?
They see Willow too.
They're pinging. They're pinging. There is a Terrorblade trying to finish off the stack. Knight.
Willow in
Knight is
danger.
not your friend. Okay, there it is. There's a Shadow Realm. Cursed Crown gets dropped. The TPs come in. Slatum. He's like, I would really love a kill, guys. I'd really love anything. But they immediately lose Night Mago on the back line, so he takes too much damage. It's going to fall. And there's the Metamorphosis. They're just dishing out Punishment and playing over onto Sacred. That is a double kill. What looked to be a very suspicious fight for the side of Kuyas ends up being excellent.
Yeah, good positioning there by Jim Park, finding himself at the right spot to dish out all that damage there. Gets 2 big core takedowns. Huge amount of gold swinging back their way.
I bought back during that too.
Yeah, exactly. So even more value. And TB just, in a good spot. And also Storm, without having any real item, he can still be useful for locking the enemy down. Good jump by him. And they coordinate really well.
And just like that, he's almost got an item, Waga.
Almost. It's 16 minutes, Moxie. He wants that item so badly. It's an orchid as well. So the fact that the first item is an orchid, it's a timing-based item.
Yes.
And we can look over to Dark Mago and see that he almost has Blink plus orchid on the side of Dragon Knight. So his counterpart is, a full Blink Dagger ahead of him at this point.
They don't even have any tier 1 towers just yet either. Like, it's been a rough game for Kuyas. They just haven't been able to make those moves and put the pressure down. Usually we'll see a Terrorblade, pop a meta if things are going well, but...
Nice use of the vision there, Observer. I love it. Beautiful stuff.
Look at this. Mago even teleports down. Like, hey, I want a part of this.
Yeah, good kill. That was really well done. They had a ward, of course, so they saw him, and they stayed beautifully out of vision to just stay and wait for him to come around the corner, where they could easily pick him up. And now, could be looking towards getting something more here. Maybe tier 1 top. If they get rid of that tower, that could be maybe saving up the Roche for them. Taken later.
Vampire Fang's getting picked up by Pakaz, and we see a Vampire's picked up for Parker. Gosh, I wish they picked names that were not so very close together.
Pakaz, Parker.
Sometimes where just my brain freezes and I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could have, fly and fly and stuff as well. Good matchups.
There was ice, and then there was ice.
Yeah.
They scan. They know they're in the pit. I don't know if they go for any sort of a fight, though. I mean, if they had the heroes closer, I would say they should, right? With the Phoenix, Egg, and the Willow, like, it's a lot of... They
have good heroes for fighting Roche Pit, but they're not in position, and they're also a little bit behind in terms of just power spikes right now. They feel like they can't really fight when they are still without Orchid on Storm against the Blink plus Orchid DK. It's just a really bad time to fight. The tough part for them in this game as well on the side of Radiant is that the two heroes who are struggling are the ones that are supposed to be active. The Darkseer and the Storm are the ones you want to lead the way. They're, you know, not having great games. That puts even more weight on Jim Park. He has to do so much to carry this game.
Yeah, Illich had definitely a difficult time within his lane. So it's always bad when your Storm can't be super active. It's even worse when your offlane can't be active at the top of that.
So MGC bought up the Aghanim Shard now for Phoenix. Doesn't have any item other than that. So not opting to go for something like an urn or a vessel. Instead, just the shard. I'm a little bit concerned about the, you know, no vessel into a Dragon Knight, and even against Troll, if you click it after ulti, it can be nice. We'll see how it works here.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's something that's usually within a Phoenix's kit too. Usually want to pick that up, but perhaps they're just thinking that it's going to slow them down too much. They need to win a couple of these fights, and then maybe they can pivot again. But there's no... Yeah, he's changing his mind again. He's going for the Force Staff next, so still pretty dynamic, even though we saw a bunch of different items queued up.
Yeah, but he already did at least spend out for the shard, so he committed for that. It does give him the mist chance, you know, he can cast that Sunray during the during fights. Also, even outside of the ulti, it does give 10% slow to the Sunray, so plays into the facet a little bit, I guess.
It's also more healing in these fights too, which I think is very valuable. Just making sure that your TV can stay alive long enough to be able to, you know, get the Sunder off or what have you. But smoke play does come out from the side of Boom. They've got an Aegis. They're feeling strong. They've got a 5k advantage lead. But the smoke also comes out from the side of Kuyas, which is going to be interesting. They send the Storm illusion. They know it's an illusion because they're smoked up, so not going to be fooled by that as they're kind of making a wide sweeping route.
Troll is not the target.
This top lane.
They need someone else. I don't think you go Troll with BKB Aegis. You have to find a pick up on Tusk here. That would be the best. He is standing pretty predicament here.
There's Tiger. Tiger with a blink snowball immediately. Nicely done. That egg doing a lot, but the Sunray is just not going to be quite enough. They get the egg, and now they're trying to just man fight here against Pakaz Parker. It's just dead instantly from all of this damage. Knight next to fall. Triple kill right now for Pakaz. They would love to get more. Illich on the run. Already used the wall. Does not have the surge. Has it just now, but is he going to be able to run away? I do not think he's going to be able to escape this.
No, Weaver
Matthew hot on his heels. Yeah, blink, blink.
Yeah, just auto-attacking. Dark Mago.
Okay.
He's gonna
Kill
claim
secured,
that one.
I guess.
Again, once again, the poor supports get robbed by the elitists, the 1%ers coming in.
Yeah, they had that vision up on the side. It got that snowball. If that snowball doesn't happen, that blink snowball, it changes
It was quick
that
reaction.
initiation quite a bit.
Tiger had good panic reaction there. He blinked to the side and immediately snowballed something just to keep himself safe. And also, he blinked next to his carry, so he could, worst case scenario, pick up his carry if needed.
That's well done.
Yeah, just really, really ready for what happened there. And that was unfortunately a lot of time invested in that rotation as well for Kuyas. So more and more investments into what didn't really work out. All the wild Boom, you know, they're playing with confidence.
I mean, that's also a meta that was used for that too. So very, very good fight for the side of Boom.
I think he meant to click Battle Trends, but he didn't click it last second. So Aegis is, used. I think you'd rather have Aegis than your 70-second cooldown ulti ready. That was just a misclick. He tried to min-max last second value. Meanwhile, we see Radiant also going for a little Tormentor here. Not the fastest, but they do take it down.
It's a Storm. Gets himself the overload.
Yeah, that's a good amount of damage, the Storm Shard. We don't see a lot of Storms buying it early because you need a ton of other things, primarily survivability, but it's a good chunk of damage in the team fights.
I mean, Storm is so poor too. Like, just give the man whatever you can out of the box.
Yeah, he'll take anything at this point.
Yeah. Might be a little old, maybe it's used, but at this point, Storm can't be too finicky.
The support gold difference is really starting to kick in here. We see Weaver, I believe, has his full Yule Scepter coming out now. He does. And the Tusk, of course, has the Blink, has the Shard, and is pretty well on his way to a Force Stab still. just comparing that to what we see on the side of Radiant, they're falling behind, not just in the carry matchups.
I'll see a Force Staff coming out for Knight fairly soon, but it's definitely poverty mode. And the Force Staff for MJZ is a ways off at this point.
Yeah, for sure. You do see Dire grouping up for a little smoke here as well. Starting to move towards that area that TB has been inhabiting, where he's farming here on top.
Yeah, they don't have any clear vision on him currently. A Sword about to time out on the side of the Radiant too, but they are smoked. Tower goes down.
Jim Park is sensing it. He's running away. He saw them, of course, D-ward, but he was already on his way out of this area.
No one's showing on the map, so it's always a better idea to start.
Storm walked
grouping
over a
up and-
ward. They want him right now. They saw him.
Doesn't even bother blinking. Just gonna go put the herd on. Knight tried, but using that Shadow Realm is just going to run away.
Get himself to safety at least, but they do lose the Storm. BKB was used on the DK, but I don't think he's in any danger really of dying without Storm being alive, so it's like they're just gonna keep building their advantage. Pakas building towards an S and Y, almost has the entire thing. And Pango does have that Blink Echo Saber that we've seen a lot of them go. Manta Style seems to be the next item against these supports. Very useful to have Dispel against Phoenix and Dark Will.
Were you watching? That's how it's done.
Knight continuing to use Bedlam. Just trying to get any farm.
So they're one recipe away from BKB on the Terrorblade. I feel like
That's big.
they need a big fight around that next TB meta. But it's hard to say how they're going to make it happen. Darkseer has a Crimson Guard, so at least that's going to block a ton of damage, I think, this game against Troll, Weaver, Darkseer Pango, or Dragon Knight Pango. It's a lot.
Well, it's like interesting if you take a look at this map. It is so dark on the other side of the river for the Radiant.
Yeah,
There's really like no information that they can get. And you're saying, you know, they want to make something happen. They're going to have BKB. They're going to be able to, you know, use this meta. But if they don't have vision, they can't see where to go. It just makes that so much more dangerous and difficult.
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult to say where they're gonna fight, but I think they might have to just smoke up and go for a blind move almost at this stage, or make a play towards the tier 1 bottom. Because if they're just saying let's keep status quo and let's farm, I think they're gonna fall behind a lot.
Yes. It's like Phoenix is trying to get a little bit of vision there, so they'll keep tabs on the buy angle.
Yeah.
There's a haste rune. Gonna go snap that up, but Boom definitely on the hunt, grouped up together.
Yeah,
Big
they've reached
circle on the map. They're like, they've got to be up here, guys. I've got no vision on them anywhere else.
they've reached enough power spikes that they could definitely just start going. Troll's gonna farm under vision now, but he is not the easiest target to go on.
You want like a Tusk or a Weaver potentially.
Yeah, when you're behind, support kills are always the best pretty much, because you can actually get so much gold out of the support just for being behind in net worth overall.
Sport's giving them a lot of information though. Had like 3 heroes walk over it, so they realize that there's a bunch of them bottom. Looks like MJZ doesn't have any wards on him. I feel like they'd love to get some vision up top, but it's just gonna babysit his Terrorblade for the time being.
Yeah, he's ready to throw his life.
Right on a ward. Yeah, the pings, the pings.
His life might
They're like,
be accepted.
ooh, chickens on the dinner.
They're on the way. We don't have the best way to close the distance quickly here, but he is running up even farther. Oh, they see him ward now as well, because he runs past down. They see that he doesn't have the wards anymore. Should be able to find that. Do they have any sentry though? They don't right now. Probably on the courier. Yeah, sentry is coming out for the Weaver. They're pinging that the ward must be around there somewhere, so just gonna camp up the Roche, 15 seconds until the spawn. Radiant making the most out of it right now, getting some farm. The Storm 600 gold to his BKB. Of course, Terrorblade has his. We mentioned earlier that he was holding towards it.
This does free up at least the side of the map for the Kuyas. Be able to take that bottom tower, be able to, you know, take their ancients over here, but does mean that they're not going to be positioned for this Roche.
Yeah. Wisdom Rune, Weaver on it. Gonna get it faster. And actually uses ulti to get back to top as well. Dark Willow canceling the TP.
Perhaps they decide to stay bottom, realizing that this Roche is being taken. Like, let's just put as much damage as we can. Push it out.
Very quickly disposed of, and that's a cheese on the Dragon Knight. So if he was difficult to kill before, he's gonna have to do it twice, basically.
Shards queued up for Knight. We'll be seeing those extra brambles for the extra control, but again, you've got BKBs on a lot of these guys right now. It is not going to be nearly as effective as being, you know, early game when we saw those roots really take off with the Underlord.
A lot of the spells overall, right? They have the two BKBs, they have the Yule Scepter on the Weaver, and they're building towards a Manta on the Pango. So all of them are focusing on getting dispels against that Orchid, against the Bramble, and against the Phoenix as well, of course.
Are they just taking too much time now? Like, I understand, like, BKBs are super important.
Or you mean Boom?
Oh, that's a dead MJZ potentially. Has the Force Staff, but has the rest of the team on his little tail feather.
Yeah, do you mean Boom or Kuya's taking too much time?
I mean Kuya's. I like what Boom's doing. Boom's doing exactly what they need to be doing. They're taking Roche, they're finding pickoffs. We talked about, you know, we've got these fresh BKBs.
Yeah,
but I feel like they're just falling more and more behind.
They want to find something with the BKBs because BKB is not a farm accelerant item. It's an item that makes you able to farm and maybe stay safe, but not against the lineup that they're playing into. There's a Tusk, so you can't even push yourself super far on the lanes and utilize that BKB. Oh,
Illic getting chased here. Matthew using his Yules, dropping down the swarm, following up. Willow's nearby though. Thinking about potentially trying to just make something happen, but the Snowball chasing after Illic, big old punch. Gonna try to teleport away. Maga's here that does not have his stun, so he will actually survive. And the Willow gets out.
I'd want to go in the Storm somehow, or in the Troll somehow with Storm
dragging back, and they finish off this Troll. All right, there's his first life. It's down.
Melting
Gonna be feeling real happy about that.
Yeah. That was a ton of damage from the Phoenix there. He essentially did all the damage for killing him. Yeah, Storm did a good chunk.
I'm still not sold on Hotspot, Waga.
I think it's good. But it all comes down to how you play the early game as well, because Dying Light is just passively very, very useful. But yeah, I think right now, good control on the map by Boom. They do lose the Aegis there, but not the worst thing to happen to them, because they weren't gonna high ground with this Aegis anyway. The way they're playing, it's already obvious they want to keep building advantage. This is one game elimination mode for qualifiers to TI. There is no way they're gonna take the risk to go high ground with the second Aegis there.
I would like to see them maybe smoke. Like, they've pushed out their lanes decently. They've reclaimed their jungle. Like, would love to see them start to get active and see if they can get a pick off for the side of Kuya's.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have to. I think they need to go for smokes in there. Grouping now. Phoenix has the smoke ready, so here we go. See if they can find anything, but this is a bad time.
All grouped together, though.
Yeah, they didn't see that with this great deep ward, though. So at least they know they're grouped, but...
Illic is so far behind here. He's got to catch up.
Yeah, question is, who can they jump?
That is the question.
I think this is dangerous.
Look at the way Mago's playing. It's fantastic. Jump in, the fall to the Dragon Tail, the BKB. Terrorize comes out, but doesn't matter because they have the BKB. Sodom's trying to run away as this Rolling Thunder's doing quite a bit. The egg, though, coming out. Lots of damage from this Phoenix. But can they do enough is the question, because Illic's sitting very, very low. They still have not managed to kill Mago. Illic on the run, and now this is looking scary right now for Parker.
Storm going down.
Gonna have to back out a little bit here. Does have the Sunder up if they continue. They're hunting after Illic. Looks like Matthew finding his prey. Knight's gonna teleport out. They got the Storm during this.
Getting slowed so much.
Matthew?
I'm surprised they didn't lose more already.
Well, they see him. They see him. Wasn't able to go for that Sunder. Didn't opt to go for it. Very clunky fight.
That fight was some kind of miracle that they only lost one hero for that initiation. They jumped into a troll with tons of heroes right behind them, and they pretty much saw that he had support behind him with their observer ward that they had behind as well. But somehow they managed to reset. TB did a lot of damage to DK, so he had to back off. I think otherwise they might have run down a lot harder.
I feel like they baited that so hard too. Yes, they had the you know, the vision on the side of Kuyas, but like the positioning of Mago just sitting behind his troll, like somebody's gonna try to mess with him. Someone's gonna be, and like he just instantly pops a BKB, hops and Dragon Tail. The Terrorize looked good, but you can't do anything when that BKB is up. So
yeah, for sure.
Gonna go take this Tormentor. There's not much that they can do about it. The egg is down for another 30 seconds.
Quick and easy. They get the shard for Dragon Knights, a useful little addition to his toolkit. And
like a fireball.
yeah, I think they're gonna back up and keep playing towards more advantages, build on their leader. 17,000 gold ahead now, but at the end of the day, no reason to go high ground too early here. Weaver with the gem feeling like an absolute menace this game. I mean, Weaver's support is just absolutely bonkers. I think this facet is one of the strongest facets in the entire game. It's so...
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. 100% slow for 0.3 seconds every time he connects with you, and it increases the movement speed on the Shukuchi. It's really obnoxious. The amount of times I've seen someone who I thought, oh yeah, they should be able to get away, then a Weaver bonks them a little bit with his Shukuchi, and they don't move for 0.3 seconds, and then they get caught by a stun or something. It's very understated how good it is.
I like this gem play too. Like they have so little vision available on the side of Kuyas, and it just gets so much harder with Matthew doing these D wards.
Yeah,
it's so hard to get out on the map and get farm. Yeah.
Don't mess
He's
up on your
He's
click this time.
fine.
And he runs over to Ancient Camp to quickly get some heal. That's the Battle Trance duration talent even, so.
Radiant are scanning.
Waiting for the Wisdom Rune.
That refresher is huge for him as well. How do you kill him now? It's going to be very, very difficult, especially when he hits level 25. He's going to have the Dispel talent, so the only thing you kill him during is like Orchid from Storm. But I think we are going to start seeing tools against that too soon. Wouldn't be surprised to see them add like a Lotus. We already have Lotus queued up on Tusk, Aghanims on Weaver, so yeah, good luck initiating once those items comes up.
And I feel like that's been a huge issue, is the initiations. They've just been so clunky on the side of Kuyas, and it definitely feels like Boom is anticipating most of them as well.
Yeah, they're making another move here, and I don't want to be a doomsayer, but this one has to work.
Where you
Yes.
watching? That's how it's done.
But like nobody's showing on these lanes again, so
Are scanning.
Yeah, it's always all or nothing, these smokes. I feel like they could have maybe done well with like leaving, I don't know, one hero to push out the lane.
see
sometimes.
Mago. I'm not sure this is the guy you want to jump, but oh, they have the damage though. They rip them apart. You can see Sacred though, the Rolling Thunder. They're gonna go and Delta split. So
Okay.
use those Guardian Greaves. They've got the meta. They've got the Cardis. Do they continue? Weaver not necessarily super close by right now.
Jim Park,
They should be able to
confidence.
turn this in.
Yeah, just going. That was a really fast burst. Very nice amount
I
of
was
damage.
surprised.
It's the overload does a lot extra there. When you have that many heroes nearby, every hero is chunking in the overload damage as well. And then you have, you know, the TB just shredding. He has MKB, almost full Daedalus now. It's incredible.
The instant smoke here, realizing, okay, Metamorphosis is going to be down. They're going to be probably trying to head towards this Roche pit. They don't even have everyone. They can buy back on the Dragon Knight. In fact, they find themselves TB, instantly trying to make a little bit more space. The snowball gets used, but there it is. There's those two BKBs we're talking about. Buyback comes out from the Dragon Knight, and the Phoenix is just shredded into bits. Ends up buying back. Sladam's trying to get out, trying to teleport away. Is he going to be able to manage it? Oh, very, very nearly. Very nearly. And they'll end up losing Knight.
They realized that without meta, there's no way we should be scared. Doesn't matter if you have all your heroes or not, and they even commit the buyback to get back into that fight. They might not even have needed to bot back the Dragon Knight, I feel. He could probably have held his. The troll kind of could clean up that on his own. But they do get an extra kill that it wouldn't have gone otherwise.
Yeah, got about a little under 2 minutes before the next Roche spawn, so some time to go back to farming, start getting your items, throw up some vision.
I think it's a pretty late spawn because it could already be up, right? So they're just sitting there, kind of checking it. Got to keep vision on it. Let's look at the items for Radiant here. So he hasn't bought out the Daedalus yet on TB, but he may just have to. The game is feeling desperate. So far, he's holding his gold. Storm working on a Hex, recognizing that we need more lockdown, need catch, but
Yes.
the big items are coming in for Dire soon. That Aghanims is 100 gold away on Weaver.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, I think as long as Weaver just hugs his course now, they will never die. Like he is the biggest combo breaker in Dota pretty much when you have this. The biggest weakness of Aghanims and Weaver is that it's easy to misclick when you want to ulti yourself. That is like the one setback. You gotta remember that you gotta target yourself.
All right, Parker has himself the Daedalus. Does not have buyback though. It's about 700. They smoke out.
Where are you watching?
They know that they've got to be hanging around this Roche pit. Nobody is showing.
Yeah, 5-man smoke again.
Do you have the meta?
They're holding
Any
good
other new
positions.
Another 23 seconds. Look at these lines. They know exactly where they want to go. They're using this one illusion to try to get any information possible.
Could get into the
positioning.
Weaver, possibly, if they go that way. Troll is a bad target. That illusion
don't
came out of
want him.
smoke.
He's gonna back off a little bit. Still, they know that if Troll's out there, then he's not in the pit. He's not hitting.
Yeah, but Roche is up now, and they're starting Roche now. This is a super fast Roche. Look at this. They're just gonna start
much.
shredding it.
Too much damage and negative armor, for sure, so...
Who gets the Aghanims? Is
Pressure,
it for
towards it.
DK then? Yeah, they already have 2 Aghanims in the core, so DK gets to have the Black Dragon for him.
Troll? Did Troll grab that? No.
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 No, DK
I
took it.
just saw that.
DK took it, and he took Aegis.
Okay.
Yeah, Troll didn't want anything from Roche. He says, I already have all I need. Gonna buy my own Aghanims consume. He's so enormous this game.
The middle tower has fallen.
And I think the choice to not take Aegis on Troll is a little bit dangerous, perhaps, but I understand it as well. It feels like he can always press his ulti and then BKB and then refresh and ulti BKB.
Yeah.
He just wants his teammates to not die. I think it's the correct play, honestly. It could be abused if you get a like Hex and Orchid combo and kill him, but you know, that's what Weavers are for.
Yeah, it feels like they've been able to blow up the Drag Knight a couple times, but I don't think they've ever been able to like completely burst down Pakaz in
No,
the same fashion.
because you need to have him unable to press buttons during it. Since he has
Yeah.
that strong dispel, you have to Orchid him or Hex him. Otherwise, he's just not dying. Simple as that. So,
Ninja Gear on Tiger is going to be doing some deep reconnaissance.
looking at this Hex,
That's
by the way,
words.
it's still a while away for the Storm. He is at 4.3k gold, so needs another 1,000 gold here. He wants it before they go high ground bottom. And this push is coming. This is the high ground push. Long awaited. The third Roche with the Aegis and Aghanims and Cheese. This time, they have intentions to crack the high ground. Very slow and methodical here, but, you know, they might even wait a little bit. This Aegis is definitely going high ground, but they have 3 minutes on it. They don't have to rush it.
Yeah, he sold excess items to get the sheep stick.
Yeah.
It is a desperate time.
He got rid of his extra null talisman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at least they have that now, so he has great lockdown, and ideally they find his Weaver. Weaver being alone or not being close enough to his team and bursting him, that would be the dream for them. If they can then reset and take a fight with Weaver dead, then they have a chance of actually killing anything. Because as it stands, I don't know, Tusk saves and Weaver saves, Aegis, you know, strong dispel on Troll. It's starting to look like an impossible puzzle to say who are you going to kill and how are you going to do it.
I still feel like it's still hard to get the kill on Weaver too, right? Because he has the Yules, he's got the time lapse, he's got so many like little tricks that he can
And
employ. You have to just time
importantly-
everything perfectly.
Importantly, that neutral item too. That's the biggest part about it. He has a static
yeah.
cap,
Static cap.
which means anything you do on him, 40% status res, might protect him against it.
Radiant are scanning.
A little tip to the Weaver here. Not sure what that's about.
A little something.
Who knows? They could be giggling about something.
They're feeling good. They're already feeling good because they feel like this should be a win, but they gotta close the deal as well. 28,000 gold ahead. Nobody cares how much gold ahead you were. It's whether or not you win the game. So you gotta stay focused all the way through.
As Han Solo said, don't get cocky, kid.
Yeah.
Still got to close out this game. It's looking real good for you guys.
A lot of people could have used listening to Han Solo in Dota history.
Ah, yes, they could. They are a little bit split up here. Not much, though. They can move to each other very, very quickly.
Push bottom here, coming in by Troll. Starting to fix that lane, and you know, they are losing the Aegis in 1 minute 30 seconds. So if they do want to go high ground with this Aegis, this is the time to go. This creep wave is the one they're cracking high ground with. Or
I don't think they've
they're
seen
waiting.
the scythe on Slatums yet, right?
I
he bought
think
it
he's been hiding it.
completely.
Yeah, I think he's been hiding
Yeah.
it. I've been trying to pay attention to him. I don't think he was showing on creep waves
There's
much.
a lot to pay attention to.
I mean, they've been using mostly the illusions from TV and Iron Shells to push out waves. Partly because they want to hide stuff, but also because he doesn't want to die. He's scared of
Yes.
getting picked off by a random dragon.
Well, they're always really grouped together over on the side of Boom, and it's beautiful. It makes it so difficult, and like, you know, Tiger making good use out of this ninja gear, being able to, you know, poke a little bit further, put down vision a little bit deeper.
You know, I feel like the call has been made, by the way. The fact that they haven't gone now, I feel like the call is
It's like
made.
enough.
We're waiting for next Roche to go high ground.
Okay.
Because, you know, 40 seconds is ticking out, so they have no intentions of taking a bad fight. They're saying, if you just want to sit in base, we're just going to build this advantage, and when we are sure we will win, we will go. And honestly, people can say, oh, that's boring, or oh, they're playing slow, but this is TI qualifiers.
This is TI,
One
yeah.
game away for both these teams from getting to the final match in the qualifiers. You cannot blame them for playing it safe.
What is it the Chinese teams used to say? It's like, if the win condition is... Like, because they would refer to it as Roche, right? Back in the day, they would say, like, if you have the win condition, if the win condition is yes, then go. If you don't have Roche, it don't go.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, they did have Roche
guarantee it.
even,
If you're
but
in the position where you feel like you're just going to get stronger, don't mess it up. Don't mess with the plan.
the thing is they had the Roche, but still feel like it's not really worth it because, you know, buybacks and high ground defense. Big smoke here by
Look at that. Look at the way
but
that they're hugging. They're like, they're not on the map, guys.
excellent read.
Let's be careful.
They're staying sharp.
Yeah, we do love it.
The game is falling into a bit of a lull, but both teams are staying very sharp. You can tell Boom would be easy to get complacent here and not back up, but no, they recognize something is up.
They have really nice vision, too, over on the side of the Dire here. You've got that one over in the middle of their jungle, the one over by the, is that the Well Wishes or whatever you want to call that thing?
Yeah, the well wishes. They're gonna show bottom here, so look at the patience from Kuyas. They're all grouped. This is the hill. This is the hill we fight on.
They're like, come on, one of you's got to ward sometime, or de-ward.
Surely you want to de-ward your triangle after we moved in here. Smiley face. But no.
Tiger is alone down here.
Boom know what's up. They're saying, yeah, you're holding our triangle, but we're not gonna go in there until we can smoke in there. So they're TP in. They don't have a smoke on either support right now, it looks like.
I mean, again, it's nighttime. All 5 heroes are missing. Do you really want to smoke up a hill where you don't have the vision?
Nah, you could smoke around it, you know, all the way around.
Yeah.
They could make a move, but they don't have smoke available, so they're just gonna chill and wait. Troll building his trust fund. He's 7.2k gold right now.
They're just back. They're just back in that one position.
Assumed
They're like,
position.
come on, guys, come on.
This is the winning ward, the chosen ward. Mid, showing for a bit here on Troll. Hard target though with
That's
that
not
dispel.
who you want. You don't want that. No, no, no.
They're just holding this hill. This is really funny. Not so funny for Kuyas. It has to be nerve-wracking to sit here. Looks
Yeah,
like
they
they're
just
just
get to the point.
Boom is just shifting away. They say, you have vision over there. We're going to play on your side. We're going to go maybe take your Tormentor, maybe knock on your front door a bit, go high ground.
Yeah, the game is making your enemy go where you want them to. So, yeah, already seeing the TP come back here from Slotums.
But the TP back means that they can't keep pushing bottom as well. So
We
not
don't see. Yeah,
Tiger?
TP away.
Oh, he gets spotted.
He's thinking about it. He's zipping in. He's got the BKB. He's got the sheep stick. It's like, I want something. I've been sitting here for so long doing absolutely nothing. Where's the rest of my team? Come here. Hotspot doing the damage. MJZ gets himself a nice kill. So they managed something. It's not the big pick that I think they want, but it's gonna have to do.
It's something, and that's 60 seconds again. They're gonna commit another smoke. Storm is low battery right now, so he's, you know, going base. Gonna charge up a little
my
bit.
kingdom for a Pugna.
Yeah. Once that extra field battery. Lincoln's now on Troll, getting even harder to kill. Surprised he didn't go Swift Blink. He is all in about surviving.
Oh, look at that ward. They're like, come on, come on, come on. Matthew.
He wants to. The
Smells
little
something
bug
in the
inside him
air.
tells him, don't do it.
Yeah, they know they have vision. Positioning again. The zip in from Sloudum just wants to spook him a little bit, as you can see Dark Mago jumping, and he's a giant dragon, putting the damage over onto Parker.
Buyback on Tusk. This is all fine for Radiant. If they can reset here, it's something forced at least. Dragon ulti, buyback on Tusk.
And the BKB.
Yeah.
They didn't have the BKB on Sloudum, so that was very risky. Did have a haste rune, but
At the same time, they're probably more dependent on their metamorphosis than Dire are on their dragon form, right? So we
True.
could see a move here, and they smoke up immediately. So boom, they could just go and do something now with TB. He doesn't have the luxury of having a refresher. He's just out of meta right now. Not gonna connect with anyone. Everyone got out here, and Phoenix actually doing a little bit of ratting.
and that's one of the perks of this hero, is that you can just throw out those flame spirits off of vision.
Yeah, even the illusion from TB
Yeah,
helping out
that's
push.
that's kind of silly.
Yeah, and looks like Dark's here, by the way. We haven't talked about him for a while. Building towards that Hex for himself, so I like it. The more Hexes you have, the more chance this troll doesn't just stay alive. Same for the Weaver, of course. But it does play into the hands of the Tusk, who's going for that Lotus as well, but not much you can do about that.
We have 30 seconds until daytime, and Roche will respawn in about 7, so... Looks like Boom starting to set up down here in this bottom area. You've got Weaver standing nearby, waiting to see. You know, it's going to show up here first. Could be bottom.
Yeah, he sees it,
There it is.
and they're coming through. They're saying we can kill it in like 10 seconds. That's fine. Yeah, go immediately. 10 seconds until Roche moves, but I don't think he's going to be alive by then.
Got a Agnum Scepter for Terrorblade. He's got his Terror Wave.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think he bought Agnums instead of Moonshard as well, partly because he didn't have the Metamorphosis there. So if they pushed, he could at least have used his Terror Wave to become meta form for a little while. Actually, Park had to be careful here. It's a dangerous area.
Yeah, he's keeping out right away.
Yeah. I think we saw the Aghanim Scepter get consumed by the Dragon Knight there. He has a backpacked Aghanims now. So yeah, okay, he didn't consume it. He still has the Blessing one in his backpack. So is he gonna give that to Tusk? Oh yeah. Tiger
Oh,
wants
boy.
it. Look at that. That is a huge upgrade.
Walrus kick.
Suddenly you can do a whole lot of damage just by repositioning someone. Not insane against Storm, of course, you can zip away, but TB getting kicked into the wrong location, I mean, that is scary. And yeah, Observer, I do think that that's very aesthetic, very satisfying. The full Aghanim Shard and Aghanim Scepters, this team is slotted up and ready. They
I
don't
love
have
how you
5
can
cheeses,
tell
though.
this is such a like late game, like high tension, because you've got an Aeon disc on Tiger. Like Tusk knows he's got to get his booty in there, and he's got to try to get himself out too, and he's not taking any sort of risks.
Yeah, they're covering all the weak spots, right? Whoever could get jumped to initiate the fight. We were talking about how Weaver is a good target, or Tusk maybe. Now with the Aeon, this Tusk is a pretty hard target, and Weaver bought himself a Lincoln's. Wouldn't surprise me to see him go for something like an Aeon Disc himself as well.
I mean, Tiger has no buyback for another 4 minutes, so like, it's very important. Yeah, there we go. The hop onto Tiger does have that Aeon disc. He's gonna try to buy himself some more time. The team is converging, and it looks like they respect it. They're a little too nervous, but the meta was used.
Ooh, that is...
Or rather, oh no,
yeah,
no,
it was just
what
Seal.
that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Demon Seal, so it's fine.
That was the seal.
But they might think it was meta. They're going high ground a bit here. They saw it was meta.
Poke a little bit up Kaz, immediately popping that Lincoln's, dropping down the brambles, trying to just apply the flame spirits.
Kind of dropping though. Back
He's dropping.
in.
They might get the Aegis here. Yep. Very low commitment. Even going for the egg already. Ooh, that's big.
They're wanting.
That's pretty big. They're immediately jumping back in. Can they finish off Kaz? It's looking like no. He manages to hit his buttons at the last second. Turns his attention now over to Parker on the back line. Sacred's just rolling around in circles. MDT having to fly away. Pucka's taking so much
There's the
damage
Weaver
over here, but
open.
again, just goes, he pushes the button. And now this is looking very bad for Parker. He's silenced. He cannot do anything. He's going to have to buy back into this game. There's Illic drawing them all together. Beautiful vacuum, but can they get damage out is the question. And are they survivable? Sacred left behind. Couple more clicks here coming out from Parker. Rest of the team, Tiger tries using that snowball. Is going to be able to get the kill. Does manage as the chase continues. Buybacks coming out. Phoenix back up. Does not have that egg, though. Egged very early on into this fight.
still
Do they
standing
respect
strong.
it though?
5 heroes, they have Spirit Vessel to heal up a little bit. Troll ulti 30 seconds cooldown. But now they know meta is down and not up and available, so it's a difficult fight to take.
This is very difficult. They do have buyback on Darkseer if he wants to come back up. Still has that wall, which could be beneficial, having to
TBS
make them
Terror
fight
Wave.
themselves, but
Without Storm, I don't know how you fight here. No buyback
they
on him.
smoke. They're trying to find the angle. They know that they're going to be headed towards this mid lane. Can they set up in time? Can they put themselves in a good position? Fireball again. Okay, there it is. You can see they're fearing them away. Trying to finish off Sacred. Oh, the crown going on to multiples into that vacuum. Pakaz, though, he's doing the damage here. He's just a roll on forward. They see themselves, the Phoenix. They're going to try to get rid of him. He is dead. Mago taking too much damage, though, from this Terrorblade. But look at this. Pakaz is just so goddamn powerful. Parker, he can't do anything despite that BKB. Goes for the center play. Not going to be able to do anything. He is dead. The GG gets called. Boom is going to be able to go up now against Beast Coast and duke it out for the second spot here for South America.
Good game and good luck next game, boys. Comes out from Jim Park as we say farewell to Kuyas here. I mean, they put up a good fight, but ultimately, Boom came out the stronger team here, and they just get the blessings as well of Kuyas, who have been a joy to watch as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is another team that you should definitely keep on your radar. They have a lot of promise. There are some, mistakes here and there, but as they play more and more, definitely going to look, very formidable. But Boom, this makes me so happy, Waga, because of the fact that, like, when I saw this Boom roster initially, I was like, these guys should be so good. And they've had kind of mixed results throughout the year. And so, like, it really makes me happy to see them, what's the word? Reignite, I guess. Seeing these drafts come out, seeing them get very aggressive, seeing them start to adapt to this patch, it makes me really, really happy because, again, this is another organization, typically SEA, made their move over here to South America, figured, you know what, we're going to put our faith in it. And so to see them show up like this makes me so, so happy.
Yeah, this was a crazy fight to watch, man. So many things going on. Looking at the Weaver in the backline, he's scurrying about, looking for when he needs to ulti. And I think there was good communication between him and the Troll, because initially he didn't ulti a Troll, finally committed there. Troll was like, it's fine, I got this. I can Strong Dispel and I can ulti. Do not click your time-lapse on me now. And later on, we saw the go on Mago on mid as well, where he was saved by the Weaver ulti against the TB. The Cursed Crown gave some big hopes as well.
I know. And that mid lane was Sacred when he tried
Storm,
to run away.
That zip was costly. He just zipped all the way in, had no mana at all. That was a painful mistake there. But right here, the jump forward by Pango caught his team by surprise. Weaver couldn't save him because he stunned his Weaver with the crown.
There was a moment there, but they just didn't have the other spells that was needed. They didn't have the jump.
And that last second time lapse there, he was literally like 10 HP on that Dragon Knight, but he survives, and ultimately Jim Park fighting against the world here, it looks like, but can't really bring down everyone. They had so many layers of protection within this draft of Boom. They took their time, they got their tools, they made sure they got everything they needed to close out this game, but they do it in a very good style. The game was theirs all the way, and their carry never died. Mago had a great game as well, and I guess Sacred had a little bit more of a quiet game, but still had a good game as well. Nothing to complain about, really. After the laning stage, the start was terrible.
Yeah, I can't decide if it's Pakas or Matthew here that was just, like, so impressive. I guess it's Pakas, right? Like, he did quite a bit. Tiger's our highlighted player, but just, like, being patient, being in the position to hit those time lapses and utter chaos going on that entire time.
It's a classic.
And then also knowing your limits, too.
Yeah, it's a classic case of it's hard to say an MVP because there was so much five-manning and so much going together and doing things together. But yeah, Tiger definitely had a very clean game as well. I think his reaction, especially when they blinked or when they went on him and he blinked away to quickly snowball and reset that fight on top by the tier 1, that was crucial because that was when the game was still early enough that it could have gone out of control if they lost a few fights. But yeah, both the support duo, I think, did great job in this game for Boom.
Yeah, it was definitely a treat to watch. A full 3 games. Definitely felt like the win could have gone either way, but in this last game, it is going to be Boom who is going to be moving on here, and we'll say goodbye to Kuyas. They had a nice time here at the Guinea Pigs. They'll have to, continue to fight, get stronger, but our next match is the big one, you guys. This is the one for all the marbles for the second slot here for South America. It is, of course, going to be Beast Coast, and they're going to be battling up against Boom. So make sure that you come back after this break and you're ready to see a bloodbath, because it's going to be a great one.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
One slot remains with two opponents going head to head. We've got the boys on Boom taking on Beast Coast for our final series for the South American closed qualifiers to make it into the road to the international field. We've got a very exciting matchup. We've seen Boom make this lower bracket run to put themselves in a position where they have to go up against Beast Coast, and we've got a best of three. How are we feeling about this one today?
I'm expecting a really exciting game here. We can know Boom has been a team that's been constantly evolving through the lower bracket, right? And they got all the way here to a chance to qualification. Meanwhile, Beast Coast, they got kind of slapped by Heroic earlier, right? So I'm a little bit worried if they're going to take that like the wrong way and be like, oh, we need to rethink everything that we're doing. We need to change ourselves as a team. When in reality, Heroic's just really good. Do what you're doing in the upper bracket to get to that upper bracket final against Boom, and hope that's enough to get you to the TI qualifier here.
Hopefully, we'll have to see if it is. These two teams have played against each other a lot so far this year. There is a lot of history, and pretty much it starts all the way from the Birmingham qualifiers, where Boom were able to beat Beast Coast. We saw them play twice in the Elite League qualifiers as well, and Dream League qualifiers, all victories for Boom. You include that in the PGL Wallachia qualifiers, Boom were able to knock out Beast Coast. So for a vast majority of this year, Boom have been that team that have shut down Beast Coast on any opportunity to be able to attend some major events, and then Riyadh was the turning point. This was when Beast Coast were able to flip the switch. They beat them twice in that against Boom, and they're able to get their first really big qualification to a major event. And now Beast Coast, this has to kind of get the monkey off their shoulder, right? You know, Boom has been a thorn in their side. Heroic always that first team, then Boom, then Beast Coast. But now so far, Beast Coast have proven they can actually go up against Boom, and we'll see if they can do that here in another really big, qualify to a gigantic tournament in TI.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question, but I think it's different rosters, right? So you do have to keep that in mind. Matthew joining the squad, which was a big improvement to any roster, I think, in SA. He's one of the rocks for the region, I want to say, on most of the teams that have been successful internationally. Matthew's been behind it. And of course, because we weren't so sure. Like earlier on in the year, I felt like he was making a lot of mistakes, but in this qualifier, that's safe to say, like, Because is back. He's been the driving force for this team, making sure he's the one carrying his team to victory game after game.
Game after game, indeed. We've got our draft underway. So Boom going to be playing on Radiant. They got first pick, Beast Coast on Diet with second pick as well. Some, I guess, really the only standout, a couple standouts. Rubik banned out. We've been speaking a lot about Sacred's hero pool, the Pengli in particular. The Darkseer is going to be respected. The Tusk as well is a little bit interesting. We did see yesterday, I believe it was Boom that picked it up in multiple games. So already, some heroes slip through, right? The Witch Doctor slips through. The Shadow Fiend slips through. Clockwork makes it to the second phase of bans. So there's a lot of respect, and in particular, like target bans for what both Boom and Beast Coast have been having a lot of success with.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to wonder who was going to get the Pango, because both these teams have loved this Pangolier. It's been slipping through quite a lot. Beast Coast like, yeah, we're not going to let that one through. It's going to get banned out. And maybe just after the last game in particular, this Tusk, something we don't really see in the first phase bans. But last game, Tiger's Tusk was absolutely impressive. So like, this guy's pretty good on Tusk, and he just won a really clutch match on it. So let's get that out of the pool. And that's why we're going to see some of these heroes, as you mentioned, get through in the pool. And even this TA, right? Because just lost on that hero. Some of these heroes that just never got through are starting to just lose games, and maybe not as powerful as we thought they were. And I think they're taking a risk on that Shadow Fiend as well, being one of those heroes currently not banned out. Beast Coast is also going to ban Dark Mago Zeus. He's been playing that one a ton along with the DK. If you do pick this Shadow Fiend, I still haven't seen an answer to it that looks even remotely impressive. Very surprised it's still in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
So targeting the Zeus, and we'll see if Beast Coast now, if this is a position they want to go for the Shadow Fiend or not. Both sides, in fact, you're just feeling like for them, really the strongest things is laning supports, of course, with the Witch Doctor Hoodwink. This is something we've seen a lot in the South American qualifiers, and we're going to get the Tiny as well. So Flex, but one of those other carries. Now there are a lot of options now for Boom. Maybe not at this moment, but later in the second phase, already going to be looking at some heroes like the Ursa, the Life Stealer. We're going to, of course, have to see what Beast Coast, what their other heroes are to maybe, dissuade them from going down that route on Boom. But this is already something you're going to be thinking about to deal with the Tiny.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of this patch of 7.36, it was all about the carry Tiny, but it's starting to feel more and more in each game. And even when we did see the carry Tiny, I think it was Parker playing it, all these Tinies are going for the crash landing over the insurmountable facet, which has been a lot of burst damage. It's looked incredibly strong, so it does make me think this will either be a support or a mid. I think in both positions the hero does look good, but obviously any hero that gets more farm will look better, so the mid Tiny has looked a little bit better in general. However, if you do pick a hero that you don't find super interesting, you can go ahead and just throw this Tiny on support, and they're going to go pick up their Warlock here, a hero that they had a lot of success with so far, picking it up, and why not go again? I think this was Tiger playing it almost every single game here. Was it banned out in the last series? I don't think it was, but I think the reason for that is they ended up getting the Weaver pretty early on, and they also had like Tusk in these games. Looks like Warlock is just a bit lower on the priority list going into this last day for the SATI qualification match here. Whoever wins this series, they'll be joining Heroic at the last, or the road to the TI.
They're going to try and do that off the back of the Night Stalker as well, who we have seen first phase ban pretty regularly so far. And previously, like, a lot of people's opinion or a thought of the Night Stalker has been like a very weak laner, but now with the change to the facet, that's not the case anymore, right? Like your first 5 minutes, you're not weak at all. So now you combine that with the Hoodwink. It's a pretty strong side lane that Boom have.
Yeah, Night Stalker, it's the facet and the innate ability combination where you switch the nighttime daytime cycle, so it is nighttime for the first 5 minutes and 15 seconds of the game, and then his innate ability gives him 40% more health regeneration at night. So both those added together made this hero go from like a creep in the laning stage to an actual terror in the first 5 minutes and 15 seconds of the game. They're going to respond with the Primal Beast. Generally speaking, when you do play Primal Beast, you like to lane against heroes that don't have stuns, which makes me think this Primal is probably going to be put in that offlane position for that reason, because Warlock just doesn't have a stun, right? So you can't cancel or interrupt this Onslaught or the Trample, which is really hard to deal with, and we've seen time and time again, you don't have anywhere to run as a Hoodwink against the Primal Beast. And they're going to pair that up with the Skywrath Mage, and that'll give us some answers. We're going to have the offlane Primal Beast and the mid Tiny here, and we got our two supports. We're just looking for one carry here for Beast Ghost for Pyke, and then on Boom, they're looking for a mid for Dark Mago and a carry for Pakaz.
Now, if you're in Boom's position, do you see a lot of carry options they can go for? And if not, do you want to try and pick your carry here for Pakaz just so it doesn't get banned?
It is a pretty god tier Lifestealer game right now, so I'm sure they're thinking about that one. But you do also have to keep in mind you might not have a lot of options for mid lane, right? So if you have you basically just go through the motions here of like, okay, we either pick the Cause hero or the Dark Mago here. Who has 3 options, right? Because 2 options can get banned in this next phase. And if you don't have 3 options there, you pick the player that only has like 1 or 2 options in this phase, and you take the best of those. And he's decided against this Tiny, he wants to play the Ember Spirit. It isn't a free Ember Spirit game by any means. You are dealing with the silence. You are dealing with a lot of stun as well. But this is one of Dark Mago's best heroes, so I'm sure he'll find a way to make it work here. And now you just ban out some heroes, and they actually ban out the Dazzle, thinking this Tiny might be the carry still, which is definitely a possibility. So there still could be a mid pick coming from Beast Ghost, which makes it a little scary having this Tiny yet again. You don't know exactly what to ban here on the side of Boom.
I think it was yesterday where we did see the Dark Mago Ember Spirit completely take over game. That was in combination with the Warlock and Hoodwink too. So both the same supports and a lot of AoE damage to combine with the Fatal Bonds. I know you're saying, so it's not a free Ember Spirit game, so we'll see what Dark Mago can do on one of his better heroes. But what are you looking to ban out now? Yeah, we spoke about the Ursa, the Life Stealer. Is there anything else? Like, these are the 2 heroes that just have to go, and you'll take you'll verse anything else.
I mean, the CK's gone, the TA's gone. Troll could be an issue. Wind Ranger. I think those are some interesting ones, and they'll ban out the Troll. But it's going to be Boom's turn to pick first, and you know you're landing versus a Primal Beast. Almost certainly, I think, in this one. So that gives you some more options. And against the Primal Beast, Lifesteal looks really good if you want to go that route. I mean, you could play Faceless Void if you want into this matchup. You have a lot of choices
Is that not a
here
weak
for
lane?
pros.
Is Warlock Faceless a weak lane?
I think anything with Warlock is somewhat, and he loves his Morphling too. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks that one up.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of a weak lane, but it survives.
Sure.
That's like the big thing. But maybe against Skywrath, you don't want to go for that. I mean, this Skywrath makes things a little bit interesting. Maybe an illusion-based hero is something you're thinking too. Skywrath doesn't like playing versus that, neither does Witch Doctor. But I don't see Pakaz being the type of player that really wants to pick something that is not strong in the lane. So even something like his Wind Ranger could potentially be an option here. But from my perspective, they don't have a lot for illusions. That could be quite good for them. Monkey King could work too if they want to play super aggressive into the Primal. But yeah, a lot of carries are banned from the pool here. So he's not going to get his favorite choice for sure. But I'm sure he will get something that is decent.
The big one that, again, they've been having success with is that Troll Wall. I mean, we've seen Because ask for it multiple times so far this tournament and has a really, really high win rate on it. So, of course, you were saying it was a pretty good troll game. They're going to ban it out, and a lot of respect to Because. So you've already mentioned a bunch of carries. We'll see which one he feels is the most comfortable thing to go down. I mean, you are lacking ways to take objectives is the big one.
Might not be that type of game.
Objective taking.
We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer still looks pretty good. I think that just looks like a solid hero. You have Initiation for the Infest Bombs. You made it this far into the pool. You can just kind of walk off the trample. PL if you want to go super late game. I'm okay with Pudge too. Don't really mind that. And they're going to go for Venge carry.
Actual hell.
Well, it's either Venge carry or Night Stalker carry. We'll have to see.
Out of all the options, you were going
Didn't expect this one.
Gonna Venge carry in game one of a qualifying series. Like, it's not a best of 5 as well, it's a best of 3. Like, best of 5, you can make a little bit more, mistakes. What about what do we see now? Tiny Primal both have flex. Are we still thinking like mid lane for Beast Coast?
Let's see. Venge carry or laning versus a Night Stalker. Let's see what carry options that potentially could be good for them that are still in the pool. I mean, the Tiny is pretty good for that. So if you find something punishing from mid lane, I don't mind that. Yeah, I think mid lane might be the option. I think there's
DK
nothing
still in
better.
the pool.
Who'd you say?
DK.
Oh, DK. Yeah, you could. And they go for an offlaner, actually. So they are going to put Primal mid against Ember. And they're going to put the Tiny carry. And they're going to pick Underlord. I'm not sure what Underlord is specifically good for against the Venge. I mean, yeah, sure, you reduce his damage. I guess they just wanted to... Their lineup, however, with picking Underlord here, he's an aura buyer, right? So that is going to give you 3 strength heroes with auras. They're going to be incredibly tanky. Like, yeah, it's not even, like, funny how tanky this squad is going to be. Like, you have to... And plus, Moose with his Witch Doctor probably going to buy some auras as well, and he has his own self-heal with the Voodoo Festeration. You go for the Shield Assignment on Misha, which will help a little bit. I think you just really have to kill the supports first on Boom on this one, because these are 3 beefy boys. And Fatal Bonds, it's going to be a big spell this game. If you can get a big Fatal Bonds on any of these cores here, there's going to be lots of damage spread all between them. So a lot of eyes on Tiger for me on how big he can get. Or I want to see him kind of maybe even max at this game potentially. Or at least max the upheaval on the Fatal Bonds, put less points into the heal this game. Because that is going to be one of their big spells to do damage. And if they can't get a big Fatal Bonds off, or if they get too far behind, I feel like these cores are going to be incredibly hard or impossible to kill on Beast Coast.
Okay. I know in the past, it has been a while, but we've seen in the past the Ember Spirit be someone whose item build can be a little bit more versatile. At the moment, it's kind of the Mage Slayer, maybe Maelstrom. We have seen when that Spirit Vessel came out, when it was introduced, that Embers were going down that route depending on the game. Is this one where you are forced to go for it, considering you're up against 3 strength heroes? Are there going to be some concerns? And is this something that maybe Dark Mago could be considering?
I don't think the mid Ember can go Vessel anymore. Like, you still do more damage, I think, with other items than the Vessel. So you might as well go for those. He still has tons of potential to do a lot of DPS with the other item builds. Mage Slayer, not really bad this game either. I kind of like it. You have a lot of magic burst coming from the side and survivability, especially against this Witch Doctor and Skywrath. So having that sounds nice. Into Maelstrom, I think you just go a standard build here. Great D-ward already to start the game off here for Dark Mago, getting almost the quarter of a level.
Trying to take a look if there's any facets that are surprising. It doesn't look like it. I guess some that we're not seeing lately. I mean, the Ember's gone for the Slight. We've seen it kind of be maybe 50-50 in the ones that we've been seeing with the chain game or the Slight. The Underlord, I know we haven't seen it a lot, but he went for the Abyssal Horde again. And what'd the Dino go for?
He went for the Ferocity. It just gives you more AoE per stack of Uproar.
Okay.
Which is,
I guess,
in my opinion, the talent or facet rather that is a lot better, that scales into the late game.
and I guess we can even mention it just because so far South America, we have seen some carries even go for the crash landing, but Pike has gone for the, at least one we see more often with the insurmountable for these carry tinies. So let us get underway. Last series here for South America. Boom and Beast Coast, 2 teams that have played against each other a lot so far throughout the year, and see Beast Coast are going to be able to find another big victory. We saw it previously at Riyadh. We'll see if they can do it once again now in TI qualifiers.
It only matters when it counts, right? And this is the epitome, the biggest tournament of the year. The International has been since the birth of Dota 2. You want to go there. You want to get your name on that Aegis. To get there, you got to win these matches. They're only 1 match away to getting to Copenhagen here and seeing how they can do against the big dogs from the other regions.
Love that. International battle, they haven't, I mean, Boom was really the only team that's been able to do it so far. They had a pretty good showing, honestly, at Wallachia. I mean, 5th, 6th, I believe it was. So,
Yeah.
of course, it is a new team, though. It's a new team. Pretty much, it is, in fact, 4 of the ex-Thunder Awaken members who we saw have that incredible run at TI, which I think was a 5th, 6th placement at TI11. And then you have mid lane, Dark Mago. I'd actually get very close to getting a solo kill onto Lumpy there.
Yeah, used most of his mana for that one, but he might be able to bully him off here. And this is a matchup that Dark Mago seems very comfortable in. Really just spamming him down and pushing him out of this laning stage. But the bottles will be here. And as per usual, it's typically just a 1-1 split here. Very difficult to get both water runes as a mid laner. So they should be topped back up. Reminds you of the old Dota days where there was no water runes, and if it was a situation like this, mid lane was already over for one player. Not so much the case anymore. The chains will come out and actually stop them, but there's a lot of pressure being put out into this top lane. We did see the Night Stalker get really low, but unfortunately, a salve on Night Stalker is like 2 salves at nighttime, so he's back to full health, no problem.
The other side lane's looking at the moment. Sacred struggling a bit on the Night Stalker. 8 last hits. See bottom
It's
lane
expected,
though,
right?
because... Okay.
I mean, laning for Switch Doctor in general is just... I feel like you just can't win your lane against this hero. And this is why. They're just walking him down on the top lane with the Maledict. Not much you can do about it. But later on, we have seen this Witch Doctor lose games. And I think the big weakness of the Witch Doctor is his mid game doesn't seem super powerful. Sure, yeah, you snowball the lanes and everything, but you're not really like one of those big team fight impactful heroes, and you can get bursted fairly easily. So if you don't have like a tremendously good laning stage where you're getting kills and snowballing, I feel like this hero definitely struggles a lot, and it does require a good laning stage.
Is there some like, because you can only really be able to get one item at that stage for moves to have some impact. Is there something that you're looking for in particular to at least help some of the team inside these fights, with, you know, whether it be force, glimmer, or whatnot?
I think that it really is just going to come down to the communication on what the Underlord wants to buy. If he's like, oh, I'm just going to go Crimson plus Pipe, and then maybe he'll pick up a mech. But if the Underlord wants the mech, then Moose can, yeah, just go for more of these like Glimmer Cape type of items. Just have more just survivability in general for himself or his team.
While we have some time, like, what's up with this Venge carry? Have you played it so far in some of your games?
I played it, but I went like a meme build. Like it was an unranked game, and I went Battle Fury and tried to carry the game.
Ah, yes, that's right, yeah.
But that's not the correct build. You should still just build like universal hero items. I did see some players like mess around with like an Echo Saber on this hero. It was pretty cool. It's not a really hard carry. You do get out carried by a lot of heroes, but it is a great hero to just get ahead in the game. And if you have a lot of tempo and momentum, it is still just very strong.
So what kind of is the thought process then with this Venge pick? If this is not like a hard carry, and we've seen Tiny late game, and a lot of the stage of the game, Tiny can be a very big issue. So what is like the biggest attribute that this Venge is actually providing the boom draft?
Well, I think it's going to be the Wave of Terror. It reduces your attack damage by percentage, and Tiny has very high base damage. And of course, your level 20 talent. Oh, they're going to go on to the cause here, but I think this is just harassment. Yeah, Venge's 20 talent, Wave of Terror steals 20% of damage and armor stolen. So you can actually steal a lot of Tiny's damage. As Tiny's a hero that typically doesn't like to buy items to dispel himself. He just wants to get super greedy, be tanky, tank everything up, just play around this insurmountable, not get a BKB, and Venge can kind of exploit that.
And he's a little way away, but at least Picard's is finding a lot of farm down bottom. 40 last hits mid lane as well. Argo is bodying. 39 last hits as well, so off to a good start. It's not like Lumpy's not getting a CS. Level 6, we have not seen this Primal Beast make any rotations. We've seen previously some other players, Thompson in particular, of course, really likes playing active on the dinos. Yeah, a little bit awkward there with the Pulverize, and at least he
won't
will
have
get the
it
illusion,
now,
which is
but-
not a bad rune to have.
Yeah, luckily Pulverize is only like a 30-second cooldown, so it'll be up in no time. But no
Misho.
Misho.
He's getting chased down. Dark Margot. Double supports need to be assisting Kid with Dark Margot's attempt on El Misho, but of course they're going to be able to find it. So first blood picked up. Boom and Dark Margot strike first. Matthew, let's see if he's still going to stick around bottom, or they just want to completely sacrifice Sacred now that it's daytime.
That was a big first blood too, because he was already having a good laning stage. Because also having a great laning stage on this finish with Spirit. And now you've got two cores that are shaping up to look like monsters right now for the side of Boom. Luckily for them, though, we do have a lot of farm on our Tiny, too. He's doing much better than Sacred. Sacred really, really struggling in this top lane here in the network department. And that's what happens when you play against the Witch Doctor. I have yet to see an offlaner have a good lane when they have to lane against this Witch Doctor. I think their idea was they'll just survive it. And they did. But at the cost of Pyke just having a completely free game now.
I wonder what the item build as well is going to be for Pyke, because again, we've seen some Tinies go for some different routes here. Of course, in the Echo into Blink, sometimes Echo Shadow Blade. I think China also are really liking what I thought Sacred. It's like they're fine. I know China's liking this Sanjin Yasha. I even saw one build go back to the really old, in fact, I think it was Arme that first did it at like TI11 or 10 when it was the Moon Shard first on Tiny. But that did not have success. So I don't know if that's, people are still going to work with that. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be like Blink second item on Pyke or Shadow Blade. We'll see.
Yeah, you can't, the Moon Shard was actually really good, but you can't do that anymore since the way they patched out Tiny for the longest time is they gave him minus 30% attack speed reduction. because the Moon Shard was kind of OP. So now you have a talent at least that reduces it to -8% of that -30. So it helps. But just generally, just stacking attack speed on Tiny isn't as good as it used to be. That's why the Echo Saber is so valuable on this hero, and we see it pretty much every single game. Same as items like the Conda, really good too. Things don't really like focus on dataless these items pretty much because this hero doesn't use attack speed super well. It's not that it's a useless for him, it's just not something that you want to stack.
Not like it used to be for him.
Yeah.
Let's wonder how the game's going to break down, honestly. I mean, of course, this is a very important series, so maybe it's going to be a little bit more slow paced, but you have an Ember Spirit who can rotate with power runes, and really importantly, you have a Primal Beast that can get super active, and Lumpy still hasn't.
I'm just really worried for Sacred right now. He is not playing a hero that can flash farm. You can see that him and Matthew have to do a double stack together. And that's not good news, right? They're farming this very slowly too. So they're gonna try and farm it out because Moose has done a good job of being like, huh, all right, we're gonna make you just sit up here. And to show you how good this laning stage went, Moose at 9 minutes already has a greater healing lotus. He has combined the 3 lotuses they got into one big lotus here. And he's just gonna use
that
it here.
rotation, Lumpy. Even though Misha's actually smoking a top, it looks like Sacred, they want to try and take the fight. They're going to bring the boys, I mean, even the Underlord, just in case a further team fight breaks out, and that'll be the case, because Tiger, along with Dark Margot here, Picard says, screw it, let's come through the portal as well. A all-on brawl will occur. Who's going to come in on top, though, as Dark Margot tries to Remnant over. Should be able to deal with the Tiny, but this Ember Spirit is going uncontested with the Arcane Rune. Dark Margot is tearing them apart. This Ember Spirit can freely spellcast without any threat on his own life. Dark Margot gets a triple kill, and this game, it is broken open. The early game was slow and passive. No one was fighting. One big fight around top, and we have all 10 heroes.
Yeah, Dark Mongo's Ember Spirit and Pakaz's Venge are getting so farmed, but they still have an issue with this Night Stalker, not even level 6, as we're getting close to 11 minutes here. That's the only reason why Beast Coast is still ahead in net worth here, because they can't really get Sacred into the game. But if they continue this rate at Dark Mago, you might not need him to be a big factor in Sacred. He might just get carried through the next couple fights here, then he'll find a way back into it. As we'll see a replay here, that Moose, he popped that greater healing lotus he had from a good laning stage, chased down Matthew. We see the gate come in. It starts to look pretty good, but with the rock being dropped, Picaz jumping in, and as you mentioned, this Ember Spirit with the Arcane Rune just casting spell after spell here, end up killing all the supports first, and after the supports went down, slight after slight, they whittled them down. And I don't know if they could have had any other rune in this particular game to get this team fight win, because it looks so good for Beast Coast, but 20,000 slights later, Dark Mago comes out ahead.
Yeah. This dude is going to have an incredible Mage Slayer timing. You see on screen, Vitaly is going to attempt to farm the Ancient stack, so looking to get closer towards his own auras. And we'll see what that second one is going to be. But yeah, really eyes on what this Dark Mago Ember is going to be able to do now with a great game.
And those aren't just normal slights either. He went for the Facet, where his slight will double hit you if you hit 2 or more heroes. And trust me, he was hitting more than 2 heroes on every single slight there.
Misha's going to run into Matthew. Flare not going to have the damage at the moment. Matthew will be fine.
It's a lot of damage there. Gonna show you later on in the game when you do have a stun in place. This Hoodwink can just die immediately to El Misho potentially.
Looks like both sides content with just going back to farming at the moment. Very even game. See, of course, Boom not really wanting to be the proactive ones, considering Bakaz is going for this Scepter. Like, sure, you might show up to some fights. As soon as I say that, though, they're going to look to smoke. You've got Rock back up. Maybe trying to connect with Sacred. They'd love to kill into Pike, but this is not easy. 13 minutes in the game. He's got pretty much 2,200 health. Like, this is a lot of health points that this Tiny has already. Yep. They're going to try. 5 members they'll need.
He's probably just gonna walk it off there. No big deal. This Underlord is continually farming up the map here, farming the triangle. They got a lot of stacks for him to chew through as well. And this is going to be a different type of game for Beast Coast. Or sorry, Boom. We're really used to seeing Pekaz playing like these trolls, right? Just farming the whole map and eventually being this 1v5 threat, morphling, stuff like that. Venge is not those type of heroes. Okay.
Oh, he's closer to the tower. Is anyone to TP? They're actually just going to leave him. So a couple ultimates have to be committed, but no one wants to TP in to try and protect him. Because they're setting up on the opposite side of the map because they're going to be able to get the rift away. TPs come through, rainbow TPs. They actually want to take the team fight. So Pekaz will come back through the portal and Beast Coast need to get out. They weren't successful with that attempt to try and offset the gank that occurred onto their Tiny. Looks like Elmisha, he's going to be caught as well at the buzzer. No escape with a teleport. So Beast Coast will lose 2. And of course, really the most important one is the Tiny in the top lane.
Yeah, Boom just a little bit faster. Both teams trying to make a gank on the enemy carry, but Pekaz just sniffed it out. And unfortunately, Pike didn't. He is tanky, but
this is a gigantic kill. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It will not matter. We're actually seeing the damage in the early game from Boom be more than I was. I mean, this probably helped with Dark Margot's early game and as well everyone else being nearby.
Dark Margot is an absolute monster in this game right now. Yeah, you are kind of tanky on Underlord, but not tanky enough to run away from 4 heroes. So he will go down there, and Boom continuing to outplay them on the map here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you are Beast Coast, you gotta find a way to mount a defense in this game number 1 here. You don't want to be in a position where you lose game number 1 after just getting decimated by Heroic. That'll not be good for your confidence.
Kind of needs to start, I feel like, with the Primal Beast and Sky starting to play together. Because something that you brought up earlier, the concern is like this Witch Doctor. How do you enter the mid game on this hero? And you have an Underlord that is relying on other people to make plays as well. So really want to see this Primal Beast along with the Skyreth Mage starting to combine together.
I mean, the Primal's doing okay, but the real issue of this game is like he's just doing a lot worse than the Emperor. That's pretty much all there is to it. So they need to find a way to hook up and kill Dark Magma. They're going to need a lot to do so. They're going to need the Ancient Seal Silence, for 1. Probably a Pulverize, 2. And maybe more. As not again.
South. Again, indeed, and now swap back because
he has
make
Axe.
the attempt onto Lumpy. He's got moves nearby. Because doesn't care about soaking up all the damage. He's ready to go with the second life. They still want to take the team fight. Vitali through the portal. It's taking a long time to deal with Lumpy. This Primal Beast is tanky. Tries to get away, but it's not going to work out. And now Vitali as well is stuck inside the river as Boom once again are going to bring the numbers. Can he make it through the portal? He cannot. Tiger shuts that attempt down. Rock is used. And all these fights are continuing to go Boom's way. This will be a tower now as well to add.
And we're seeing the main factor in like all these team fights. So it's pushing Boom above. It's this vengeful spirit because he's been part of most every single kill, right? In this mid game. And this Tiny, nothing. He's just been hitting creeps. It's been like 4 versus 5, and that's kind of the advantage that you have of playing this Venge carry as well. I mentioned it's not this end-all be-all type of like late game carry, but what it makes up for is these early fights. You can get really active, and it usually is nice to see when you have a carry player who's versatile. We're very used to seeing Pekaz play this type of style where he just plays for the late game and he just carries his team. But it's also very refreshing to see he's playing a type of style that's slightly different where he doesn't have to hard carry the game. He just needs to be a bit more active, join these fights. He even sacrificed his life there on Venge, knowing he had the Aghanims to secure that they get those +2 or 3 kills.
Maybe this is where you can start to find a way back into the game for Beast Coast. Blink Dagger online for Pike. Let's work up with Elmisha. They are playing behind the Vengeful Spirit. They're still going to make the attempt to jump in and blow him up. Looks like they should have the damage. The Melodic will tick him out, but he might be able to find the swap back onto Moose, or maybe Dark Margot can chase him down. Vitali will cover the retreat. Nicely done. Instantly with the Blink, they're going to be able to get a kill in it. And I think for me, Pike as well, you know, he had this Shadow Blade queued up, but saw the status of the game and recognized that Blink was needed to assist in some of these team fights.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. You have to kind of match the tempo of the enemy carry in these type of games. But unfortunately, one good play turns into a return kill there. But getting these kills on Bakaz do matter. Of course, he has the Ags, right? But every time you do kill him, he's still giving full gold and experience, and he's really high up there on the net worth. Got to find some more kills on that. But the problem is, you can't do heavy commitments. You have to kind of like get him low and be able to retreat, so when he does die, he can't just swap you back into the fights here.
Big top lane, starting to run at the Primal Beast. One TP will come in. They got any extras as well to be able to protect him. Lumpy can just charge away.
Orc Mago has a Maelstrom too on top of this Mage Slayer. And it's not like he just got that Maelstrom. He's got like 1,500 gold in the bank almost too. Yeah, this guy is a monster. An absolute monster. He's going to push up bottom lane. They have a Remnant set up for this top. I think the saving grace that you do have here, even though you're getting kind of destroyed in the early game just by this Ember, you can at least be like, okay, at least this is not space for Prakaz to just be playing some troll or something that you know inevitably in 5 minutes, if they free farm, is going to just destroy the game. So a slow game here, I think, is actually pretty good for Beast Coast as they get their items up. Maybe an Eternal Shroud is what they need next on to Lumpy before they fight. Complete this pipe on the Underlord, and whatever item Pike gets will help as well.
Yeah, when do we feel like the damage issues are actually going to start to come through from Boom?
I think this pipe is big.
Okay.
Because we do have the Greaves available already on the Underlord. Witch Doctor went for the Glimmer Cape. And I think a lot of their damage right now is magical damage, right? It's either the Fatal Bonds, it's going to be like some chains, magic missiles. These type of spells are going to do a lot of damage to you. Obviously, Night Stalker with its maxed out Void. Pipe is going to help a lot in that regard. And I think the Eternal Shroud, because I mentioned that, will also be incredibly good here. But again, they're on the hunt on Boom. And it feels like every time they make a rotation, it connects to at least one hero.
Hey, Roche. It's going to be slow, but you got 20 seconds, 4v5. You're in the area.
They've got Max Terror. That's going to be obviously not the fastest, but not super slow either. 4 points in the Vengeance Aura. And it looks like it'll go down at a timely rate. There will be no contest here. Probably going to throw this on Dark Mago to just make sure that he continues to snowball in this game. Obviously, because the carry player that typically will take it, but he's already got the Aghanim Scepter. Doesn't need that second life. It's already built in for him.
East Coast is the trade. Take a long time to get that Tormentor, but they will in the end. T1 Tower went down to the creeps as well. And they will have their lanes in a good position, which is the one thing for Beast Coast. Yeah, besides top, that's the only one. So your top, you're going to lose a T2 tower unless you defend it. We'll see if they actually even want to try and mount a defense.
There's a Gleipnir fully completed on this Ember Spirit now. You've got level 4 chains and a Gleipnir.
Alright.
This could be a very scary if they want to poke high ground defense. You're going to have this Underlord set up before they get to the high ground, I think. Because if he comes in a little bit late, he might just get swapped in before he can cast any of his spells. We'll have to see, but the call is for now. Play the map, look for stragglers. So far, every time they have gone on the hunt looking for Beast Coast farming in the map, they have been successful. They do have the Night Stalker advantage in that regard, but he's going to be running through wards here. You know this is coming, and you should be able to get out fairly easily here, unless he does pop his ult. TP will be successful on Pike, and Elmisha will also
okay ward that sees Elmisha along with Vitali.
Oh, Ember's actually
going to be able to jump him. So look at the damage output that Dark Mago is even doing. Pipe's going to be used, but it's not going to matter. Vitali will be chased down. They saw a couple heroes TP out. One will come in the Witch Doctor, but I don't know if Moose is really going to be able to do that much. Maybe a class can bounce back and forth. Sacred can activate the pit with the instant silence, stops the Death Ward on Moose, and still Dark Mago is not done. The relentless pressure from the Ember Spirit. Now he can turn to Moose next as well. You TP'd in, my friend. You are not getting out.
And here I was like, oh yeah, you have a lot of silences, you have a lot of roots. you have a lot of stuns for this Dark Mago, Ember Spirit. It might be a hard game for him. He is definitely showcasing that this game is not hard for him, not one bit. Especially with this Aegis in hand. He is the carry of this game. Step aside, because I'm the carry in this game. Support me.
8-0-6 for Dark Mago, who we've kind of spoken about. Everyone on this Boom roster has leveled up so far as the qualifiers have gone on. The Cars has had some great games. We've seen the supports win them the early games. Sacred with his team fighting with heroes like Pangolier. Dark Mago, got to keep in mind, I think multiple, 4-5 Zeus games in a row they won. And he's been incredible as well with the mid lane. We are going to have a brawl. It's going to be into the Aegis advantage still.
Yeah, 2 more minutes here on this Aegis. If they see Moose, he's a dead man. He planted a ward there. They're gonna try.
Jump Sacred with the beak if he's still on cooldown. This is not a bad pickoff.
No.
They need the Underlord for the mitigation. He's not here at the moment, so no pipe, no Greaves means all the damage from Dark Mago is not being mitigated. There will be no Underlord. Your aura carrier doesn't show up. And in the end, your Boom, they will capitalize on that opportunity.
You've got nothing for this Ember. He is destroying you. Yeah, you killed the Night Stalker right away, which is great, but Sacred's sitting there. Look at his net worth in this game. He's like, good job, bros. I don't really care. I'm just getting carried anyway. I'm just vision for my team at this point. So they all group up, and guess what? Double chains. After double chains comes the Gleipnir. After that comes the Rock, the Fatal Bonds, and the Upheaval. You're stuck. There's no way out of there. And you fall, one by one, to this Ember Spirit. Warlock also did a lot of work there, too.
There's another Gleipnir. Apparently Matthew's got one.
Okay. Of course. He's Hoodwink. Why wouldn't he?
How do you feel about this? Because I know the Underlord, this is a hero that we often see play split away from the team and can always join with Gay. Do you feel like he cannot do that this game, though, with how much damage is going to be applied before he gets there with the gate? Does he need to be with the team already to activate Pipe as soon as, like, if the fight breaks out?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I think this is just one of those games where we're just so far behind that, I mean, you have to use the gate at some point, just because you do have the facet, right? For the Abyssal Horde. You need the boys. You picked a 0 for the boys, so you need the boys. And I guess you just have to get in there, and I think Lumpy just needs to be a bit more tanky. He's going for that Ags, which might help a little bit. So I think Lumpy just has to go in and try his best. And he gets out. Not even close. Calculated. But yeah, I know. I think they need the gate. I think they need every single bit of damage they can get. And I think with the Abyssal Horde facet, they actually, as funny as it sounds, they need that damage from those Necro books.
I don't like that. I don't like when you're talking about them needing damage from Necro books at this stage.
They need every bit of damage they can get, as you can see in this game. Every little bit. And even then, I don't like their odds here, but their high ground defense could be very interesting here. And you have to keep in mind, there isn't a hero that goes high ground super well on the side of Boom. So the longer you drag this game out, the more items you're going to get. You do have play opportunities for tossbacks later on into the base, stuff like that. But for now, Boom owns this map. And they're even smoking out during daytime, knowing that Dark Ascension is available. They want to not go high ground just because they don't have Aegis, and their building damage is quite terrible, to be honest with you. So they want to kill heroes first, then go. And Matthew will break on Elmisho. I thought he might just charge in head first, but gives him a little bit of respect. They back out.
Vitality down bottom is under this Observer Ward. So the vision across the map once again from Boom, which has been another big thing in all their games.
He's done for. That's not going to work. You're playing against a Gleipnir.
I mean, of course, it's a natural thing when a team is playing from ahead. Much easier to be able to place wards across the map. But I love the current vision they have. You're one in case someone sneaks down bottom in the jungle. You've got one very aggressive up top over the Mighty Mines. So any of these kind of side jungle camps, it's not easy for Beast Coast to be able to play there and catch up.
Yeah, they know the position of this game that Beast Coast is in. They're going to play on the sides of the map. This patch has been out for long enough. That's the drill. When you're losing a game, you push out these edges of the map you farm it out. It's typically safe. And the support players, they've caught on to this. They start warding those areas now. Those become prime. You're not going to be showing in the mid lane very much. That's a death sentence. So vision is key to pick off heroes. And there's an Invis Skywrath mage here. You are setting up on Matthew here, but I don't think you know he's invisible. You do not have detection for this. So this might be an opening where they can potentially get Matthew, but will there be collateral if they decide to fully commit on this?
Sacred's ready. They're baiting Matthew. Sacred's going to be ready to jump, and they'll be in instantly with the teleports. At least it's only the 2 supports that show Skies will escape on the TP. Okay, I was concerned because Pyke was even nearby, thinking that he might be required. Wait, I thought one escaped with TP. Never mind.
No, he died.
They both died.
He tried to TP, just too much damage. And that's the collateral I was talking about. Yeah, you're going to get one, but you're going for a kill that's directly next to a tier 2, right? So TPs can come in directly after. You did force out the Dark Ascension and all. You know, you could just be like, space. At least we did something. In Beast Coast Eyes, that was probably good for them. Better than at least what was happening on the map state. They got something. But reality is that doesn't change the state of the game very much at all for either team. 2 supports for 1 at this stage of the game is fairly even just because of the net worth advantage that is accumulated by Boom.
It's like
Why is this Warlock so farmed? Does anyone have any idea? I just looked at his net worth.
1-1-18, a lot of assists.
Like, why is he so farmed? Like, shouldn't the Hoodwink have his net worth and the Warlock should have, like, the Hoodwink's net worth?
How's he got 94 last hits? What's he last hitting with? Is he just
his
like upheaval and...
Yeah, this hero can
Yeah,
actually
okay.
farm really quickly.
Well, I guess like naturally only 1 death this game is probably going to help. And he's been involved in 19 out of the 23 kills. Tiger's making a case for this hero to be respected more than what it is. At least on this current rate, they are having a lot of success. Of course, the series we casted yesterday with Boom up against Leviathan and now against Beast Coast as well.
I mean, what do you do about it, though? Like, this guy is a monster on Clockwork. We saw him the literal last game he played. He's a monster on Tusk. Can you just ban all his heroes in the first phase? Is that it? Leave all the OP stuff and just focus out Tiger? He's going to get a hero he's good on, no matter what you do. And that's just kind of like the problem you run into when you play good teams. You don't have enough bans. And unfortunately, you don't have enough answers either.
Oh boy, there's a DD. Okay, so Margaret had an arcane room to put himself in prime position to be able to bring the boys over the finish line in that first big fight, and now he's got a double damage rune as well. Again, Underlord is not here to start the fight. Sacred's just going to charge into the middle. They'll attempt to deal with the Witch Doctor, but the rock already gets dropped. That's not that good, but an aggressive swap into the middle over to the left side. We see Dark Margot is locked onto Lumpy. Lumpy's able to activate the BKB. But where is Tiny? Where is Pyke and his damage output? Pyke is not here. He's down to the south by the well, but he wants nothing to do with this engagement. Beast Coast are incredibly hesitant, respecting Boom's advantage, but they are playing with fear in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, Pyke's, I'm not sure what he did on the side there, but his blink was already on cooldown, so he couldn't go back into that fight. He realizes playing into Vengeful Spirit, he needs his damage, so he's going for an item that typically you don't really see on the Tiny, and it's going to be a Manta style. This isn't one of those snowballing items that's going to make a big difference for the Tiny and his damage output. It's just going to help him be a bit more survivable and just kind of block the damage that as soon as you get level 20 on this Venge, it's going to be devastating. And yeah, you kill the cause, but his illusions didn't die in that fight, so we're able to do a lot of work there on that second life there. And Assault Cuirass is the call for Picas's next item. Just gonna boost up the, you know, the minus armor for Dark Mago on these Sleight of Fist coming through. Gonna be even more devastating.
Oh, there's another fight. Okay.
Yeah, he skipped out on the Conda build here on the Night Stalker because he realized he has no luxury items to spare in this game. He did not have a good laning stage. So he's just going for straight the essentials here. BKB Nullifier, get on top of a target, stop these Force Staffs, stop these Glimmer Capes. And they do have 2 Force Staffs, a Glimmer Cape and a Ghost Scepter. Well,
they didn't really fall that low though.
There's a cheese on Sacred too. You got cheese, Aegis. I mean, you haven't won a single team fight this game on Beast Coast, so I don't think you're going to start fighting into Aegis cheese. I think you just got to get back on the map, drag this timer out a bit longer. Maybe the 37-minute neutral items couldn't have some good choices for you to make your hero a little bit stronger, but they're definitely not strong enough right now.
If they're clumping up to try and take a fight around this tier 2 tower with a high ground ward. But Dark Margot is going to face check them with the Ages. This is not the guy you are jumping.
Nope, not ideally here. You really want this Warlock, I think. If you can.
Hanging Bakars. Oh, they're going to try and jump the Venge and blow him up 4-0. Okay, so yeah, maybe you're going to kill the Venge Whisperer. You haven't even done it just yet. But now your backline, the formation has been broken. Sacred is starting to chase down some of the supports. Importantly, making space for Dark Margot with a bushwhack connecting onto Matthew comes around the corner, holding both of them into place. Pike gets a secondary kill, but it just doesn't matter in the end. These cores are all having free team fights. Dark Margot is still without a death.
I'd still say that was progress as far as their fights are going. Sure, you don't have an answer to Dark Margot yet, but potentially you will later on in this game. We'll have to see. Swap from the illusion
into the upheaval. The Greaves on cooldown, gets it off actually the last second. A buyback from Moose. Moose TP's into the middle. Moose is just gone. Now Lumpy's got a TP in. Well, let's see if he's going to be able to at least be more fortunate with the escape. He's tankier than the Witch Doctor.
I mean, with no Witch Doctor and no Underlord now for 60 seconds, you can do whatever you want on this map. And their call is going to be take this barracks. It is pretty slow, so maybe they'll go for top as well, because he's going to be respawning in 6 seconds. Gonna go back to his illusion. And now you're just going to hit bottom. You still have this Aegis for 1 minute, 45 seconds left. The Witch Doctor, or the Warlock, sorry, is healing up the Ember Spirit. Your Glyph is forced. You're at bare minimum losing one more set of barracks here. And there
they go.
Someone's pinging the throne.
I have no creeps though, I guess.
Oh, okay, there's no wave here. Pike has definitely cut the wave mid. They're gonna all in it still with the overwhelming damage and the help of the Vengeance Aura plus Assault Cuirass combination. Took all 5 heroes to hit it, but got the job done. And you got exactly what you wanted here on the side of Boom. You still have Aegis for another minute, but most likely you will not be using it. Choice is yours what to do from here. Do you want to try to just finish the game here? Or do you just wait another 4 to 6 minutes for that Aegis to like respawn?
What is there always so they can do whatever they want here for Boom. Such a lead. Seeing, and they're actually going to smoke and try and take a fight. 30 seconds left on the Ages. We do see Beast Coast is starting to clump up around the mid lane.
I think they're just trying to get their lane shoved out.
Us is hunting. Smoked up, moving forward, scan. I know they're up on the high ground. Dark Ascension gives all the vision they need. And the supports are just food. El Misho runs into 3. Meanwhile, the Night Stalker's also trying to catch up to the Witch Doctor. Still no buyback. Of course, we saw Prior used here for Moose. Top lane is shoved in, so these last set of barracks are about to be vulnerable.
They are going to lose the Night Stalker ult, though. Supports will be back in 30 seconds. If you want to buy back, potentially, that is an option here, too. Because he does have swap if he wants to use it. For now, being very patient. I think Beast Ghost can do nothing but just watch your barracks die.
Even Pike is just doing no damage. What? Actually, just nothing. Dark Margaret just stood his ground. Took 0 damage from the tiny full set. Meaning the mega creeps are online.
So the cool thing about the Venge 20 talent, where you steal 20% of reduced damage and armor, even if you dispel it, you still keep the buff. You remove the debuff, but you still keep the buff no matter what. So if he ever hits Tiny with it, he's getting a large portion of damage. I think it was like 50 damage just by hitting Tiny with his W. And if he hits multiple heroes as well, that does stack on top of each other. So pretty strong. And if he ever gets Tiny when he doesn't have his either BKB running or Mantis it off, it'll reduce his damage output by a ton.
Jesus, that hero damage. Dark Mark. I think 40k was second highest, maybe 17k if I remember correctly, something around there. I mean, this has just been, it has been nothing short of flawless from Dark Mark. 14, 0, and 14.
Yeah.
This guy has been exceptional. I mean, we always said that. Tiger 3-1 and 24, like they are really not slipping up.
When I was singing the praises of Bakaz carrying the games and being that reliable carry, turns out he doesn't even need to be. Not in every game. When Dark Mago needs to step up, he'll step up. He's doing it in spades, and we got a swap coming out. Very aggressive. He went back in.
Target Bakaz, okay. I mean, you assassinate the Scythe Mage over the other side. Meanwhile, still under the T4 towers. But Tyler and Pike, they're in some trouble. I mean, the aura is going to be activated, but with such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead, it just doesn't matter how tanky you are. These auras are doing nothing. Pike can't right-click. Maybe he'll be able to deal with Tiger. Lumpy's dumping everything to get the Warlock support. But still, the fight will continue to break out. Boom. Swarming inside the base. It is time to pillage. Treasures are for them. Tier 4 towers are claimed. And this game 1 is going to be theirs as well. But the G's being caught. Boom. Such a convincing game 1 victory here in our lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and this, you've got to be a little concerned if you're a Beast Coast fan, because this Boom squad, they reformed. They went through the second qualifier. They brought in new players. They have swept their way through this lower bracket here, getting to this stage. And Beast Coast, they looked good. They looked damn good. And then they lost to Rogue 2-0. Now they're losing game number 1 here. And I've seen this story time and time again where you're this close to qualifying for TI. You lose very badly in the upper bracket final. You go into that lower bracket final, and then all of a sudden, you're a bit demoralized, you're a bit shaky. You kind of lose your identity here, and it really does look like, in this particular match, that Beast Coast, they don't look like they're in their current form that we're used to seeing them in, and they got to shake it off quick, because if you are a team that you know can be so damn good, and then when it comes to one particular match or 2 matches in a row, you can't get your shit together, and then you're not going to TI, that can haunt you for an entire year.
So let's see, because this has to be such a big strategic advantage now for Boom as well, where there are so many heroes that we're discussing that need to be banned, and now you just look at like the strategy and the 5 heroes that Boom were playing with. This is something we've not seen from them. Like Bakaz Venge, what is this? Like, yes, this player, I think, hitting the scene was praised for his early game. Like the ability for him to get active and show up to team fights compared to some other carries that were not, but we've seen him so far in the qualifiers be on hard carry after hard carry, and this game on the Vengeful Spirit now. I mean, he just, the strategy from Boom in the end, of course, play style as well, but this has to give them so much confidence heading into this upcoming game where they're able to get a victory with something that they have not showcased so far in the qualifiers.
And it was a very risky strategy as well, because like, who could have guessed that Dark Mago would just dominate mid lane, walk around the map, get an arcane rune, get a triple kill, right? And then just become a force in this game that you just can't deal with, right? Like, that's just something that cannot be predicted. And I'm not saying it's luck or anything, but it is definitely very unfortunate for Beast Coast here to be in a situation where now you're just like, okay, they can do this to us. This is very scary to play against. Beast Coast, they tried the Witch Doctor. They even shut down this Night Stalker so damn hard. And that's also goes to a testament too. We've seen Sacred when he's ahead on this Night Stalker. He can carry the game. So all 3 of these cores on Beast Coast in this qualifier, or sorry, on Boom in this qualifier, have been so damn impressive. And I think Beast Coast are just going to have to step it up in this particular game. I don't think a single core on the side of Beast Coast really had anything to ride home in this game. It was all Boom the whole way through. Lumpy, we've seen some great performances through him through that mid lane. This wasn't one of them. Pike also struggling on this Tiny. Vitali, typically we see him on this Pango making waves, but it's not really happening in this particular game. Maybe you need to pick some more playmaking heroes, because right now, yeah, Tiny and the Timbersaw, yeah, you get not some Timbersaw, the Beast, you get really, really tanky, but you can't really make many plays on the map. So perhaps they should think about that more. And also the Skywrath Mage, we've seen it a couple times now. It has not been very impressive.
Does this tiny hero need to be, at least in South America, the priority on it need to be changed? Because so far, this is, I think before this game, it was 14 games. So it's up to 15 games now with a 26% win rate. We are not seeing this hero work out. So is this hero, do you think it just needs to go? It just stop? Do you still believe in the tiny, or do you feel like we need to see some other things prioritized? Because there's a lot that's strong at the moment.
I mean, tiny can work, but I think it's more of like a pick at this point where you're just hoping to pick a hero that is stable, and you're not picking a hero to win the game. And we're defaulting it to go into the carry position. And you have to admit that Pyke on his tiny this game, he free farmed, right? And he kind of destroyed this Night Stalker. I want to say the issues lie more into the synergy that the Primal Beast and the Underlord had. They're the same type of heroes, and they both really struggled, not only in the lane, but just in the game. So I wouldn't think too much about the tiny. I think it did what it needed to do, but you really need to fix your other two cores. You need to make sure if Vitali can get in the game and make some space and some rotations, or it has to be Lumpy, one of the two, but it just didn't work out for either of them. And I really think the Skywrath Mage did them no favors in helping them catapult them into like that area. And also we saw the Hoodwink. Maybe these Hoodwink type of heroes need to be a higher priority in this region, because winning the lanes is going to be super important.
Let's see, a lot of questions, and they need to be answered pretty goddamn soon here for the boys on Beast Coast. Are they going to be able to change things up enough to be able to send us to a Game 3, the deciding series as well? One slot, I should say, remains to be able to make it to the international third team. We're going to find out if Boom can do it in 2-0 fashion, or if we will go to that third deciding game. First a break. We'll see you guys soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
One game is all Boom need to make it into TI13. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it here in 2 games or if Beast Coast can find the answers that they were requiring to be able to deal with them heading into this upcoming game. We'll have to find out because there is a lot they need to address now. Fia, where do we start? Where do we start for Beast Coast? What do we need to look at? Of course, maybe it even helps with who has priority. I can't see at the moment. Looks like Beast Coast, they chose 2nd pick. So we can start with that.
All right, where are we going to start? I think we potentially can start on our position 4 because that is what we picked first. And after we hash that one out, when we pick something that isn't Skywrath, maybe a Dark Willow, maybe put the Tiny on pause 4, maybe get the Hoodwink for yourself potentially, or even maybe go the route of like a Rubik or something that seems pretty decent this patch too. That might help your laning stage a bit more. And then their last pick, it just didn't work out. You saw this Venge. You knew it was going to be carry. You thought this Underlord would be the answer to it. It got bodied, man. Like, super hard in the laning stage. And I think this is the root of most of their problems. And the Primal is a hero we don't see a ton of, but I'm not going to blame him yet. I wouldn't hate seeing it again. But at the same time, do you want to play it again after a game like that? I feel like Lumpy could get absolutely nothing done in this game. I get why it could have been good, but there was a lot of issues. Some were play, but most of it was draft, I want to say, for Beast Coast. And I think that's just the strength Boom has right now. This is why they're doing so well in the lower bracket run. Their drafts have been on point. And more importantly than that, there's just so much momentum on this team. Everyone seems to be catching their stride and being on fire. Like, talk about Matthew. He's had some games where he just solo carried on Hoodwink. Because he's had games where he's solo carried. Sacred, he's had games where he's solo carried. Dark Malago just solo carried the game. As a pause 5, it's definitely hard to solo carry, but Tiger has definitely been a standout player in most of these games too. All 5 of these guys are on fire right now, and if you're Beast Coast, your job is to put this fire out, and it's not going to be easy because there's smoke everywhere.
No, without a doubt, it's not going to be easy at all. The only adaptation we have, at least in the bans, is the Zeus has been bumped up in priority. They removed the Zeus. Last game they did it 2nd phase. This time they're going to do a 1st phase, and it was a Tusk that was there instead. So yeah. From either side, though, we see Boom, of course, Hoodwink again, and Beast Coast, they will go for the instant Witch Doctor.
All right, still believing in the Witch Doctor. It's good in the lane. We've seen it time and time again, right? Like in this mid game, it doesn't seem to be doing a lot, but you made Sacred just like a creep in that game for the long period of time. And maybe if Dark Mago just didn't pop off and solo carry this game, that would have mattered a lot. So I don't hate the fact that they're going back for it. Just auto-winning a lane is always nice to have. So we're just going to have some small adjustments to the drafts here. Gyrocopter, I don't think that was banned. Oh, it was. Okay, it was Gyro CK banned and Zeus banned into picked Tiny. We'll see if we're going to go into that same exact type of, but we do have we swapped, right? Never mind. So the first pick out of the gate here, we'll see what happens with their picks. What do they want to pick? Really thinking about this last
no
one.
Tiny.
Down for no Tiny. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just,
yeah, I got a little tripped up because like last game, the CK and Gyro were banned in the same phase. This game, the CK was banned in the 1st phase, right? And then Gyro was your one ban.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to take a lot of time. They banned the Tusk, which again was 1st phase previously. Are you thinking about Warlock as well? Maybe you're looking to try and get rid of Tiger's Warlock, which if you do that though, again, you mentioned your previous series, you just played a incredible Tusk. So there is a lot that you are probably discussing right now on what you want to face, what you don't want to face. And there's the Warlock.
All right. Warlock will be removed. Let us see. Dark Willow. All right, perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. No Skywrath. Pick the Dark Willow. They didn't pick the Tiny either, so they don't want to see that hero again. But I still don't think it's fair to Pyke to be like Tiny was the problem, especially as a carry player. If you lose the game by 15 minutes, that's almost never your carry's problem. That is a problem with the other 4 heroes, because if you can't even farm for 15 minutes, I don't know what type of draft you have.
Sure. Okay. Also, take her back into the Night Stalker. So we saw exactly Hoodwink Night Stalker struggled versus the Witch Doctor +1, Witch Doctor Tiny. Definitely, again, felt like Witch Doctor was a lot of the value that was able to slow him down. So they are happy at least with what Sacred is able to do, or maybe they just feel like overall that lane could have gone better than what it did.
I definitely think it could have went better, yeah. But I don't know how by how much, right? Because this Witch Doctor, he's terrorizing every pub. He is the highest win rate hero in pubs right now, meaning he is, by all intents and purposes, the most OP hero in Dota. And the biggest strength this hero has, it's in the laning stage. So maybe that is the answer to Hoodwink and to make sure it doesn't snowball the game. If they do manage to shut down the Night Stalker in the same fashion they did in the last game, that has to be good for you, right? And then if you're like, okay, check, top lane is secure. Now we just have to secure our mid lane, and we have to secure our off lane. And we're going to see a Keeper of Light for Boom. Another interesting hero here. This one hero's gotten a lot of momentum from the position 4 or 5 role now, because you can technically choose to get the recall facet over the solar bind. You now get a choice. So at level 6, you can start teleporting people around the map. And if you have the map control after winning lanes, like you did in game number 1, instead of a Warlock walking around and you have this recall ability, that map is going to be incredibly scary to walk on. And I like this so much more. I think this hero just went ignored in the last game, at least the early phase bans. Let me double
completely
check.
ignored.
Yeah, completely ignored.
Completely ignored.
And now this is for sure going to help Beast Coast laning stage. So far, Shadow Fiend, he is the strongest mid laner in the game right now. I think only TA is the hero that can really deal with the prowess this hero has right now. That hero's generally permabanned, so already getting much better lanes. And they decided, the Tiny, it wasn't a problem. We destroyed this Night Stalker. Let's run it back. And Lumpy was like, sorry guys, my bad. Ember, he was like 27-0 last game, and I was pretty irrelevant there. I'm just going to pick a hero to shut down Dark Mago. This game is going to look different. And now Dark Mago, he's in a spot where, honestly, his best heroes are just not good for Shadow Fiend, in my eyes. Yeah. Maybe the Zeus is okay versus it, but they banned that one out.
So I think you mentioned in the past, you're thinking of like range heroes that don't need 3 raises, right? So
yeah, I mean, people have been trying this Invoker. That hasn't been working out. Did you just go for the Lina? Is there something cool you can pick here? Do you go Wind Ranger? I've seen that one still lose, but do okay in the lane. A lot to think about.
Even trying to. Is there anything cool with like the Chakra as well?
I mean, most of those are melee heroes, right? It's like some Ember, Pangos. It's pretty good with Night Stalker too. And okay, this one is, I don't know if it still works, but I know this is also a Dark Mago classic. The Bat Rider mid. Does it still work? I like it though. It's really, really cool. Doesn't really play with the Chakra too much, but this is a hero that can contest the Shadow Fiend. And by contest,
in lane
I mean,
or in game?
Both really, but mainly in the lane. So like if you outplay him, you're gonna make this Shadow Fiend feed. But if you don't outplay him, yeah, well, you're gonna lose the lane pretty hard. But there is that chance if you can just like get the stickies on him, play in his face, he's out of position, you can just feed him off of him really easy. Worst case scenario, you can just stack jungle, right? And he can clear that out. So he'll always be in this game no matter what. Bat is not a super popular hero, but Shadow Fiend, not a hero that has stuns. It's really gonna, this matchup really is on a knife's edge. If you can manage to get the raises, the Bat will die. But if you can manage to get in the Shadow Fiend's face, move him back a little bit with the Flame Break, have a couple stickies on him, Firefly him, the Shadow Fiend doesn't get those raises off, Bat will just chase him down and kill him. So I love the balls to pick this hero instead of just being like, I'm going to pick Lina and we're going to trade farm. He's playing for a more aggressive route.
Looks like win rate 47% at the moment with 700 games, 712 games on the Bat Rider. Yeah, in the mid lane. So
not the strongest, but
we'll see. I mean, like you said, I mean, it's something that Dark Mago is incredibly comfortable with. And for me, I'm just looking at heroes that can collapse on the Shadow Fiend. I know this has always been one of his biggest weaknesses is having hero up in his face. So you've got a lot of heroes that can be active. Night Stalker of course has to be second nighttime, but Hoodwink to gank, maybe even the Coddle to be able to amplify them as well. So we'll see if Beast Coast are going to be able to do a good enough job to be able to protect the Shadow Fiend.
We'll have to see here. Kind of looking at some of the games where I've seen pro players play. I'm going to give some shout out to some players here. Dendi beat a Shadow Fiend mid with Batrider mid pretty recently. Thompson lost to a Shadow Fiend twice. So we got, and Dark Mago has actually played this in a pub versus a Shadow Fiend mid, and he went 19-1-14.
Oh shit.
So
yeah, I'm looking as well. It has a 69% win rate versus Shadow Fiend as the Batrider mid. So
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if this is actually going to work as well as what at least the stats are saying.
So it just goes to prove that this hero, it's not only statistically good versus Shadow Fiend mid. We haven't seen it yet, but Dark Mago has also practiced it, right? And we don't know if Lumpy's played this SF against a Batrider yet. Might be just one of those matchups where you need a couple games practice to really figure out all the nuances of it. Very excited to see it. Oh, that's a hero that Picaz has not lost on, I believe, right?
I'm pretty sure no.
Yeah, and every game he's played it, he's been a monster, so that's scary. This is a hero that's really good versus the Shadow Fiend. As I mentioned, Shadow Fiend is the hero that doesn't like playing against heroes that press BKB and lock you down. And that's exactly what Troll does, right? Ursa's another one of those matchups that's kind of annoying. Lifestealer too. He will just perma-root you, and your Requiem will not hurt him whatsoever. You got to pick something big here that deals with this. It's got to be big. Is that big enough?
That big?
I don't know. It depends. I mean, Centaur is a hero that is fairly okay versus the Troll. You are against a Coddle, so maybe they can't harass you out. They do have good jump initiation, but I think more than anything, this lane is gonna come down to what the hell happens in this mid lane. Can Dark Mago really shut down Lumpy, or is Lumpy gonna have a really good game and this Batrider all of a sudden isn't the hero you want in this game, and now all of a sudden you're walking around the map with this Blink Centaur, this Blink Tiny, this Blink SF getting kills all over the place. So can't stress it enough. This mid lane is going to be ultra important for the side of Beast Coast.
I don't know if he's going to change, but Lumpy has not the Raze facet on at the moment, and we are getting very close to entering into the game. My eyes are on him if he changes last second.
Yeah. That's interesting. I feel like you kind of need it to slow down the bat so he doesn't chase you. Or the other one, doesn't seem super important in this game. Just being able to reduce armor on, for a duration of time. But it looks like he's keeping it. So he's not going to have the Shadow Mire. And I feel like you needed every little thing possible to kind of help you with this mid lane matchup. Hopefully he wasn't just too hyped up and forgot to do with it and proves us wrong and be like, this is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. But this is the first time we're seeing this facet. I don't know if other regions like game specific or whatever. I don't know if there's some style they're going to look to go down to try and end the game early with this. We're gonna have to find out. But Dark Mago, yeah. I mean, he's master tier on the Batrider. And Boom have some very, very comfortable heroes that they're going to be playing with. Again, top lane, that's the big thing we saw previously. Sacred really have a rough time, so probably expecting that to be the case once again. Mid lane, we've spoken, is going to be very volatile between the Batrider and the Shadow Fiend. What about bottom, though? Like you mentioned, like Coddle pairs pretty well with melee heroes, and Troll is someone who definitely can spam out the axes with the help of the Chakra. Is this a lane that is going to be able to have a pretty decent time versus Elmisha and Vitali?
We'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure how powerful the Coddle is as a laner right now. I know his ult is pretty good. He did get the recall facet as well. They should be okay. I don't think it'll be a hard time for them unless somehow El Mishu manages to get a lot of brambles on you. You get out of position. Dark Willow plus Centaur is a very powerful lane. So we'll see. That lane could just be a draw on the end, potentially. But I'm interested to see it. To me, this kind of shows you that Lumpy doesn't want to play the caster style. And maybe he wants to, because if you get this lasting presence facet, I feel like you definitely have to get level 15 one that presence or affects buildings, right? So if you win a team fight, you can just walk down lanes. Maybe his goal is to go for a pike or something like that in this game and push back the troll. It's an interesting idea, but of course, the raises not slowing makes this mid matchup even more difficult.
Especially when you're not getting last hits with the razors and missing the range creep as well. So
we'll see. Plenty of time to recover this lane. But meanwhile, Vitali, he's going to get his lane in a good position here. Sacred already. They just have to drag lanes on the top lane as well. They don't want to play against this Witch Doctor yet again. Maybe this is going to be the new normal. Just think of Witch Doctor as Undying. Just don't try to lane against it and just like pull the waves. I'm not even joking with that. I think that might just be the correct play.
Oh, what? He died!
Well, sometimes Undying can't do that, but Witch Doctor can. So maybe you can't pull waves against Witch Doctor. What can you do against this hero?
So, all right, have fun running back to the lane.
Moose stops that pool too. Yeah, it doesn't look like this lane's gonna go much better for poor old Sacred here. This Witch Doctor will continue to get strong. Tiny level 2. Use this Void. Maledict is available. They might want to go here. And yes, they will. On top lane, just chase them down a little with the Maledict. But level 3 in this mid lane, this is where I think things get interesting. 2 skill points being held by Mago here. Wonder if he wants to go to a 1-1-1 build and try to look for a kill. Otherwise, he would have put 2 points in the sticky.
Wonder
Troll on bot lane though. He might be dead.
Okay.
They got him.
That's a big one. All right, this bottom lane already for Beast Coast. The side lane's off to a good start here. Got the Dark Willow with the Centaur playing together. Looks like the lane's probably going to get in a pretty good position, especially with the hard camp being open as well. So this is some really good signs for Beast Coast in their off lane.
And at the bare minimum here, this Batrider, we've seen this Shadow Fiend just destroy every matchup mid. Even if he doesn't get a kill here, he's CSing just fine. And it doesn't look like that's going to change here. Should be just a free farm lane for Dark Mago. And that's kind of a win there, I think. Just picking a hero that can just go even.
You say that, but also, is it kind of a win for Lumpy, considering you've said this matchup can be, like, if played correctly on the Batrider, you can just get kill after kill on the Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, I guess you can look at it both ways. I think both of them are somewhat happy. But so far from what I've seen in this qualifier, Shadow Fiend has destroyed every single matchup he's played in.
Sure.
So it's still a little bit of a win for both the players. Both players are happy right now.
And yeah, importantly, these are both heroes out really wanting to have some stacks created for them as well. So we continue to see a lot of pressure put in the side lanes, and maybe the supports are going to have a bit more of a difficult time to be able to go back into the jungle and start to create some stacks.
Oh, this bottom lane again. Brambles miss, so we'll just back out.
Again, though, Sacred, only 9 last hits at the moment here for the Night Stalker, and we're about minute 15 now away until that daytime. So last time when that hit the mark, we saw Matthew started to leave the lane, and they're just like, all right, we're Night Stalker, we're just going to leave you alone. Matthew, I believe, even went bottom, so we'll maybe see if that'll be the case like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think it pretty soon here, you just want to on Hoodwink move to this mid lane, contest the stacks his Shadow Fiend's making in the jungle, and maybe even potentially get a dive onto Lumpy.
Up lane moves. He's fine. He's got the creeps to tank the tower. Nice pushback though from Matthew.
Oh, they're going mid lane. Dark Mago says it's time, but an instant TP reaction to save him. They were ready for this play. And, you know, sure, you save his life there, but at the same time, you're forced to TP out of bot lane, which to give the cause a little more space. And that TP won't be up for next time. But luckily for him, he's going to have a nice little triple stack there to go back to. And Dark Mago has not been doing anything on his own, but he's going to TP top.
I mean, they're so overextended. Pyke and Moose are both past the tower, not respecting the potential TPs in. They're going to try and land some combos, but it's a big one from Matthew in return, and this will be a double kill for them in the end. So Dark Mago, yeah, he didn't get the kill into the Shadow Fiend, but we see him do a lot in that top side of the map. Lumpy's trying to take a stack away, but
Could be greedy if he wants to. All right. They're kind of low mana on Dark Mago here. And he's going for Boots of Travel first as well on the Batrider. And yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what SF commits to, but for now, just going for treads. I'm very curious to see if he is going to commit to this magic damage build or if he's going to go for a right-click build, but I would think it's kind of bizarre to go for this fast.
Top lane. Should be able to tick out to the last Melodic. So we saw them killed up, but instantly Moose and Pyke back to playing aggressive onto Sacred's Night Stalker.
This just seems like it's not a lane that Night Stalker can play into, but they willingly gave it away. Was it overconfidence from game number one, being like, it's fine, I lost my lane. I got carried anyway. It'll happen again. Can you be that confident going to this one? We'll have to see, but he's having a similar type of game from last game. Slightly better, though, just because that Batrider was able to TP in and clean up that Tiny and Witch Doctor, just slowing down their net worth quite a bit.
And we see he's got a different item build as well. Queued up, you mentioned last game, not going phylactery. It looks like this time he does have it in his quick bite at the moment, so we'll see if Sacred's going to continue to go down that route or not. He is missing pretty much a full wave with a double range creep as well, so a lot of experience unfortunately is not going to go his way, but we have seen, of course, what this Hoodwink hero is able to do, so maybe you're honestly not too bad with this situation.
I mean, it doesn't feel great for sure, but as a support player, you feel good. You're like, damn, don't worry, buddy. Do what you did last game. I'll carry the game. Give me that fast sharpshooter online. I think the next moment of contest will be these Wisdom runes that will be coming out in about 30 seconds. Looking at the map state currently, it probably will just be a trade of 1-to-1. Doesn't look too exciting. Nobody's making any moves. Mid laners are both just farming. Coddle decided to stack a boat for Mago, but here they go. Smoke ganking with this lasso. They want to kill Pyke again, but even if you kill the Witch Doctor, not so bad. And that's exactly what they will do.
Okay, Pyke is going to get the kill. So at least Pyke doesn't die, which is the most important thing. The update on Lumpy, he does have Dragonlance and Yasha queued up. So this is looking like it will be a right-click Shadowfiend build, and so you're going to have two right-clickers. I mean, maybe the Tiny can go down a different route, but again, it's the insurmountable build. It's not that crash landing, so I was thinking maybe he could go with the Blink, with the Kandra or something, but yeah, you're going to have your mid laner and your carry being all in on right-clicks.
Yeah, and it's an interesting choice, too, because I feel like the Magic SF gives you a lot more control against, like, a hero like Troll. So, being another right-clicker, I think he just really wants to buy a Pyke and just keep pushing this Troll backwards. We'll see if it works.
See if this smoke works as well. Lumpy and Moose maybe trying to catch out someone going for the power, and Sacred is currently showing mid lane. It's not easy, though. How are they going to try and with this Stampede close the distance for the Requiem? Sacred, though, with the Crippling Fear makes it awkward. So yeah, you're going to dive Sacred because it means that everyone else is down bottom is going for Vitali. So both offlaners will be killed off, it looks like. Well, importantly, Margot got the kill down bottom, so an injection of gold for the Batrider. Meanwhile, Lumpy did not get the kill onto Sacred's Night Stalker.
I mean, one offlaner is not like the other in this game, as the Centaur was the highest net worth hero on Beast Coast, and the Night Stalker was the lowest net worth hero on the side of Boom. So as far as money trade goes, that definitely is going to favor the side of Boom in that particular rotation. But still about approximately 1,000 gold lead here for the side of Beast Coast. The only issue that I do see at the current point, oh, good stack steal potentially. Really good done. Well done there by Lumpy. Steals away that stack. The only issue I see with this game is potentially the mid game, right? When this Night Stalker does get his levels, this Bat Rider with the boots of travel, are you just going to feed to that because Lumpy is going for like a farming type of build with the Dragonlance? Or can you stop this? And if they can stop the feeding and they're farming on SF, Tiny, and Centaur, because Centaur is going for Blade Mail first, you won't have that Blink Dagger available. If you can stop this mid-game timing here, you're in really good shape from Beast Coast. But it's a pretty scary mid-game timing with Night Stalker and the... what is it, the recall that's going to happen on Tiger. The map is going to be very hard to play very soon here.
Yeah, so how do you set that up? How do you set yourselves up to not feed? Is this defensive items on supports? Is this trying to get some vision out on the map and just read the movements? Is that really all you can do?
I think what they're doing is pretty good here. Set up a area of control. Take bottom tower, ward it up, and make it so that every time they come to this area, they feel threatened of dying, or you just have the superior vision advantage. And then just play 50-50, right? Let them have half the map, you take the other half of the map. Don't get too greedy, but this night time coming up right now, got a little bit careful here. Illusion is available.
Got a little greedy for the rune.
The bushwhack
hit.
hit.
Away, but the timing with the bushwhack means he will not escape the Requiem charge up there. He's going to try and do as much damage as he can, and Lumpy turned out of the Firefly, and he'll live. That is huge. Lumpy escapes. Beast Coast bring everyone they need to get the Hoodwink and the Bat Rider, and this will slow down some of that aggression you are expecting to come out in the mid game.
Yeah, and you don't really have the supports right now that can add the damage to the lasso there, unfortunately, or canceled for the third time. This Coddle, he maxed Chakra Magic. Top lane did not go well. Matthew is not level 6. If you would have had a sharpshooter, that's a kill, right? No doubt. But unfortunately, that is not online for them, so their supports not being the super high in the damage department couldn't dish out enough damage there. The Requiem comes out, and Mago's dead. And all of a sudden, the lead continues to grow for Beast Coast. As Moose, can he bait again? But it looks like he will just potentially go down. Gotta add a little more damage here. They will get him. Not the kill you really want, but it's okay.
No, not at all. I was just going to say you're probably happy with that, considering this is the time now for Boom to play active. You have the recall, you have the nighttime sacreds really wanting to try and use this Dark Ascension, and it's the Witch Doctor that takes the gank.
Yeah, and you have like a max retaliate Blade Mill Centaur who's going to farm a ton, already top net worth in the game. Your rotations to kill the Shadow Fiend have not been fruitful whatsoever. In fact, they backfired on you. This is your nighttime timing. What can you really do with it at this point? Pike is there. You have 3 heroes staring at him, but you're too afraid to dive for the TP rotations, as the smoke is going to come to this top lane. El Misho plus Moose. They want to just secure the 12-minute rune here. Another one will be a haste rune. He can make something happen with this.
See if he almost got blown up last time. But see if he can use the haste to try and connect to the team fight, but no one will be able to stop Boom from retreating. So you have callers now continuing to farm across the map. Dark Margo not wanting to get involved, working on BKB, and of course silently because is going uncontested. This is a troll wall at top net worth, and we have seen because do some incredible things on this hero.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this is going to still be a troll game. The more he farms, the better and stronger he will be. This hero is just kind of a creep at this stage of the game. So Pakaz is sort of happy with the state of the game, but I think Boom definitely had plans with this Bat Rider pick to be doing a lot more than what it currently is doing for the game.
The late game, like, craggy exterior is not frustrating for the troll at all?
It definitely is, but you're going to press BKB and hopefully he dies in that duration.
Okay. Stack getting stolen, I should say, from Beast Coast. I think they saw a couple. They definitely saw the troll venturing pretty aggressively down bottom. Maybe they even saw Matthew as well making the attempt on Vitali, and they're even picking this mid lane. So Pike is getting much more active than what we saw previously. This was one of your critiques with the Tiny last game, and just like the hero difference with that and the Venge, and we're actually seeing he's looking to try and step in to assist with this tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and this particular game, he's playing at the pace he wants to play as a Tiny. It's just unfortunately last game he was out-tempoed by Avenge, but this game, no matter what, is a Tiny. He's going to have these windows against a Troll where Troll just, he doesn't want to do anything but hit creeps. That's for sure.
Dire's top tower
Getting close to that battle
Again, we can, I think, you asked a question about the tiny item build. You know, previously last game, you felt like Blink was required considering the status of the game. Do you agree with the choice again from Pyke?
Yeah, definitely this game, because you already have a right-click carry as well, and Lumpy, right? He's going with the Dragonlance
Lane
build.
jump in, Vitali. Blink reveal onto Sacred. This Night Stalker's game continuing to get more difficult for Death. They've got another pretty decent observer board that scanning out some of the members. See if Tiger looks to walk up the high ground. They've also have their own ward on Radiant. That's going to see all 4 heroes, and well, they'll get the D ward now, but of course this play will not connect.
And that's the difference between this game and last game here. There's a Blink on the Centaur. Will he connect?
This is
Not
deep. Yeah, you got Stampede
Just lassoed him.
to potentially
Okay.
get away. They're going to try and lasso, but there's no one there for the damage. So, I mean, that's on cooldown for 85 seconds. Vitali's like, cool, bro. Yeah, lasso me. Have fun with defending a T2 tower now.
And that's a big cooldown. That's a 90-second cooldown that they will not have available. TP's to mid, and the call is just let it die. Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, the Blink Dagger is going to be essential here because they don't have that Blink initiation this game from their mid laner. He's just a right-click carry. So Pyke is just going to have to play a little more selfless, be a Blink initiator, and hope Lumpy can pump the damage into these towers here. When he gets to that level 15 talent, if they can win a team fight,
They're
your
setting up
base
on
will
Dark
melt.
Margo. I mean, he should be dead. You can Stampede so everyone can close the distance. You'll get the first stun, and everyone else is going to be there as well. And this defensive observer ward scouting out the Bat Rider. And there's a couple things now. First, of course, the obvious. Dark Margo completely took over the last game on the Ember, and most importantly, this Bat Rider has not done the things that we were worried about in the early game to take over the map, get kill after kill, and he's not doing that. He's 3-2-2 at the moment. They've done a really good job to slow down the pace.
3-2-2, huh? But yeah, this game in particular, he is not the force we saw in the last game. And that is a big difference. And we're seeing the same story in the offlane for the Night Stalker. And I really felt like the last game, the only reason this Night Stalker was able to play the game is because Ember just blew the game wide open for him. But this is kind of what the game looks like when your offlaner can't do anything.
Dark Margo off the back of the respawn. This time they're going to
They
have
don't
some
have
heroes
damage.
nearby to play with the lasso. Tiger's going to move through. They're also TPing the outpost as well, but the numbers are going to favor
Okay.
Boom, but can they continue to stalk them? A Dark Ascension is even used, but they're so hesitant. Sacred was ready to go, but everyone else was a little bit concerned about Beast Coast connecting with their 2 other members.
Kind of seeing the weakness of this Keeper of the Light right now. Yeah, you can teleport your team across the map, but what can you do with it? Not able to kill anyone here.
I just got a double wisdom rune as well. Other one cook for a little bit. He's gonna be pretty happy with the experience that he's got. He's got he's got your scepter queued up as well. So this is kind of bottom lane, Matthew, actually gonna go for this. So I thought he was going to do somewhat of this build, but with the crash landing, right? But
Yeah.
so very interesting that he still wanted the insurmountable.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little handy versus heroes like Bat Rider, right? It's gonna, if you ever do get that status
Sure.
resist and the sticky napalm too, the slow resist. So
Radiant's middle tower
at least it's a decent build for the insurmountable. Maybe the crash landing was still better. It's really hard to know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But if you plan on only putting 1 point in toss,
Radiant's
yes, no
bottom
point getting
tower
crash
is under
landing.
attack.
They didn't actually.
Oh,
what the
interesting.
hell?
I
I mean, they
he
got
ulted
baited.
down
They
there,
thought
yeah.
he would have. I guess he was too far away from the cliff to jump off, so he just fell back down. But I mean, what a difference in Beast Coast we are seeing. Like again, you were saying versus Heroic, they had some. Game 2 was a little bit more close, but Heroic one fight completely just blew that game open. And we saw Game 1, of course, versus Boom. It was very dominant. But now Game 2, finally, we are seeing the Beast Coast that we have seen so far in these qualifiers.
And this Witch Doctor is higher level than the Night Stalker at this stage of the game, and about the same net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower
Tiger, they're gonna try and go for him. He did ult, and he's gonna TP back to base. And I haven't if you're behind, right, I don't see this coddle doing much work. Like, this coddle is meant to play from ahead, teleport people around, set up ganks, but every hero that Dark Mago has lassoed in this game, there's been no damage. They just can't kill him. And you want to have a support that can do something with you, or maybe even an offlaner, but like, the supports just don't have damage. I mean, Hoodwink could do some damage potentially, but not in this game. Just not going to happen.
Early game not going their way. You know, who knows how different this game would be if that engagement inside the river went differently, where the Bat Rider gets some kills. We're able to snowball and use that recall, because now it's Beast Coast that are continuing to play aggressively. Up in the face, T2 towers, they're all gone. 20 minutes in. This is pre-15 talent as well for the Shadowfin if you wanted that aura affecting buildings. And you are now just praying that Bakaz is able to find enough farm and do something. Looks like this smoke will connect though. Vitaly and Elmisha together are going to be able to scout out Matthew.
Sacred.
Sacred's going to charge up the high ground. 2 heroes showed bottom. They're going to instantly be able to tip into the outpost in case the fight does break out. Nice flame break. Move's going to get pushed to the low ground. And the Hurricane Pike, it's going to get some separation, but still the lasso's going to be there. Vitaly, they should deal with the Centaur, right? If they even got the damage, it doesn't seem like it. Pike, an aggressive jumper in the middle, but there's just nothing left in the tank from Boom.
And Moose is 1 hit away, and the cause decided it is not worth committing for that one. And you just walk away. You get a Night Stalker kill. You almost kill 2 heroes on Beast Coast, but almost isn't enough. You got to finish the job there, but they're just not confident enough to do so. So this game still
95%.
95. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And that's the risk of this bat mid. It's either you take off and you carry the game, or we're starting to see why a lot of people don't play this hero mid. Because if you don't take off, you don't do much. It's kind of farm.
Kaz is up there for an early BKB.
Needs it.
Just trying to see if there's closing on anything else. Surely. Blink is still a little bit away. We've almost got Maelstrom, which is going to be a nice little damage spike for Matthew. Bottom lane, Dark Margot starting to try and TP down. Vitaly's going to get the first stun.
Okay, no BKB.
Pike's going to be there to follow up as well. Oh, and the burst, of course, showcased with the phylactery build from Pike. And yeah, like you said, this Bat Rider just has not taken off mid lane. Elmisha going to be forced to terrorize, but you can't even kill a Dark Willow when she's by herself.
And your team is coming. By the roots. See ya. He's gone. Matthew's going to die here. And we're talking a lot about the Bat Rider, but we have to mention this coddle too, right? Compared to what we've seen Tiger play, like this Warlock and the amount of team fight you bring to the table, we're not really seeing a combo with the Chakra Magic. We're not seeing anything you can dump into these team fights. We have not seen a single relocate amount to anything useful so far in this game. You're not going to get the Solar Bind, so you're not even a threat in the ganks. Trying 2 new heroes in this game for Boom that we haven't seen yet. And it's not really working out. Maybe feeling themselves a little too much after that last game, being like, yeah, we can try some new heroes. Or perhaps maybe the hero pool is run dry. We did see a lot of new bans.
Take the, oh, what? The reactions from Pike's able to get the blink away. Now Vitaly as well. Enough time to stampede back to the secret shop. Margot wants him though. Big lasso drag back, and they're gonna have the damage. He'll be stuck on the high ground, but Bakaz is not hitting the center because he wants the tiny. Tries to lock onto the carrier Beast Coast, but the All Scepter, they get some separation. And this is just too messy. Not the start they were wanting from Boom. Yeah, you'll kill off moves, but Sacred's also going to try and get over to the wards of Dark Willow, but meanwhile, Bakaz is stuck inside the river. You can activate your spells, Vitaly.
Oh,
nice
what a
force
force.
for the high ground.
Oh, but he's in trouble now,
He doesn't
actually.
have it for himself now. Pike to the rescue.
He tossed
He's
the
gonna
wrong
be able to
hero.
save him. Lumpy tries to get him up, but no. Will not be able to keep him alive. And now Sacred with the phylactery, so they just get out of range. Pike will try and TP there, and he stuns Bushwhacks on cooldown. Somehow, this fight, I don't know, goddamn how, but in the end, Boom actually make it a decent trade.
Pike, unfortunately, with the tiny airlines there, canceling the Requiem.
Dire's middle tower is under
getting the Shadow Fiend killed when otherwise he would not have died in that engagement. Sure, they still got Because though. But you did not want to lose your Shadow Fiend there. An accidental mistoss by Pike there cost him his mid laner's life, but it's all good. They're still ahead. It's still looking good. Bit of a whoopsie. They're allowed a couple of those in this game. They are ahead. Time to reset.
See, time to reset. Of course, we're going to be. Roche is still not really even being thought out about. You know, of course, Boom can't at this stage, and probably Beast Coast are going to be thinking about it. They got some really good wards around that previous fight location, so Vitaly's going to be able to find Matthew. We've already got a lot of heroes nearby as well, so maybe Pike can come through the portal. I mean, you don't have that long before it goes to the bottom, so.
Are we going to see it again? Oh, no. We don't want to relive this moment. Tiny goes in and tosses his Shadow Fiend. I don't even know how it targeted SF with all those units. Why? Kind of unlucky, to be honest with you. It is.
You get the boomerang on Matthew, so it's going to help out a little bit with your damage output, potentially blowing up one of these heroes. And now, I mean, Margot's got a 4-staff queued up, so this is definitely something as well. The high ground siege that is not coming in yet, but probably with the ages. You will have some repositioning. Do they have another 4-staff? No, they do not. So there's not going to be like some double 4-staff inside the base. The Coddle, with all this farm that he's getting, is going to be working on a Scepter, so we will see the Will-O-Wisp be a factor in this game.
All right. That's something. It can be a little bit annoying to lock them in place. That way Because can get onto a target. Because, though, is just really not where he wants to be itemization-wise. Sure, he has his basic toolkit, but the one thing Troll does struggle against is when the enemy's like overfed, have Aegises. Because you only have you have about 8 seconds to kill heroes. And that's during your BKB. And once your BKB goes down, see you later in this game. And we do have a Pike available on the Shadow Fiend, which is going to stall out at least another 3 or plus seconds.
They really want to fight this? I mean, Elmisha's going to pop the smoke.
Okay.
Dark Ascension even uses
they
also.
wanna
Yeah, they
fight.
want to take the team fight, but Ages, it's a
Troll,
lumpy
listen.
now.
Oh,
Because
they
going
brought
to
the
come through
troll.
the portal.
Recalled.
Pike, toss into the Requiem. Sacred just gets blown up 4-0. There's going to be a lasso, but Because is not right-clicking Vitali. In some danger, but the Terrorite's going to send him over the left side, but Because gets the BK and ults him off for the last second, but again, it's just not giving them enough value.
He's kited.
There's no kills that are going to be picked up afterwards. Yeah, he's doing some damage, but the multiple Yours Scepters just kite him into oblivion, and boom, they forced that fight. They felt like they had the potential to take it next to the Roche Pit, even when Beast Coast was set up, and that was not to be.
Yeah, this Tiny picked up a Yule Scepter of his own just to kite out this troll. They understand if Because doesn't hit a hero, he's not going to do anything in this game. And they're doing a beautiful job. They have a 4-staff on Shadow Fiend. They have Tiny with the Yules. They have a 4-staff on both the Dark Willow and the Witch Doctor. So 3 4-staffs and 2 Yules on Beast Coast. How do you stick on a target? Maybe you kill the hero that's being lassoed, but at this point, do you even have the damage to do so? It's feeling a little bit rough here, and we got the plus souls for a little bit longer here. These buildings with a -11 armor going down very quick. Chonk, chonk,
Lane,
chonk.
there is going to be a lasso, so Dark Willow going to be able to find a pick off onto El Misho, but yes, the full set of barracks will go down.
I love Pike in this game. He realizes he's not the main win, or he doesn't have to be the hardest carry in the game. Gets the Flack, or gets the Conda online, gets the Yules. Just buys items, and he doesn't even have his shard yet. That's like kind of to show you that he realizes he doesn't have to farm that much.
I really like the ability for, I mean, heroes to be able to go for different items and different playstyles in particular. And yeah, we can see it on like mid tinies, but the fact that like these carry tinies can even go for this as well, think it's really is going to be able to free up some drafts to open up some different strategies that we haven't seen in the past.
Lumpy's Shadow Fiend here. Really, really big. He just about has a full data list completed here. He's just waiting for 200 gold. Which will happen just momentarily here. And I think the call is at this point, just play the map. Maybe wait for next Roche. 5 minutes and 12 seconds for Roche, so he does have the Aegis for 2 more minutes.
How's
Go higher
Moon
on if
so
you want.
fun? What's going on?
Well, he's been getting a lot of
746.
kills, right? 7 kills will do that, and he also ate his Grizzy.
Where's Green? Sacred caught outside the base. I'd have to use the Will-O-Wisp. Is that going to be enough to protect him? It will be laid
Nope.
down, but it's a gigantic crit.
Yep. Amplify damage rune and Daedalus completed. That'll do it. No Will-O-Wisp, no Night Stalker.
Radiant's top tower
What can you do to hold your base here? SF needs some souls here as he did pop his Feast of Souls.
Dire's bottom tower
Gotta go
is
collect
under
those
attack.
again. And he's back to full souls. Through backdoor protection, who cares, you know?
Yeah, wow.
We got Tiny and SF with a amplified damage ring. What's your play if you're Boom at this stage of the game? It feels like your options are incredibly limited here. Maybe in 50 seconds after this Aegis goes down, you can potentially do something?
With a siege like that, it's so difficult. I mean, you are looking for the lasso, but Dark Mago will have to pop BKB when his last wing summon. There's going to be responses of your Scepter. And, I mean, they're not even going to get that opportunity. Top full set of barracks go down with ease, and Beast Coast now, they can back, look to try and claim the jungle. They haven't farmed just yet. Get their next set of items. I mean, this is a gigantic... In fact, it's 0% probability for Boom. So...
Feels like it.
incredible turnaround for Beast Coast.
Definitely feels like the things that have to go right for them are Beast Coast splitting up like a Shadow Fiend, right? He has to be by himself, get lassoed, and die to 3 heroes, including Troll and Bat, and just kind of just like feed out of position. But as long as Beast Coast don't separate and they play around this SF, sure, you can die on your Witch Doctor, you can die on El Misho potentially, going for the risky. There's 2 Wisdom Runes, who's going to eat them? Centaur will take them both. Level 20. I mean, that's what happens when you're winning games really hard. You don't go to back to your side of the map. Little surprise Hoodwinked didn't sneak back there and try to eat those ones up. Probably just assumed that they were gone in their own rights.
Yeah.
And yeah,
The damage graph just showed, and Moose had the most damage dealt this game.
that doesn't
Witch Doctor
actually
thing, I
surprise me.
guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been getting off so many Maldicks in these team fights.
Your nightmare continues.
Cast bounces as well at 15. I don't know if this is the one you normally go for. Melody AoE.
I mean, I don't think you need
Dude,
the
Lotus.
extra AoE unless you're not good at hitting it.
Okay.
But maybe you can get that +1 hero in it potentially. But they don't really have like a combo. Maybe if you have a Darkseer or something, that extra AoE could be cool.
We are playing under this observer down bottom. Let's see if there's something, a play to be had for Boom. They're starting to funnel out of the base.
I mean, Witch Doctor starts to get really fun at that level 20 talent. The 30% Maldic burst damage. I was watching one of the games. I forgot which one it was, but there's a Tiny playing against the Witch Doctor. I'll hold that thought. All right, continue that thought. There's a Tiny versus Witch Doctor, and Witch Doctor literally pressed E on him, and he took like 10% of his health, right? And damage. And he just died. And then I think Parker pinged that Witch Doctor did 4,000 damage to him with 1 Maldic. Literally 4,000 damage. It was the silliest thing I've ever seen. So once you get to that 20 talents, yeah, you get to that 20 talents, all you have to do is slap on like 1 or 2 nukes and you'll kill a tiny or something of that equivalent of HP level.
Sacred looking for the D-Ward, but they're here. Well, they're actually going to get the jump first onto the Dark Willow. Not a bad target.
Got the
They're
Yules.
moving easy support, but it's not making it easy. Picard's going to try and activate the battle trance, but the US Scepter will continue to kite the troll wallet. Forstaff gets him over the right side. And now it's taken too long for Picard to get to kill. The 8 seconds, like you were saying, has expired. And so has his life.
And by the way, that's another Yules. Centaur picked up a Yules. Tiny picked up a Yules. Dark Willow has a Yules. So whenever Picard goes on someone, you're just chain Yulesing. And after Yules, you force him to safety. And yeah, he is on a timer every single fight. He's got 6 seconds now to make something happen, or he's going to get permanently kited. He needs a nullifier. Badly.
In his life.
Where is that money coming from?
Oh, God. I don't know. He needs a lot. Lumpy. Oh, he's got a DD. Okay. Last up in 10. We'll see what they can do with it. No troll for 30, though, importantly. It's going to be Megas unless you take a fight now, but they're not even going to give the opportunity. Look at the wraparound. Even under the tier 4 towers, they stood no chance.
That Tiny has 40% status resistance. That lasso is not going into the fountain. And you have to kind of feel at this point, if you're Boom, that this game is hopeless. But maybe you give it one more go. Cause is coming up. BKB up in 7 seconds. This is probably your last fight of this game. What do you want to do with it? You want to chase?
How can you? No lasso. How are you just going to stop them?
Yep, you can't even chase here. So I guess the plan is to gear up and just defend Mega Creeps for as long as you possibly can. This Roshan, it'll be back up in 50 seconds. You're down 25,000 gold, but more important than the gold lead is just the fact of how do you team fight? Your one initiator and the Bat Rider just isn't good enough anymore. There's too many Yules, too many Force Staffs. You can't even drag this Tiny who's playing in the front line because he's got 40% status resistance with the Sange and Yasha and Surmountable. Don't even waste Lasso on that guy. It's pointless. You're going to have to find the Shadow Fiend. But he's going to have an Aegis. So...
An Aegis and a Lotus Orb now. Like, you actually can't. Moose just completed Lotus. So... You will just pop that on Lumpy, let him siege.
Just gotta wait for Roshan. 8 more seconds here. East Coast are really filling themselves in this game number 2, making the proper adjustments, I would say, going into this one. I really like how the fact that they noticed that this Night Stalker, it wasn't a problem last game. Like, they're gonna do it again. The one change that they're gonna make is gonna be in their support position 4 and mid lane. I think those are the 2 big things that had to change. They made those changes, and it's been a night and day difference.
And I mean, we can even kind of start speaking about this next time. 100% it's been that way for a while. Honestly, if you come back from this game, boom, and then we can start speaking about what they can do differently. But they're even probably talking about, like, how do we adapt? So what do you want to see from them now as well? Do you feel like this Night Stalker, it just needs to be avoided? Are there other things? It's just a game where you went for a strategy and the snowball just didn't work with the Bat Rider Coddle?
I think if you do lose this game, you're definitely looking at this Witch Doctor hero, and you got to come up with a new plan. Because it did way too much.
One last fight. Let's see what they can do. Aegis, Roche's banner as well, so you're going to have Mega Creeps glyphed up, which seems like an almost impossible fight to take once they get set up inside the base. So you're going to have to get a jump before the Lotus Orbs are applied, before the creeps are in, before the banners are used. Boom will not be able to find anyone with this current smoke.
Cause he does have the nullifier queued up, but he is a long road away from it. But maybe that is the item that can really help them, because we've seen how many Yules we got. 3. We got 3 Yules and 3 Force Staffs. Actually, a Wind Waker on the Tiner now. So yeah, Wind Waker is also the call for Centaur, it looks like. So we're gonna have like triple Wind Waker, triple Force Staff. This is anti-troll tech. He's definitely gonna have to get this nullifier very soon. Otherwise, he's going to get kited during his ult, without a doubt.
Oh, give him the farm. Stop blasting away.
Pretty much, he needs it.
To Vikaz.
There's no item more important than this nullifier in this game. I wouldn't even hate to see Night Stalker go for one too. He does have 2,000 gold. Just about the same as Vikaz.
We're just seeing like them take 3 creeps. Just imagining Vikaz be like, guys, what are you doing? Oh, Pike jump in. Trying to force out a response. Half his health just gone with 1 poke. Will-O-Wisp importantly used as well.
Towers.
And that's set up.
Oh, he's...
What a Manta timing. I don't know if
he
it was
dead?
accidental. Regardless, Lumpy escapes the initiation. And now the creeps are surely going to be in. They place the Bennett kind of far away. The pushback.
Lumpy's kind of...
Is he going to lose his first life? Sharpshooter?
Oh, no.
All right, they got him. Another last, so they want to try and get rid of Moose. With the Witch Doctor in some danger, Picard's going to try and get the finishing blow, and they will. No Moose for the team fight, no Aegis. Picard's protected with a Glimmer Cape momentarily. Pike's going to try and find the vision. The damage isn't enough, though.
It's daytime and your throne's exposed. You gotta go.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Vitali with the jump, the space. The Centaur just enabling Lumpy to end Picard's. TP straight towards the backline, but the Yor Scepter from Lumpy's able to protect him. They are just continuing to kite because now with the ultimate charged up, Lumpy's Requiem will shut this game down. We will head to a deciding game 3. They've got buybacks. They will not even use it with the G's being called. And it is only fitting for the last slot in South America. We go to the final game.
And I think Beast Coast made all the proper adjustments in this game and more. I think the Shadow Fiend was exact hero that they needed in game number 1. Something to slow down the fact that this Dark Mago, you know, his Ember went crazy last game. You can't give him a good lane matchup. They picked the Bat Rider. Lumpy did incredibly well in the lane stage. Sure, he still lost the lane, but he didn't get destroyed. They didn't let him snowball, and they still destroyed this Night Stalker in the top lane as well. Bottom lane went even better than last game as well, because they're able to get a Dark Willow instead of a Skywrath Mage. They made all the right strategy changes necessary to win this game. However, Boom, I'm very curious as to how they're going to adapt now, because I think in the game that Warlock was banned, Clock was banned, Tusk was banned, all of Tiger's heroes that we've seen him perform on seem to be banned out, so he went for this Coddle. And this Coddle, to me, had some very clear weakness. It was not able to, like, help the mid laner at all in this particular game. And a lot of the heroes you'd want to pick mid, such as, like, you know, the Pango, Embers, these type of heroes, even the Tiny, you can't really do that versus a Shadow Fiend. And of course, they stole those heroes on Beast Coast as well. So there's been a weakness now in Boom's lineup. Can Tiger find another hero other than this Coddle? Or can they find a way to make this Coddle work? Because his other heroes are getting banned out now.
That's a big question now. Is he going to be able to showcase another hero? Because definitely he is also, I mean, we're saying a lot of the praises on Boom and all their heroes, but, you know, Tiger is that one person who does not have that experience, has never been to a TI before, has never played on the big stage before, and just at any land. So is this position 5 they brought in? You know, you get rid of Panda, which was the full 5-man roster that we saw previously on Thunder when they had a lot of success at that TI11. And you're trusting the young gun, and we'll see if he's going to be able to find a different hero. And we'll see, Boom, you know, if they can fix some of these things. Because again, game 1, you said, you know, you're looking for the mid laner and the position 4 to be different from Beast Coast. They do exactly that. They changed those heroes. We saw the fix was there. Now it feels like it's kind of exactly the same, and maybe the offlaner we can put in as well. Like Sacred, again, you've gone back for this Night Stalker. It is not working. We're going to have to see something a little bit different. And they're also banning his heroes. No Pango, no Darkseer. They're always banned first phase 2.
I mean, he's been playing a lot of Brewmaster. Maybe it's time to potentially pick that hero up. Or, I got a better plan. How about you let Sacred play some Dota with Matthew and you ban the Witch Doctor? I get it. Nice. You know, it's been this region. Witch Doctor's been losing. Have some respect at this point. Moose has destroyed you twice in the lane, like to the point where you couldn't even recognize your hero anymore. Ban this out and give Sacred a game. Let him be an additional threat in this game. Don't sack him.
Lumpy, of course, standout player. Very exciting to see a bit of a different build from him, from Pyke as well, with the carry Tiny, a versatile player and kind of heroes that they're playing with as well. So exciting to see the strategy that we saw out of Beast Coast, and they were able to fix the issues we saw. Definitely night and day difference we got to keep in mind as well. Like before this game, there was 3 games in a row where they were demolished. Again, in the 2 games versus Heroic, and then game 1 versus Boom. So they were able to fix some of their issues. And with these 2 teams going at it so far this year, it has pretty much been Boom in every single series but the Riyadh qualifiers, where Beast Coast were able to find that second slot, and maybe now they are 1 game away of getting the second big tournament qualification of the year as well. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Of course, the players need a break, so when we come back, we've got 1 more game that is to determine who will be the final slot for South America. Is it going to be Boom, or will it be the boys on Beast Coast? See you guys soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
One more game stands in the way of Boom or Beast Coast making it over, joining Heroic and some other incredible teams at the road to the International, and hopefully making it to TI as well. We got our draft underway, game 3. We got some new bans as well. Importantly, you know, Boom, Shadow Fiend, Witch Doctor gone. Warlock will join the first phase of bans as well.
Yeah, and Boom, they're going to go ahead and get the Hoodwink yet again. They don't think it's a problem, but did definitely expect this. That Witch Doctor, it was a problem in both games. Sure, maybe you won game number 1 against the Witch Doctor, but you can't forget that like Sacred just has not been able to play a game. But to ban that Witch Doctor, they will leave the Weaver. And I forgot, this is another one of those heroes that could be potentially really good in this game. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't bait you into picking Night Stalker. I'm actually okay with the Night Stalker. I don't want to like be too harsh on Sacred here. Yeah, he had a hard Night Stalker game 2 games in a row, but I think that all had to do with the Witch Doctor. Maybe it could be good here with the Hoodwink. We'll have to see. And the other second question I have is, are they going to ban Tiger's Tusk? Are they just going to ban out all the heroes that he seems to be very comfortable on? I'm actually going to go check real quick on what heroes he has played in this particular tournament, because I feel like it's not a lot, right? We're seeing a lot of the same heroes for him. So he has played Warlock, Venomancer, actually 2 games on Veno, Tusk Weaver, not in the pool, a Crystal Maiden, all right, that's good, and a Clockwork. Those are the heroes that he has wins on. He had that Coddle game and a Dark Willow game, but he lost them, both of them. So he's kind of looking at a CM or a Weaver. I'm sorry, CM or a Venomancer this game if the Tusk does get banned.
They banned their own CM.
CM's gone.
I think also quickly just about the bans, both game 1 and game 2, we saw Beast Coast ban Zeus in the first phase. So that is also something to keep in mind. Maybe they think about getting removing it here. We'll see if that slips into Dark Mongrel's hand.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, we will see here. A lot to think about right now. I think you ban the Tusk here, and you don't really mind giving the Veno away because you already have a Weaver, right? Or you force Tiger to be in another situation where he's going to have to play a new hero. And you mentioned it before. He is a player that has not played at a TI before. In fact, he hasn't played on no land before. So potentially the nerves of playing a final game decider for TI on a new hero could be a good strategy to pull right here.
See, questions, Beast Coast, you're going to get rid of it? What's the call going to be?
It's out of the Zeus, right? Sure, they're debating it.
Yeah.
They're going into reserve time, so they're thinking long and hard about this decision here. Do you focus Tiger's hero pool or just ban the Zeus?
Wow, okay. Dragonite ban is... Look, I know this series had a lot of success in other regions. We haven't seen it that much. Actually, I can even check how many times it's been played so far. In a little bit over.
Dark Mago's been playing it pretty recently, right?
10 seconds remaining.
He had definitely one game versus the Ember where we saw he bodied.
Seconds remaining.
But he played it in the last series as well. Let me check real quick. I'm on the wrong page here. Moment. Yeah, so he played it versus a Storm mid, and he played it versus what looks like a Dazzle mid and the QAs. He won both games in that 3-game series with the DK.
10 seconds remaining.
And the question, I suppose, of
And
what
the
Tiger's
Leviathan
going
he
to play
played,
is
so
it's
yeah.
going to be the Ogre.
He played 3 DK games in a row until the
Okay.
this series.
They're going to snag the Tiny. Tiger's got his Ogre. Let's see what they want to do now for Beast Coast. Again, we've seen Lifestealer Ursa constantly banned up versus the Tiny, but that would remove some of the flex potential of the Weaver if it's going to be support or carry. So maybe you look for your offlaner and your mid here.
5 seconds.
I don't think you want to play Tiny or the Weaver carry in this game. They have too many stuns. Like, you're playing versus Ogre, Tiny, and Hoodwink. That is just too much, in my opinion, to justify a carry Weaver pick. The hero's good as a carry. Sure, you can make it work. But as a support, it can still do a lot of work, and you can get a better carry for the game.
Sure. So The Dragonite Ben, I know you were saying. Ooh,
Okay,
can we
it will
speak down
be
a little bit. Yeah, go.
No, I was just saying it will be Core Weaver because you have Dark Willow and Treant now. Interesting Treant pick. This is something that is not getting picked a lot. Doesn't particularly seem like a hero that really sticks out to me as like, yeah, we got to pick a tree here. Yeah, it's good with the Carry Weaver. I will say that. The armor doesn't seem like it has a lot of use right now. And it comes down to what's better. A hero that can you can find the tree, right, with the hoodwink pretty easily, but the tree can also find the hoodwink easily. So they kind of like counter each other in that regard, but I think there's a lot of value just throwing the bushwhack in there and finding the tree. We'll see what they're cooking with this one, but a bold pick coming out here, bringing out the Treant Protector in this final decisive game number 3.
And I want to know what Dark Margot plays now into the Ember Spirit too. And we're going to get an Enigma. So very interesting. This is going to be the double range Enigma Hoodwink. You have heroes that will not really be able to deal with the Eidolons at all inside the lane. And there is some power ultimates now for the boys on Boom with this Black Hole. I mean, this seems like a pretty difficult Enigma game for them to deal with.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you have some tools with Sakuchi, but I think the golden rule of playing Enigma is if the POS 5 can't hit your Eidolons, it's most likely a good Enigma game. Outside of like potentially like some Gyrocopter who doesn't even need the support to help them. What you potentially could do a pivot for, but if you do want to pivot for that, you have to make some Weaver offlane work. Then it'll be very awkward. So it depends on how badly do you want these lanes. The last option you could do is potentially pick an axe or something like that and just dodge the lane and throw the axe against the Enigma, throw Weaver into the offlane with a tree, and just like try not to play against this lane as best as you can, which I have seen teams do. The Falcons is actually doing that a little bit, but it is a strategy that seems almost long forgotten by most players. I mean, honestly, like most of these players are younger kids, right? And the days of the tri-lanes and lane swapping, they were never a part of. So that's probably something that doesn't even cross their mind.
I was watching some replays recently, actually, of I think was maybe a 2019 tournament, and I saw some tri-lanes actually going on there, and it took me by surprise. When was the last time I saw a tri-lane and an off-lane had just absolutely been left to the wolves and just having such a difficult time in a 1v2? We just do not see that anymore, let alone people swapping lanes and whatnot.
And they banned the Alchemists. They're actually afraid of the Weaver potentially going offlane. They're still banning carries. Because in their eyes, they're like, okay, if you do Weaver tree, you have no chance up here. So we're going to ban the carries that you potentially could play to make this work. But are you bold enough in a game number 3 to be like, yeah, let's play Weaver into the offlane here? This is kind of one of the weaknesses of just committing this Weaver to a core in a game where it already felt like it wasn't an ideal Weaver game. Now he has a hard lane matchup. The Venge carry going out. The Troll going out. Because he needs to pick a hero. Into potentially a blind matchup here. We don't know what type of pivot Beast Coast is going to make. But according to the heroes that they have, it's most likely going to be a melee offlaner that they want to lane with this Dark Willow. So they have to think carefully about what they can play there and pick for it. Or he just tries to counter pick this Weaver if he thinks it's an offlane. Go some route of the Bloodseeker. I don't know if you want to do that versus an Ember Spirit, though. Faceless Void could be an option.
So it really sounds like you want this Tiny to go mid, right? You're happy with the Tiny into the Ember matchup?
I think that matchup's like 50-50, so I'm pretty okay with it. Sure. I'm not sure if you can find a matchup that's better. Like Huskar's a dead hero, Shadow Fiend's banned. I guess Dazzle was a hero that potentially could work. Not sure. Dark Mago doesn't strike me as a Dazzle player, but he does play a lot of Tiny. He's really good at it. And he's the type of player you just give him what he's good at.
See what Because is going to be asking for. We, again, have seen a lot of games and a lot of series so far from Boom in their lower bracket runs starting at round 1. Because has been that man in a lot of those games if they can give him the farm. What does he ask for? We've seen some pudges as well. Don't know if this is a pudge game. We got gonna be the Medusa.
All right. Medusa it is. I'm so curious, like, what Beast Coast is thinking here. Do you just pick an offlaner against the Medusa? Or are you going to do something cheeky and pick a new carry?
Relax. Dunk him.
5 seconds remaining.
Dunk who?
Medusa. Does it work anymore? Right? No?
No, you can't
Does,
just
yeah?
one-shot him. No. That does not work. You can't just one-shot Medusa, right? That would be so stupid. I think it did work for a while,
You
but
can.
really?
Okay, unless they
That still
change it.
works?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it still does, but unless like
I mean, you just
maybe
have to
have a little
build
stack
like
game would-
one bracer or something, and you'll be fine. Buy a Dragon Lance,
Because
and
would
it
do that.
doesn't
It'd be
work.
for the meme.
He'll literally just buy a Dragon Lance, and you can't do that anymore. And then your hero is bad, just bad. Oh, in general.
We're going to underload here for Visco. So Vitaly's going to go back for this. We will not get the flex of the Weaver. They are going to try and lane it to the Enigma. And there was some mind games, some heroes that we have not seen so far in this series as a whole. How do we saw Beast Coast had to adapt from their game 1 loss, and now Boom are having to do that in the previous game. And the ultimate decided, do we feel like there's a team that has a advantage heading into the game 3?
I'm really scared about this Enigma pick. It seems incredibly strong. I feel like it is not really answered at all. I feel like mid is 50-50, Lumpy versus Dark Mago and Ember versus Tiny. Shouldn't be a lot going on there. But I have a feeling this Enigma is going to get incredibly farmed. But at the same time, Underlord is really good for Stusa. You have very, very low base damage on this hero. And if you reduce that, and you also are playing versus massive base damage disadvantage in the Underlord, your lane could go incredibly bad. So both these carries are potentially set up for a hard laning stage. What I'd like to see is at some point you leave this Underlord alone, and then you go gank the Enigma and just make his lane really hard. He's definitely easily to kill because you have Weaver, you have Tree, add +1 on top of that, and that should be a kill every single time. And the Underlord shouldn't get pressured too hard by Medusa. So that's probably the route they're looking to go. Since I don't think Underlord 1-on-1 versus the Enigma is a route you can really go as well. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Both these lineups have a lot of presence in their offlane this game. Game number 2, it was about the mid lanes. This game for me is going to be about the offlaners. They're both in an advantageous position here as far as the draft. And we'll see which one can push their advantage the furthest.
See indeed who's going to be able to do that. We were asking your Tiger what are his other heroes that he can play, and well, apparently he's a master tier ogre. Yes, he hasn't played it so far in the qualifiers. See how much difference there's going to be with ranked games up against the competitive aspect with those two teams going at it.
I feel like I've actually seen him play at this qualifier. Are my stats lying to me?
Maybe they are. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't say he's played it, but I could have swore I've seen him play an ogre. But I don't know, whatever.
30 seconds to battle.
It's going to be a nice battle by the looks of it. Was excited to see when we're in a game decider like this, and there is no team that has this big advantage within the draft.
Enigma versus Underlord. Which of these heroes is going to take off?
The battle begins.
Steals. Looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1. East Coast going to find that advantage there. Again, this has been some rosters that have gone at it a lot so far throughout the year. Boom pretty much winning every single series in these qualifiers till it hit the time of Riyadh. East Coast were able to get the monkey off their back, get a big series and qualifier along with Hikori. It's not Hikori, sorry, Heroic to Riyadh Masters.
Corey, yeah.
Hikori. So it was in my mind because
Taking
some
a
of these
time
other players
machine.
have played on Hikori. Yeah, taking time machine back to some other TIs. We saw Vitaly play. on her Corey at that TI. Misha was with them for a long time, didn't actually join them. That would have been his first TI, but Theolacor replaced him. So for Beast Coast, everyone besides Moose and Vitali. So Lumpy, Pike, Elmisha yet to play at the first international.
First one's always a special one. I remember my first TI. TI1.
TI was that? What one? TI1?
Which one do you think it is?
So
I've
the
been
OG.
around for a while.
Oh, so the OGs.
It's definitely
I don't know
gotten
if I was
better over the
born by
years.
TI1. I would expect it has.
Oh, it definitely has. We'll see how the one in Copenhagen's going to be. It's going to be the first time in Copenhagen. That's the cool thing about TI nowadays. It's each TI now has like a unique feel to it, depending on where it's at. It's a beautiful thing.
In some recent events at that stadium, and they've looked incredible with what Blast have been able to do there. So very excited to see what PGL and Elv were able to cook up with the TI in Copenhagen. That is going to be an amazing arena. See, one of these teams starts with the lanes. They can set themselves up in that prime position. Looks like it's going to be a much different game from Seiko. This is going to be the offlaner who we have seen have so much success. You know, heroes like the Darkseid, like the Pango, is really being pivotal in their victories for Boom. And you're saying this is going to be a great Enigma game, and he's already pretty much free farming 10 and 2 at the moment.
Yeah, you have to be really concerned as well for this Underlord pick, because there is absolutely nothing good about this hero against a Medusa outside the laning stage. Because if you truly think about how Underlord works, you have percentage-based damage, right? Okay, Medusa's max HP is 200, 186. How much of that percentage-based damage is really hurting a Medusa? Not at all. You're picking it purely to out-CS her with the Atrophy or in the laning stage. And already, you're kind of doing it, but I'm not sure if it's enough at the current point in time. Still early on in the laning stage, but we'll see.
We did see, I don't know if it was, maybe in the Boom series where we did see the Medusa Underlord though, or someone with a Crimson Guard, and the Medusa was just doing no damage throughout the mid game. So maybe this is an item build that we can see from Vitali when we get to that stage, and could see some issues damage wise. First blood, top lane, Matthew strikes. He's able to get away as well.
All right, great start up there. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what you're playing for, right? You're playing to reduce the Medusa's damage. But you are missing out one aspect of the hero, and that is the damage capability. You don't really do any damage, it's all about the reduction. So it's not like a full counter to the hero, it's just like a partial counter. And same with the Weaver. That hero likes to play around with a lot of minus armor. And Medusa doesn't particularly care about minus. And again, this top lane, I was worried about it, and for good reason. This is a hero, this Enigma hero, and the problem I have with it is if it goes unchecked, I don't think Underlord actually lanes well versus hero. Yeah, you drop the Firestorm, but these Eidolons, you just move them to the side. It's not something that instantly kills them, like some Tidebringer or something from a Kunkka. Or a Blink Axe Call. Like, these things can deal with them immediately, but Underlord, it's not going to happen. Maybe Emberke with some rotations can make it happen. In the mid lane, I said it was about 50-50, but Dark Mago, so far 3 out of 3 games here are kind of just winning the laning stage against Lumpy. And that's been one of his attributes as a mid player for me so far in this region, is his superior laning to most of all the other players.
Very consistent as Dark Mago been inside the lane. So see, Tiny's going to be off to a good start. Of course, crash landing. See a lot of nuke potential for him. Going to be important on where those power runes are going to go between these two heroes, though. Are they going to be able to stabilize what is looking like a free lane for Sacred up top? And again, so different. You're not laning versus Witch Doctor, and you're not playing Night Stalker. All of a sudden, you are completely free farming. You've got the lane in a great position. It is going to be a shove out now. And you got to pull for moves as well. And while bottom lane, Vitali and Bakaz are going at it. Menace gone. Bakaz, one more right click. They'll get it from the Shadow Realm. Nicely done. Elmisho, with the help of the Underlord, able to get a really big kill.
And we kind of knew this was going to happen, right? Both offlaners in a very advantageous position in this laning stage. It's really going to come down to which of them can make the most of it. They're both going to be very pivotal for how this game shapes out. Of course, you don't want to forget the mid laners too. They're both playmakers that can make rotations and disrupt the balance of this game. One rotation of bot lane, this Tiny can kill Underlord. Vice versa, Ember can go top and potentially kill this Enigma. And it all starts at the runes. 6-minute rune coming out. It's going to be a 50-50 trade. Who has the luck here?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Dark Mago. He rolled the dice.
Not a bad
Early
one.
And he's going to use his
Gonna use
haste
it straight
already.
away.
Though.
Where's he going?
He wants to find
They
this
say
tree.
Moose.
Bye,
Poor
Moose.
Yoink, has he got a bounty? He might go top as well with this. Okay, back to mid. Never mind.
But luckily, this top lane catapult is dead, so they're not going to be pressuring the tower here with this Enigma. Enigma going into the Vladimirs. Classic item on this hero. Weaver, he committed. The stun hits. There might be a bushwhack here too, and I think he might just be
It will
going
be a
down.
bushwhack. He's gone. Pike.
He's gonna feed the
It's gonna
bugs too. This is free
Smoking
money.
top with Lumpy and Moose, but what can these two heroes really do at this stage? They're going to see Matthew deep with the Observer Ward. They need the Enigma kill. You need to slow Sacred down. They're even
Need
going to
to.
Fiend's Gate in. But they will. I mean, a heavy committal. Vitali will go back through the portal, but they want to make sure they do
drop in
not
the necro
continue to
books.
give him a good... Yeah, just in and out, let him farm, shove the lane out.
One wisdom apiece here. But El Misho going against Tiger. Not letting him TP out as he waits for the Underlord to arrive.
Damage should be enough. So yeah, won't be able to TP, and Amisha was able to get the Wisdom Rune. They'll get the kill. They'll give it to Vitali. And top lane, we're actually going to see rotation as well from Dark Mago. I'm not sure if they have vision of this. Oh, they do. They have a Dire Observer, so they're well aware that Dark Mago is TPing top.
Yeah.
Matthew might already get a stun onto Moose though, so probably you'll lose the tree and protector.
If you want on Lumpy here, you can actually just slight chain and cancel this rotation. But there's a chance where you just let it go through and tell your Weaver to be careful and just push the lane in and make this Tiny waste his time. And this pause gives you more time in the world to actually think about what do you want to do in this situation.
Weaver's not a good position net worth-wise.
And this isn't a free Weaver game either, like I told you. Like, you're playing against this multicast stun. Tiny traditionally is going to burst you before you get any of your spells off. You got a Bushwhack, you got a Black Hole Malefice. Basically, Weaver as a carry is particularly good when the enemy team has no stun on their supports, and then you can just terrorize them. Ideally, the less stuns, the better, so you can just move in out of the fights as freely as you can. And yeah, not a good laning stage and not even a good carry Weaver game, so a lot of hope is riding on the backs of Lumpy to have a Ember Spirit game, kind of like Dark Mago had, and potentially Vitali as well on this Underlord. They're going to do some heavy lifting, make a lot of space for this Weaver. I think this is definitely a game where you go the Gleipnir on the Weaver and you play that more of a supportive role instead of being that hard carry.
I know you brought it up before, but then it's going to be really important for the power runes for Lumpy, because that's what we saw be really, really important for Dark Mago getting that arcane rune. If we remember with the T1 fight around top, and you know,
Never
so
forget.
he's going to have to get some. Yeah, well, that was a big reason why they won that game. Dark Mago, he's very happy with that fight, and Lumpy's hopefully going to be able to replicate that, because yeah, they're really needing this Ember. And you know, his lane was. Well, I guess he's 600 gold behind the Tiny. Dark Mago with the one kill, with the 50 last hits, and potentially if this TP goes through and he gets another kill, then all of a sudden you're going to be having a Blink Dagger Tiny just creating chaos on the map, and this Ember might have some difficulty with being able to mirror that.
As they say, ask for forgiveness, not permission. But yeah, the coordinator's good, so he should be able to reconnect, no problem. Figure out a little bit of the packet loss issue that they're having. Sure, nice little disconnect. We'll deal with that right away here. But until then, they have plenty of time to think about what their next move is going to be on both teams as we get underway. 3, 2, 1, let's go. And he canceled the
So he did cancel.
And then he went top,
Moose is
actually.
gonna-
He had a remnant.
All right, and now Matthew never. So you lose Moose, Sacred. Zero hesitation with the black hole. Pike. Are they going to be able to get the kill into the Weaver? Looks like there's no more extra follow-up damage, and Matthew's got the bug still on him, so Lumpy's got a wave and bite. He's got a mana.
Ogre's
And he's kind
TPing,
of
actually.
stuck here with a TP from Ogre. Lumpy, can he pop the fairy with the wand? But Dark Margot's already waiting at the remnant location, so yeah, wave him goodbye.
Tiny?
You're
They
still
found
gonna
the
be killing
Tiny?
out Dark Margot. Sentry laid down with a crash landing damage and the maxed out toss. Uh-oh. This is not the start you were hoping for from Beast Coast in this Game 3 decider.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Pike there should not have died. You saw that Tiny up there. But a little bit of frustration, I guess. This Weaver, 2,000 net worth, man. He's sitting like almost near the hoodwinks. Like, it looks so sad for him. This is your decider match. Your Weaver is
just
officially
gone back
on
up.
recovery.
Again, they were waiting at the remnant, so Lumpy eats a couple of
gotta
stuns.
get
They're
him.
going to bring the Fiend's Gate in as well. It looks like
dead
they will
again.
get Sacred. They're going to use Lumpy. Oh my god. The damage with the Vlads already. These Eidolons are ripping them apart. Dark Margot once again will reconnect to the lane. Toss under the tower. This might be a decent fight though, for the looks of it. They're still lacking the damage with
Causes here,
Vitali.
what the?
This Underlord is somehow still alive, but Dark Margot's got another round of the spell shortly. I'm gonna toss anyone onto Vitali. Vitali's able to step out of danger. Meanwhile, they will try and hunt El Misho down. And that is a killing spree as well that the Dark Willow had. So Dark Margot, 4 kills on the Tiny already. This is gonna be probably a 11-minute blink dagger timing.
Yeah, I mean, Ember had to die twice to make what happened on top lane a reality. But is that a situation you really want to be in? Where you're sacrificing your game, and you're not even really helping the Weaver that much. You're just kind of getting
Are we just
kills.
going again? Top lane, are we done? Matthew's going to step into the bramble. Importantly, because it's not gone through the portal just yet. The Curse Crown, just a bit too late. We'll get stunned on the other side.
Are you sure you want to do
no
this?
one out. I mean, Vitali's here. And because he's got low mana, looks like
Okay, someone's going
he's
for the J.
level 6, I suppose. I don't know what's going on. Is Roche coming through? Okay.
it's just Roche.
Tiger. This game, what's happening? 19 kills are about to have 10 minutes in?
It's a bloodbath. Normally on these game number 3 decider matches, it gets really slow. Everyone plays super passive, but not today. We've got a bloodbath. Even Medusa's joining these early engagements here. But they did shut down the Enigma.
Dark Marco with the blink. Mid lane reveal. They're going to have that nice illusion. Oh my god, that was picture perfect. Somehow gets away from the bushwhack. The timing of just the invulnerability there from Lumpy was that was exceptional.
Not really well played by them. But speaking of Lumpy, he kind of sacrificed his game to shut down the Enigma. Was it worth it? Maybe it was, to be honest, because that Enigma was getting very far. He traded his life 2 times for Enigma. And Enigma's gonna go down using Black Hole. These gates.
Yeah. Vitali's doing it. He's having
really is.
a lot of value in the early game. I mean, this Underlord, top net worth out of everyone so far. 4-0-4. The Fiend's Gates from him getting incredibly active. And they're going to bring some heroes through the gate as well. Muzin El Misho is going to stay down bottom.
The question is, can an Underlord carry a game? Because we see the Weaver's net worth is not good. And because he's farming. And I think this is like, this trade is going to favor Boom in a lot of ways. Yeah, the Underlord's very scary, for sure. But having pretty much no carry in this game, and it doesn't seem to be improving very much for Pike, is going to be a problem. I think you're going to have to find a way to deal with this Medusa, because you are free farming. Either that, you're just hoping that this Crimson Guard is going to be enough to deal with Pakaz. It's definitely going to help. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and it's a different game, right? Where this is not the Ember Spirit like we saw in game 1. Lumpy is still all things considering with those two deaths, his net worth is okay, but this is not the out of control Ember Spirit like we've seen early in the series.
Yeah. And we're just gonna have to see if Underlord can carry a game, because he's in a position where this network that he has to have sizable impact for his team. Doing a giga stack here on the Ember, Willow, and Underlord. They don't have the best stack clear, so they're gonna have to bring 3 heroes for this one. But gonna be a nice injection.
They've, again, all things considering, they've done a pretty good job to stabilize what top lane was shaping to be.
Yeah.
Like, Sacred died 3 times. The Weaver, importantly, has a Maelstrom, so is going to be able to have that farming accelerant with this item. And they also have a net worth lead now.
It's pretty much all an Underlord, right? He's just had such an incredible game. Pyke, I do like his item build. He's building into an item that just helps him recover. Didn't go for the Falcon Blade or anything, no treads, just straight into the Maelstrom, so he can just hit more creeps here. So that's going to be the name of the game for him. And it's game number 3 here. I think he's going to always be behind the Medusa here, and at this stage of the game, it's a little concerning that you probably can't stop the cause anymore, because Medusa is kind of like these heroes, like whatever, Sven, Luna's. You let them free farm and they'll farm fast. Much faster than a Weaver ever will. You do have a Black Hole cancel in this game, which is definitely nice. If you can get up to that Blink Dagger or just be in good position on moves, you can cancel Black Holes. So if it wasn't for that, I'd be incredibly scared for Beast Coast. But since they do have that, it's really going to come down a lot to execution and positioning in the team fights.
Do you feel like Boom are currently happy with the status of this game currently, though? Because Dark Margo, I think there was like a 10-minute 30 blink, and we haven't particularly seen him be too active recently.
I think they would rather be more aggressive right now, but I don't think they're sad about how the situation in the game is. Because whenever Zeus is farming, you're pretty happy, right? Especially you got Picaz free farming. You can never be too sad about that. But given how top lane went and everything, they probably are hoping that they could keep snowballing this game. But I think they realize every time they make an aggressive move, that this Underlord will join. He's joining with a mech. And that's apparently something that they can't deal with right now. So they don't actually have a choice but to slow this game down.
It's even with them slowing this game down, like Dark Margo is actually still finding farm, right? Like, this is not a game where he's hunting on the map with Blink Dagger and getting nothing. You know, he's, like you said, deciding to farm, and they're giving 3 points blood loss into him, and he's farming up the wave, farming up the jungle. Top tower is going to go down as well, so a little extra injection of gold.
And Sacred went for a Blink Dagger, still going for that BKB. So if there's ever a moment where he can either catch the tree +1 or they kill the tree first, he's going to be able to get a pretty easy Black Hole. You have to keep in mind, they don't have a lot of ways to actually cancel Black Hole. It's pretty much just Tree Roots and Terrorize. Maybe, nah, Curse Crown's never going to cancel Black Hole unless it's already on you before the Black Hole. So he can actually get Black Holes off pretty easily as long as the tree is not nearby. Here's the gate.
Fight inside the river. Dark Margo thanks to Bramble. We've seen wherever Vitaly is, Beast Coast, they've been successful, and that will continue to be the case. Vitaly assisting them a lot with this current game. 16 minutes in, this T1 tower now is going to be vulnerable as well. Lumpy's going to wrap all the way around. They'll run into Tiger. This is a bit more difficult. Even Picard's going to TP in, so it's taking them away from hitting the objective.
Misho's he's going to find Enigma here. Black Hole is ready. They do want to use it. That's a kill for Picaz. You're trading your mid tower for it, though. Man, Vitaly is so goddamn farmed. He has mech and pipe. What a monster right now in this game. The thing about these auras is they don't scale very well. They're typically meant to just like help you with these mid-game fights. And they have been doing that. They're definitely making space for this Weaver to get back into this game here. But still a sizable network difference between this Weaver and this Medusa. Doesn't have Crimson Guard queued up yet. I wonder if this will be the choice for him after the Greaves. Neck and neck game though. Less than 1k gold advantage here for Beast Coast. A lot's gonna come down to this black hole, I feel. If you can hit Stonegaze black hole, I feel like this game can get very hard. But for now, even if you hit those spells, I think the Underlord is too strong. So I think that is the call for Boom right now. We gotta wait out these auras. We need to build more damage. This Tiny is gonna go into the Echo Saber.
Bottom lane showing.
Yeah, you get
Actually gonna, they go for an easy targeting. I'll make sure instant TP's down to bottom. The reaction will be there from Beast Coast. They're gonna try and do a Dark Mug over to the right side. Sacred, there's the response moves. In range with the Overgrowth, they're gonna be able to cancel the Black Hole instantly because it's trying to create some chaos. Stonegaze is good. Is it gonna be good enough though? They've locked onto the Weaver with the burst potential. Bike is gone. Dark Margot slips in. The control they were requiring is gonna be there in time, and even though you cancel the Black Hole, it doesn't matter in the end. And now Vitali, this is a difficult beast, but auras are on cooldown. They're gonna toss him out of the tower range. Vitali's still gonna make him work for it in the end, but it looks like they should be able to secure the kill into the Underlord. And that is a big streak for them to find. Still, they're not gonna be able to get any consolation prizes for Beast Coast, as they will be lacking the damage.
They get that big kill onto the Underlord there. Yeah, they canceled the Black Hole, but there's two team fight threats you have to deal with in this game. One is Stonegaze, the other one's Black Hole. And they couldn't fight into the Stonegaze area. It looked like it was good, but Picard's making the right call to join that team fight. Definitely salvaged the fight. That could have been disastrous for them. That Stonegaze, picture perfect, came in right when it needed to. I think he even got the kill on Vitali. No, Matthew actually got the kill, so he's going to be the big breadwinner on that one. But now that does put Picard on this Medusa. Top of the net worth. Getting really close to this Disperser. And this is one hell of a Disperser game. Look at all the stuff that you can dispel. You got multiple roots, you got multiple stuns you can dispel, tree ult. Medusa's getting scary. Feels like you need this Crimson and you need it now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It does look like though with the ultimates on cooldown, I mean Stonegaze is back up, but they will continue to posture aggressively and take this bottom tower. We're even going to run into Matthew as well. So should be a pretty easy kill and maybe a D-ward. I don't know if they saw him place the ward.
They have no way of getting vision on it, so
it's under attack.
they'll just get the kill and move on with their life. As Roshan will now waddle to the Radiant side. But I don't think Roche is really easy for specifically Beast Coast. Yeah, the bug's kind of nice. I'm sure if you commit 5 heroes, you can do it. But you don't have like a Vlads or anything like that, like the Enigma and Summons that can give you sustain. So I don't think it's like worth doing right now. It'll take too long.
Sure.
Split up and farm a bit.
They will continue to do that, so keeping up with the net worth on Boom. The big thing is like Bakaz's net worth, and he's still showing up to team fights, and that will continue to be the case now. Disperser, Growbow, they're going to smoke this top. They see Sacred. They've got a pretty decent ward as well. That scouts out anyone behind him. He's got closer to the tower.
I don't think they want to run into
Bakaz. The
Bakaz.
smoke. No, they definitely do not. Lumpy, is this really what you want to do? First stun is out. They're going to be able to chain control the Ember Spirit. Dark Micro just a little bit too late.
Is he going to gate in?
Is this a fight?
Oh, he went in.
Nice toss away before the pit. They want to try and target down Dark Mugger. The Firestorm brings him down to about half health. Over to the north, there's a Black Hole, but it's not the greatest one. It's only onto one. Still Dark Mugger is the attention from Beast Coast. It's taking them a lot of time, but finally they'll be rewarded. A 1-for-1 heavily favors the boys on Dire. The South Pike. It's the Malefice to the face. Pike's still going to be able to scurry away because I need to charge them down. Lumpy's he's out of here though. See if everyone else is going to be able to make it as well. The pit will cover them. These guys have to be happy with that. You get the kill into the core. The Black Hole's on cooldown. Stonegaze on cooldown. All things considering, the first point of contact was the Medusa, not the one you wanted.
Yeah, that was a perfect pit placement by the Underlord there. Vitali's just playing one hell of an Underlord game right now. The Black Hole, yeah, just went on a Dark Willow. Very heavy commitment on a big teamfight spell on just one support. Not sure if that's what they wanted.
Again, Sacred.
Oh,
Who did he save to
He didn't
blink
see
away?
anyone. He didn't even break the smoke. It just, he felt in danger.
Okay, well,
And he was right. He was definitely in danger.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
okay. Tormentor's gonna get claimed. You got Ag Shard now for Tiger. A little bit of protection with the Fire Shield.
Okay, that's decent. Oh, you got the Pycaster's Gleipnir now. Gonna move into a BKB.
We are seeing in these fights like Dark Margo with the aggressive jump in, and his Firestorm damage is doing a lot now, so that extra Gleipnir could keep him inside the storm for longer. With that being said, though, you probably only have a fight one more, and it needs to happen soon because he's pretty close to BKB, about just under 700 gold. That will make it that much easier for Dark Margo to jump in and then importantly get out and then use a second round of spells.
I wonder, does Underlord's Abyssal Horde counter Medusa? Because like they mana break and you have, I mean, that one's like kind of whatever, but when you get level 18 on this hero, when you kill these guys, they do 500 damage as like revenge, right?
Okay, true.
And they're everywhere on the ground, and you're Medusa, you're just split shotting them down. You're gonna actually be taking a lot of damage by hitting these, and if they're hitting you and you're
that'd be so
stunned, then you get
crazy.
mana burn. I mean, there's like 4 of them on the ground, right? And if they do 500 damage apiece, that's like 2,000 damage that you're taking just from those summons. Maybe more if they're
we
hitting
know
you
what
and burning
this-
your mana.
Yeah, but come on. We know what the summons do. They don't hit heroes, they go farm. They
That's
they
true,
don't like
but
hitting enemies.
if you fight next to the gate, though,
big
Bakaz
room.
is going to just accidentally kill them all.
Okay.
Man can dream, you know? There has to be a use for these. Minions are a game changer.
Well, them dying apparently is the use. We'll see if they can, yeah, like you're saying, if they can rack, they can actually burn the mana, but
I mean, that one's
was,
less important than them dying, honestly, to Medusa's uncontrollable, like, split damage.
sure.
I'll be watching
Doesn't it with
closely.
feed? Yeah, we'll see. All right, we won't watch anything. You know, Black Hole. Who cares? Or if the this is going to be a little battle, and a battle that I remember. I think it was Stockholm Major with OG playing against Fnatic. This is the big one that I remember in particular with OG. Where it was like 20 to 2 kill count. They had like a 15,000+ deficit. And it was a game where there was a Treant Protector and an Enigma in that game. And it was just a back and forth, like you're seeing in this game, where Moose is the only person that can cancel the Enigma Black Hole. But Enigma, he's going to be waiting to see if Overgrowth is used or see if the Treant Protector dies. And that's when he's going to jump in. So we have like some big things this game. Those two going head to head. You know, what Vitali is going to be able to do to stop the damage from the Medusa with the Crimson. And
Medusa's walking in. Wait,
actually, they're
detection?
aggressive because... Importantly,
Okay.
they don't need it for Dark Margo. Now it's got a BKB, but of course you can Overgrowth to
You got a
stop the
TP,
escape.
Margo.
He will not be able to, though. The Overgrowth is going to be there, so Dark Margo's first BKB will have no value. They're still going to get him, Blumpy. I mean, I like the status of this game. I was really worried with what was happening to start. You're concerned on the safe lane, potentially getting blown out, and then boom, just steamrolling this game. But in a game 3 decider, we are incredibly even. Beast Coast feeling like there's an opportunity now for them to take Roche. They need everyone there. They need the Underlord.
And this is going to be another situation where it's kind of Bakaz versus the world here, as he's the only one with good net worth. Do you want this Underlord first? I don't think so. You have 2 dead heroes here. This is a 3 versus 5.
They saw the smoke. They used it on the Observer. But Tali's got no mana, importantly. Yes, Wand and Greaves. Stop them from roshing.
Slowing them down here. If you leave this area, though, Roshan's just going to go to boom. BKB is available, and there's no Overgrowth for 40 seconds here. Maybe they timed the Overgrowth cooldown here. But I think at this point in the game, this Enigma has to either Black Hole just Moose here, or hit multiple heroes next to Moose, because I don't think Moose is going to Overgrowth anyone else, most likely, if it's a 5-on-5 fight. 15 seconds for Overgrowth. See if he can do it again. Use it in the clutch. So they're going to take the long path to Roshan as they decided they're going to commit to the pit here. I don't think they have the damage before they arrive here unless you lollygag a little bit on Beast Coast.
Ike's not here.
Half HP on Roshan.
Gotta do it. Taking too long. It's taking too long for them to get there. They're going to try and drop some vision, but Rose is falling. Someone needs to scout out the pit. They're going to create some chaos. Meanwhile, they've separated Matthew. This Hoodwink's going to be a free pick off. Sacred tries to get the jump in, but the overgrowth is dead. Moose instantly cancels it. A tip mid-fight onto Sacred's Enigma because they know this Black Colon's going to have no value inside the team fight. It's all up to Bakaz. Has the Deuce got the damage, but the Mena's about to go because he is not far enough ahead as Beast Coast. They had the answers for Boom inside the team fight, and now they can get the grand prize of Roshan's Ages.
And you're trying to force Roshan when the whole enemy team is missing. You're stuck in a choke point against a Dark Willow and an Underlord. Sure, maybe if that black hole goes off for the full duration, you win this fight, but Moose is never going to let that happen if you don't deal with him first. And he, for sure, wins him that team fight by using the overgrowth to cancel that black hole. At that point in time, Vitali just sits on your Deuce, and we're getting a nice recap of this one. Look at this. You're just stuck in there. Dark Mongo's like, what do I do here? I'm just stuck getting bashed by Roshan. Matthew dies. Use your black hole. It only hits a Dark Willow, actually. I didn't realize that Lumpy was able to Remnant out of that one, but it doesn't really matter. Lose knocks that one out of the park there, and your Deuce is just left alone. And Vitali, with the Crimson Guard, with the minus damage reduction, makes this Deuce do no damage in this fight. Continuing to prove and be a nuisance.
They are feeling themselves on Beast Coast. So when you are voice lining and tipping mid-fight from Lumpy, he's wanting high fives as well for the entirety of this game. And this, again, is a team who have 3 players who have never played on the big stage, never played at TI, never played at a LAN. And you are bringing it to Boom. You've got a 6,000 net worth lead now, also with the Ages. You take a tier 2 tower top. They're in great position.
And you're starting to feel the issue of this game of like, because he's the only one with any farm on the team. And in fact, he went for an Aya Scotty as well, which means, I hate to say it, but he's not going to do any damage. This isn't a game where you can tank up because all this damage that you think you're doing is getting negated heavily by the Crimson Guard, by the Trophy Aura.
Very split on Boom. Looks like Tiger's going to be the only casualty. There are a couple of heroes playing down bottom. Vitali is currently set up. So yeah, Ogre goes down, which should free up the T2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm so scared for the cause. Like,
Oh,
what can he do with this
Matthew.
Atrophy Aura? It's gonna destroy him now with this build. He needs plus damage, not base damage.
Is this happening?
Is this a
They got the
crumble?
bugs. I guess I see him in this. Something crazy's going on though.
Yeah, they're crumbling a little bit in this game here. That is 2 picks right in front of your base.
Is under attack.
Sure, Black Hole's up, but look at Moose. He's waiting. You're not casting this Black Hole. Perhaps you need a toss back from the Tiny to start the fight. Draw the Treant out. Just use the Malefice. Use the Midnight Pulse. If the fight drags out long enough where you can get either the Treant caught with a Black Hole. Alright, they're going the cause here. No Disperser.
That's a lot of mana.
He's kind of low. He's actually
He's in
very
really
low.
big trouble. Vitali's going to rip behind him, try and get the pit before the escape. Nice avalanche. And they are not going on the Underlord. All they want to do is try and get Bakaz out.
They do successfully. The Necro Books continue to be summoned here. Cleaned up pretty easily. But yeah, Bakaz at this stage of the game, Pike, he's doing damage. He has a Daedalus to his name, almost level 20. Gonna get that plus 90 Geminate attack damage on top of it. And that's the one that's really gonna hurt if it does manage to land a critical strike. And even though you want this defensive item and this Aya Scotty, it feels like you're still getting chunked. 9,000 gold, 10,000 gold advantage now for Beast Coast, sitting in a very comfortable position. All they really have to do at this point is not throw on the high ground, hold the map control. You have answers for this Enigma. He is really far away from Refresher. That could be the one thing, right? You do use your root to cancel the first black hole, but then you have a Refresher. But guess what? Moose is thinking one step ahead too. This train has also queued up a Refresher orb, and they'll probably hit it at similar times at the way this game is going.
Just trying to see where the answer comes from for Boom.
Gazing into the stars, so what can they do?
They need to find something.
It's gonna come off of the back of a
10,000?
smoke gank or a high ground defense. That is pretty much your answers at this point in time. The high ground defense is gonna be, I think, a toss back. Smoke ganks can be anything, right? Just you cast some Vitali by himself or a Weaver by himself, no Aegis. No BKB on the Weaver. Maybe you can use your Black Hole because Moose is split pushing somewhere. But in the 5-on-5 team fights outside of the base, you have no chance against Beast Coast right now.
So they continue to grow. They are not able to leave the base. Aegis has expired though, so we'll see if there's any play to be had. They want to do on the map. I mean, these items continuing to be picked up. Talents continuing to be picked up as well. Your Pike level 20. Ember's been 20 for a while. This might just get to the Deuce game. I mean, Bakaz is very close to Daedalus. Just needing 100 gold towards a recipe.
And Boom just sitting in base right now, wondering where the hell did everything go wrong this game. They cannot leave their base at all. Just clumped up 5 heroes on a tier 3. Not where you want to be. Not at all. Here comes the smoke. They realize we can't be doing this, guys. Like, we're just giving them like 2k net worth advantage a minute by being AFK in our base. We got to make something happen here.
See if they can make magic happen, Boom. Arcane Rune at their disposal. This Enigma is a Dark Margot that takes it. Looks like the Tiny wants it. Cyan goes red for a second, but Lumpy remnants away, so no one home at the triangle.
I think at this stage of the game, this Underlord can just sit on top of the Medusa. Oh, TPing mid on the Underlord. If this Underlord's by himself, there's a tree armor on it. Maybe he's baiting. Maybe you can burst him. They want to try. They want to try so bad.
All right.
It's
Nothing with the
desperation.
Vitalik, but the initiation is just messy. It's not good enough. Yeah, you're going to toss him to the middle, but now you've forced a team fight to happen, and because they want the team fight. Dark Margot, he's going to die to the bugs. One more right click, and Sacred needs to go huge.
There's
a black hole is
cancel.
there, but it stopped again instantly. Your black hole will do nothing for you this game. It's Bakaz against the world. Medusa will get one, but they're taking a fight away from the Medusa. Lumpy's going to TP out in her face. And now she is stuck here. You've got a teleport scroll to work with, but they will make sure you are not escaping. They'll hold her down for as long as possible. Matthew almost snipes Pike. He's going to be able to scurry away, but like you're saying, yes, Bakaz is strong. They're going to do whatever they can. Honestly, they might have to just leave her. Vitali, Crimson's back up. You just might have to call this fight over and just leave Bakaz.
I mean, Weaver's going to come back.
It's not working.
Weaver's coming back.
Vitali's about to go down. So you've lost your tanking Underlord. There's no more auras, but now once the mana goes, okay, with the Weaver coming back with full resources, because, man, he made him work for it in the end, but now Matthew stuck around as well. Goes up to the high ground. Lumpy will guess incorrect, although there is still a tree coming.
Oh, they found him. And yeah, the Dusa is strong, but that's kind of the problem with this game, is like, this Enigma just is not getting a single black hole off. You're tiny, I don't know, Dark Mago, it feels like every single fight he's just stuck in somewhere he does not want to be. It took him so long to get that toss back. Uses a full duration BKB, had some bugs on him, just tried walking it off. But when you're tiny, you want to go in, you want to go out, then you'll go back in again. So far, he's gone in, and he hasn't gone back out. He's just, unless the fountain counts as going out, because he's been going there every time after he initiates. And then this Deuce is just stuck. Really needs this either Enigma or this Tiny to not die immediately and get a second round of spells off. But it's just not happening right now. As Roshan is up, and your Deuce is dead for 30 seconds. But then Aegis on Pike, and this game is even more difficult than it already is. But refresher status?
The game with it.
Yeah, Moose is gonna have a refresher before the Wow.
Oh no. And a game where you were set up for success on Boom. Your Tiny has a great mid lane. Your top lane went
They crushed.
well until, yeah, I mean, they crushed. Yeah, they crushed. They were able to slow him down eventually. And I mean, if you get over the finish line, Vitaly, this has to be one of the best underworld performances I think I've seen. This man has done so much for Beast Coast to put themselves in this position. And now you've got the cores that have got the net worth. You got Weaver up in second place. You got Lumpy there as well.
Is there any itemization Pakaz can do to actually hard carry this game? And we do have a Midas on the Ogre. He's going for the Hex. These can be big items. But I think the one thing that we're missing in this game is, can we get a Black Hole off? Can we find Moose? Can we get in with the fight with Tiny? Get him out so he can jump in again? These are the things that just aren't happening for Boom right now. And I need one of those things to happen. Because right now, Pakaz can't do it all. And it's just impossible.
I don't know how this defense is going to look. Whether, again, you spoke about the toss play. So Marco tossing someone in, fight breaking out, Moose just getting over, you're losing his patience and then showing himself, and then maybe you're baiting long enough and Sacred's able to find them comped up. It's just, it's not easy. This 21,000 net worth lead, 7% for Boom probability currently. I don't know if we're there yet, because might be at the stage pretty soon where this man needs to be thinking about a rapier. He's, I think, almost got, what is he actually, what's he buying?
Butterfly.
Butterfly, okay. So he's almost got Butterfly. There definitely needs to be some consideration of, like, is this a rapier needed next item? Because you are,
I mean, yeah,
almost out.
I mean, I think this is a game where some crazy stuff can happen in the late game, and some rapier could be an option. But I think for now, you get the Butterfly, and you try to get this level 25 talent, so you get the modifiers, because you do have Disperser, you have Daedalus, you have Scotty. You could desperately want your modifiers to hit every single hero that it touches. So turtle it up until you get there. At this point, net worth doesn't really matter too much if you're on the side of Boom. You're playing for this Deuce's level 25 timing. You're playing for crazy late game Dota. You're sitting high ground for as long as it takes. If they have 50,000, 20,000 net worth advantage, doesn't matter. Your win condition's still the same here. Late game Dota.
If you can get that one item on Tiger, because that's probably all he's going to get. You're going to give everything to everyone else. He's got Hex currently queued up. Would you like this? Because, I mean, you're lacking control. It'd be nice versus the Ember. Or is it like there's something consideration of some, like, Solar Crest just to dump everything on the cards?
No, I like the Hex, but I don't like what's happening to Mago
Dark
here.
Mago out of the base?
No,
No,
out. BKB's down. Maybe this is an opening.
Got the Gleipnir.
Oh, the gate.
Dark
Very
Mago aggressive the gate. Vitaly's going to be inside the base as well. They're going to take a fight aggressively in Boom's territory. Dark Margo might be able to get the toss before he dies. He cannot. He doesn't have a buyback. No Tiny. Potential last fight. Because it's out of mana. Because might be dead.
The root again.
The base are going to be able to deal with the black hole. He's inside the well. At least he's getting some regen. It's not going to matter in the end. Beast goes relentless from them. The well is not safe. It's time to celebrate. They've got no buybacks.
this the end? You have no buybacks. I don't think you're in this game contemplating, if you're Boom, what can we do here? Do we tap out? Do we have faith in this Enigma to somehow play 1 versus 5 here? They're still not calling it. They think
they're buying Ghost Scepters and diving. They are out. Beast Coast have done it.
Yep.
They will be the second team in South America to qualify. This team, through the entirety of the year, have always had Boom taking their qualification slots, always knocking them out of qualifiers. Until Riyadh, that changed. And now TI, that changed as well. They're going to make it 3 games. This is TI for 3 new players as well. And importantly, you know, Moose hasn't been there. He's missed the last 2 TIs. Yep. Vitali's missed the last one as well. This young team in Beast Coast, this new roster, they've done it.
Quite impressive as well here. Like, it went to game number 3, and they just really showed up. I mean, the new guys really showed up too. Like, that Underlord performance was, as you mentioned, the best of the tournament. Maybe the best of any qualifier. Like, very rarely will you see an Underlord carry a game. I had my doubts, like, he's really farmed, but can an Underlord carry a game? Vitali proved, yes, you can. You can carry a game as an Underlord. Even in those last critical fights there, he picked up a halberd, disarming the Medusa during the Stone Gaze. It was a beautiful performance. Unfortunately, Dark Mago did not have his best game whatsoever on this Tiny. And we've seen this Tiny in this region, unfortunately, not winning a lot of games. They're really struggling in the win rate, and then was the case here for Boom as well. The star-studded roster does not go to TI. It goes to Beast Coast, making waves in the region here. As, you know, I thought Pyke, he wouldn't be able to do it. But in the end, he persevered, and then he eventually was the force needed to kill this Medusa in this game. So really well played by Beast Coast here. And congratulations to them taking the 2nd slot here from the SA region.
Yes, a massive congratulations. Of course, it needs to be said, Boom, I mean, a heartbreak for them as well. This has been a team that, an organization, let alone 2, that has moved to South America, tried to make it work. You've gone through roster after roster. You've changed players. And you brought in the old 4-man of Thunder, who had that incredible showing at TI11, I believe, with 5th, 6th placement. You bring those 4 guys in. You bring Tiger in, someone who hasn't played on a caliber of team like this. And Tiger was incredibly impressive in their run through in the lower bracket. They started as well in the lower bracket. Keep in mind, they didn't. You know, they had no chance in the upper bracket. They had to make it all the way through. Unfortunately, 1 game short from them. This is going to be, you know, some big names in South America who will not be representing them. We saw, like, these were the people that were making the wave. And I mean, also we've got to keep in mind, you know, this is plays against their ex-organization as well, right? Like Sacred and Dark Mago went to join Beast Coast after Thunder, of course, you know, with other orgs splitting, and you know, they tried to have some good results there. They weren't able to. So Beast Coast bringing the new boys, and the new boys were able to knock the old guard down. And wow, Beast Coast, it's just so awesome to see some new players come in. And you know, Pyke has only been playing since 2022 with his first game competitively. Lumpy, I think, was a year beforehand. These guys have not been in the scene for long, but they've already made it to some big advance.
Okay, sometimes that's the sign of a great player. When you just go up and you're just instantly good, like, oh, maybe I am pretty good at this game. Some players, it takes a long time for them to get on the stage. For others, happens almost instantly, and generally when that is the case, you see big things with players like that. It's a qualifier though, so we're moving on to the hardest games they're probably going to play in their life. As we mentioned, they haven't been on a LAN yet, probably haven't had a lot of experience against some of the big dogs from the other regions. They're going to have to level up going into this road to TI for sure, but this is the right step in the right direction.
Yeah, without a doubt. All slots here for these boys, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do. It's going to be very exciting to see how they can compete. And importantly for them, you know, you're going to have Rio coming up as well soon. So, you know, there's not going to be too much time for them to celebrate. They're going to have to, imagine, take a bit of time off, boot camp, and then that'll be a good test for them. Hopefully they can get a lot of experience there and leading up to it, and then continue to grow with the lead up to the international. But I mean, if they're able to overcome a game like this where it looked like the lanes were not going your way at all, this is it's going to be exciting to see what they can continue to do as a 5-man.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're going to see a little celebration shot here that was able to get captured. Lots of relief, I think, here. I think yesterday losing to Heroic, it doesn't feel good, right? It's like, oh, we had a chance to TI. If we would have won this series, we would be there. Now they drop into the lower bracket. They lose game number 1 horrifically. Morale at that point has to be pretty low. The thought of like, oh, we're not going to TI must be lingering in your head just a little bit. But to come back from that and reverse sweep that game, punch your ticket to, the road to TI here, they have to feel nothing but relieved here.
Yeah, without a doubt. Must be a ecstatic feeling. I mean, we get to see, of course, like you said, the cams and the reaction from them. So it's must be over the moon of the boys on Beast Coast. So we'll see who gets it in the end. Vitali, well deserving. I didn't even notice he had a Deso at the end, but I mean, there was a Ghost Scepter again on Lumpy, so they were just going for the end. And this was, this is an absolute crazy performance on the Underlord, which we even saw it yesterday, right? I mean, Divide Llama in their series victory, like we were praising the Underlord and what he was able to do and heroic in that game. And Vitali, they lost to it, and he's able to showcase, well, he can play the Underlord just as good and probably even better. I mean, again, I really think this is probably the best Underlord performance I've seen.
Yeah, and this is definitely a hero that is becoming very, very popular in the meta right now. So this is going to continue to be a hero that's going to be practiced. We'll see what changes are made to it, if any. And if it doesn't get changed, these auras, man, they seem to be really strong this patch. So heroes like Darkseer, it's getting banned a lot. And it seems like if you don't get the Darkseer, you go for the Underlord. It's been a while since we've had the meta of the offlaners buying the auras, but it feels like we're finally back. It's been offlane playing carry for a long time now. And now that we're seeing these Darkseers and Underlords back, some of these players that really prefer that playstyle are going to start to shine again.
Yeah, it's for us, it's always interesting to see what the take of the other regions are. And as soon as we're done here, I mean, Southeast Asia's starting in a couple hours. Western Europe, the big one as well, is starting, at least for me, later tonight. People, tomorrow. So we get to see what their take is well, and if they're going to continue to go down the route of like the auras or what kind of style they're going to play. But for us, of course, other people will be able to discuss that when those games are going on. We got an interview. We're going to have one of the Beast Coast members joining us. It looks like it will be Moose that we're going to be able to speak to. So, Moose, massive congratulations. You must be feeling over the moon. Well done. That was an awesome game. Just, man, crazy performance from you guys. And to keep in mind as well, for you, you missed the last 2 TIs. I know you've been to a TI before with Thunder, but for you personally, how are you feeling?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
I mean, I have no words, honestly.
And how do you feel like your growth has been? How do you feel like your growth has been over the 2 years? Because again, you've as a person has been trying to develop and grow and get yourself back in this position where you've been able to play at TI. Like you personally, what do you feel like has been the biggest thing over your run with Thunder at TI10 to compared to now with this Beast Coast team?
I mean, it's been a really tough ride for me. I learned a lot. I mean, people say losers teaches you more than winning, and it's very true. So I had to learn a lot, humble myself, start from the beginning, And that's what I did. I mean, it took me 2 years, 3 years maybe, but I'm happy I'm back, Yeah. Sometimes I thought I'll never make it.
A lot of relief right now, right? About getting back to TI.
Yeah. Relief and happy and excited for the future. I wanna show a good performance in those tournaments and prove that all that I learned, and that I just want to be happy with myself and the people I love, Yeah.
Actually, I have a question for you then regarding about the people you're playing with. Where did you find these guys from? Because they're really good players. I haven't heard of a lot of them before. How did you come to making a team with these players?
So basically, I mean, there was a lot of roster shuffles in SA at that point, and there was this new upcoming stars. There's Lumpy was top 1 of the leaderboards, and he didn't. I mean, he played in some tier two teams here from SA, but people knew that he was really good, really talented, and also Pike. Like, I think he was a guy that was top 300, and like in 1 week he was top 20. So like, he's like very young. He's the youngest. He's 18, I think. And yeah, I mean, they are very young and they are like very talented, and we had to work a lot. We still have to work a lot to keep getting better, in every aspect. But we really worked really hard for this, like really, really hard. Like 6 months of non-stop grind every day, and learning the lessons that Dota give to us, life give to us. And yeah, I think we have a goal. It's to become a tier 1 team, and we don't want to stop until that becomes true. And I'm really happy that we achieved this. This is a 2 big steps for us because we get to play international level, which we never did before with this roster. And for the new guys, I think they have everything that a player needs, to be a tier 1 player. I think they have the skill, the attitude, and everything else that takes to be a really good player. And we just need to keep improving, keep improving, stay humble. Stay humble. Yeah, we didn't win anything yet. We just qualified. So we just got to keep getting better and better and better. That's the mindset we have right now.
All right. And does that mean for you, since you brought in a lot of new players, you switched to POS 5? I know you used to play POS 4 mainly, that you're going to be taking the lead and kind of like leading these youngsters, showing them the ropes on like how to play on these lands and drafting and stuff like that? Are you taking a big responsibility when it comes to that?
The responsibilities, like, we shared a lot. I think right now in the current state of Dota, like, everyone in the role has to have like the responsibility on their own role. I don't think there is like guys, you're gonna do this here. I think that I let them be. I just let everyone be, and in the game. But outside the game, yeah, I try to lead them with things that are not about Dota, like mindset wise, emotional wise, and every problem that comes. But yeah, I think honestly, I'm not really sure if I teach them that much. I think they just knew things. I don't know, just talented players, I guess. So it's about letting them be, letting their potential to grow, to let them speak for themselves, and keep for them, let them think for themselves and improve like that. That's I think I see myself more as an enabler than like a teacher or something like that. And about drafting, I don't really take that much responsibility. It's mainly Papita and the course. Honestly, Papita asks a lot of questions and what do you want to play? What's the meta? Like to every role, And he's kind of like the real captain in that sense. Yeah, I think we have a lot of shared responsibility here, which I think is the best way to how a team should be right now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Honestly, no more from me. I can tell you're probably wanting to go celebrate with the team. Very emotional, and it's awesome. Firstly, for you to be able to join us, and Beast Coast are very, very fun to watch. So wishing you the best. Firstly, I know you got Riyadh coming up, and wishing you the best at TI as well. So thank you for joining us. Have an amazing time. Go celebrate, and good luck on the international stage.
Thank you. I wanna say hello to my family, my girlfriend, my fans. I love you all. Say hello to Firtu. Long time, man. I miss you.
Hello.
And
Miss you too,
goodbye,
buddy.
guys. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I mean, it's awesome to see. Something we don't see too often is the emotions kind of behind Dota. I mean, this is a very difficult mental game. There is a lot that goes into it. It's taken Moose a long time to get to in this position. We can take a look at the bracket and their run to make it all the way through. And it's just started in the upper bracket. You're able to take down Infinity. You're able to take down Midas Club as well. Heroic was the team that stopped you. Heroic have always been that team so far in South America. But Beast Coast today, and like I was saying, Boom has really also been a really big issue for them. Every single qualifier for the start of the year, like 4-5 qualifiers, Boom have always knocked Beast Coast out. But then Riyadh hit and things changed, and that continued on to the international qualifiers here. And once again, they're going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, and I really like the storyline here that we're not going to get the two teams that we always pretty much see on the land, Boom and Heroic. We're going to bring in the young guns from South America. They're gonna be fun to watch for sure, right? And potentially gonna be a nice dark horse story going to this TI. And we've seen the dark horse story become a reality, right? They've even won TIs before if you look back to, like, let's say the OG days. So it's nice to see new people on the land stage for their first time, especially at these big events. And these are all the teams that
honestly,
are going to TI, right?
yeah,
They joined them.
some incredible teams and some other kind of dark horses too, right? I mean, Team Zero, I think a lot of people not expecting what Azure miss out. You have LGD that miss out in China, Eastern Europe.
VP.
Navi don't make it. Nine Pandas, VP. And so these are some incredible teams. There are definitely some dark horse storylines heading into it, and still yet to be determined are the 2 Southeast Asian slots and the 2 Western European slots as well. So 4 more teams left remain to work out who will join at the International 2024.
Yeah, we'll see who can do it.
It's been incredible showing. Any last words before we close this out?
I mean, I was here last year as well for the SA qualifiers for TI, and glad to be back. It's really nice to watch the growth of the region as a whole, and I really did enjoy the interview with Divide Llama. He came in through Heroic this year, and he says, we're bringing something new to SA, and that's discipline, and we're working really hard. And he comes through the region, they sweep it, and I think they're setting a great example for the region, and they're looking really good. And year after year, this region just continues to get better, so I'm just really glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, they are continuing to shine, continuing to grow. We saw that start really with the Thunder Boys at TI11, and now there's going to be another team, being Beast Coast, being the new young blood, to hopefully be able to continue to build the region up, and we'll see if they're going to be able to have success, and Heroic as well. So of course, wishing them the best, and a big last congratulations to them. So for us in South America, we are done. Our 2 teams are decided. We now look towards Southeast Asia and Western Europe, and for people wanting that Dota, I know Southeast Asia is starting in a couple of hours, so you will not have to wait too much longer for some more TI qualifier action. But for us, Fury and Aries, we are done. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you guys next time for some more TI qualifier action.